This is the, it says like music box on it. It's apparently a $36 puzzle. Obviously, I got a review copy. Some pictures there. Is there a way to make that go full screen? I'm not sure. Like double click? I don't know. Anyway, you can see those pictures. I think if you scroll down here, there's a video. Let's take a look at that video. Okay. Some overlaid drawn horses. It seems like it should connect to something. Got some interior space, some fake curtains, some fake rug. The step folds up. That's cool. The chest opens. That's cool. The wheels turn. Now, is it powered? There's obviously a music box in it somewhere, which we didn't hear. That went by so quickly. Let's play that again. All right. There's the stagecoach. There it is moving. It can turn. That's cool. The front wheels turn just like in a regular car. Got the light, so it's definitely old school. Yeah, this is pretty cool. You've probably seen movies with stagecoaches in them. And who's that mouse? Who's that mouse in the back? Anyway, we're going to be putting this together. So for today, let's just open it. Let me see what shape the scoreboard is in right now. Yeah, that's like very generic, huh? Basically says nothing. So first half, that's where we're gonna put the days. So should I say intro or day 0? You know what? I think I'm gonna change it to day 0. Like even in the title, when you look at this tomorrow, it'll say day 0 instead of like intro. I think that makes sense. All right, so we don't know yet until we open this box whether it's like pages or panels, but we definitely want to have a piece counter, and we definitely want to have the name. Let's just go through the box here. So I think the name of this puzzle is Stagecoach, but there's a lot going on here. What's this DIY? Mechanical DIY. I don't know if that's anything or just some branding from ROKR. It's definitely the new sort of ROKR box design. I've seen this on a couple of new puzzles. It looks great, actually. And the information is consistent. They're always changing their naming conventions. It's very common to have a ROKR puzzle with a 1. It's like very common for them to give a new prefix to their lines. Like, for example, the scorpion and the stag beetle, and what's the other beetle? The emperor scorpion, the stag beetle, and the scout beetle. And I think there's a couple others. They're part of some like mechanical bug line. So the numbers are like 1 through 5 or however many there are. And I don't know what line this is going to be. Maybe this AMK is a hint. Is it AMKA1 or is it AMKA1? You know, we're not really sure yet. I mean, anyway, it's definitely the first one. Because if it's 1 or A1, it's definitely the first puzzle in this line. I mean, is it a combination? Is it the music? Anyway, mechanical transmission. I like that it doesn't just say gears. 3D puzzle, melody. So those are the kind of codes. Give you a hint of what we're going to see in this puzzle. Obviously, it's from ROKR. Music, green sleeves. I think that's the name of a tune, right? I'm not sure. We could look that up. Mechanical music box. Take a musical journey by Stagecoach. That's pretty cool. I like that description there. Robo time, as always. I like every puzzle I've ever done from ROKR has been designed by Robo Time. Oh, that character in the back was a squirrel. Did anyone think it was a squirrel? I'm not sure what I thought it was. I didn't guess squirrel, though. That's a squirrel back there. Symmetrical coach doors. Okay, there's coach doors. Supporting stool. That was that retractable piece we saw. Elevated steps. retro storage box, pullable swivel front wheels. So the front wheels turn, we noticed that. Why did these elevated steps get a description? Because they hang off the ground? Like, they could have, like, described roof, you know, like curtains. Like, why did the steps? Like, I understand. And supporting stool, that I kind of get. It means you can put the model somewhere when you're not playing with it. Does anyone play with these models, or they just assemble them and then display them and then just throw them out, I guess? We got guests coming. My oldest son and his wife are coming to stay with us, and we gotta like do some serious spring cleaning. And I actually think I'm gonna throw out all of these models. I saved like my favorite ones. I'll probably keep like one or two. Like at one point I had like 300 video games. I used to buy them all at Blockbuster for like $2 and $3 when they would like be done with them. And I saved like five, like just, not that I'd ever play them again, but just as to remember that this was once a hobby of mine. So I'll probably, there's one car, I forget the name of it. It's a car from U-Gears that I think looks really cool. And it's really big, by the way. I should go get it and just show it to you. It's, I can see it. Let me go grab it. This might be the one puzzle that I don't throw in the trash. Or maybe I will. But we'll see. Hold on one second. So, I've done a lot of cool puzzles. Yu-Gi-Oh's Hurdy-Gurdy. It's like this musical instrument. And the ROKR 3D pinball is like playable pinball. Do you see these tires here? They're drivable. I think they're actually, I think you can actually turn the wheel to turn the tires. Obviously, some parts are a little broken at the moment. There's like a crank to roll the windows up and down. There's like, you can open the hood, you can open the trunk. It has a rear wheel drive. Obviously, it's got these shark fins back here. And as I showed you, it's a huge puzzle. I'm not going to do all the articulation right now because I'm not up to date on it. And if I break stuff, there's like tools. I don't know why these are on the back seat rather than in the trunk. I think these are just... Oh, there's actually tools in there. How about that? Okay, yeah. I mean, this is pretty cool. This might be the one that I keep just as like a memory that there was a time in my life when I was assembling models on a live stream. But for now, I'm going to put it back and we're going to open it. I'm not going to walk and put it back and waste your time. I'm just going to put it back after the stream. Look at that. It was like dusty. Anyway, let's take a look in this box. We're not going to start assembling it today. We're just going to open the box today, take a little look-see, and then we'll start assembling it tomorrow. The college basketball team that I root for, which is the college I went to and my son is a freshman at now, it's the Siena Saints. You might remember them. About 15 years ago, they went to the tournament 3 years in a row, and they actually won games all 3 years. They were like upset wins like all 3 years. You know, they started as like a 15 beating a 2, and then a 14 beating a 3, and then the committee was like, okay, these guys are obviously good, and they gave them a 9. And then as a 9, they beat the 8. And then they played the 1, which was Louisville, coached by Bettino at the time. And they were winning by, I forget, like double digits in the second half. They ended up losing by 7. I think that, you know, I mean, they were playing a 1 seed. I guess they weren't expected to win, but they almost did. And this was before, obviously, Fairleigh Dickinson and UMBC and all these teams started making runs. But it's actually kind of the last time. And by the way, that's been a theme lately. Although the new theme is rebirth. I turned 50 like 6 months ago. And I feel like a new day has dawned. So anyway, I had a car that It was a Kia Borrego, which is like nobody even knows this car exists, but it's from 2009. And I had it until 4 months ago when I got a Toyota 4Runner, which was like 2 months after my birthday. So anyway, that basketball team did great in 2009. I was driving that 2009 car until 6 months ago. And now I have 2 cars that were designed both in 2009, Toyota 4Runner and Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, and they're both going to have new models next year, meaning like these are the last years to get these cars. So I'm totally on this kick right now of that 2009 was like the best year in history, but that some sort of rebirth, reboot, reset is currently underway, and things are going to start looking up. And right now it's like the worst time to be in mid-major basketball because they have this portal where the big conferences steal all your players, and they call it NIL, name, image, and likeness, which was originally meant to be like people are buying like Johnny Manziel jerseys so he should get some of the money, and then became like just a crooked way to pay college athletes. So now if you're in a mid-major, not only are you losing your athletes through the portal and they can play immediately after they transfer, now these bigger schools can literally pay the athletes. So it's supposed to be impossible to compete in a mid-major right now, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think it's official yet, but the new coach at Siena is supposed to be Jerry McNamara, who's been at Syracuse basically the whole time since he got there as a freshman and won a national championship in his freshman year. He's been there the whole time, and now he's going to move like 2 hours east and coach at Siena, and let's see what happens. So that was quite a tangent, but while I was doing that, maybe you saw these what I was opening up here. What I'm really has my interest is what's underneath here, because everything you see on the table, which is instructions, parts list, boards, and then you see on the top here, this is the musical part. I'll show you that in a second. Some tools, some nuts and bolts here. There's probably wax there, but that's all in this top like ½ inch. What's in the rest of this box? What's underneath there? We'll see in a minute. As I said, we're just going to unbox today, and we'll, like, build tomorrow. All right, so Stagecoach. So ROKR Stagecoach. Let's, that's going to be the name here. I think we knew that. And it says on the box, God bless you. It says on the box, I don't know if you remember, it said 199 pieces. It was, like, somewhere on the back of the box. I can't flip it now because it's opened. Just take my word for it. Now, what's disappointing so far, there's some ROKR models that have full color books. The UGears models all have full color books. A lot of the ROKR models, they kind of look like this. Like they're one like folded piece of paper. I don't know if that's what we're dealing with here. It looks like in here it's 2 folded pieces of papers. But so basically we're gonna count by panels. So here's like panel 1. Now it's like panel 1, A, B, C, D, but I don't think I can track all that in the scoreboard, so I'm just gonna do them by panels. I mean, when it's a full color book, I do them by pages. So this will be panel 1, and that'll actually be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's really 6 panels. So I think I'll call this segment, because segment 1 is 1A, B, C, D, 1E, 1F, 1G. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really 7 panels, so I'll call it segment. And then, of course, I'll run a piece counter for all the pieces. So segment and piece, and 199 pieces. I think we didn't add that to the scoreboard yet, and I think also the colors in the scoreboard can be a little better. So 199 pieces. That's hilarious to me. Like, were they trying to, like, keep it under 200? Or they just didn't have, like, that's it? There were no more pieces to add? By the way, I guarantee you it's going to be more than 200 pieces. Because ROKR only counts the wood pieces. And there's usually a lot of, like, metal pieces and other sort of pieces there. Alright, so now our scoreboard says ROKR Stagecoach, 199 pieces, day 0. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, we have to go back here. No, where do we have to go? Okay, team 1. Background color. I'm just trying to lighten that up a little bit. It says team 1 now. It's actually gonna say, yeah, it's gonna say segment and piece. So team 2, that's gonna be our piece counter, and then team 1 is gonna be our segment counter. So segment 1. I'm gonna say pieces. Because I'll say like segment 1, 100 pieces or something like that. You know, whatever it is. So for team 1, we're going to say segment. And you'll see this scoreboard up in all the episodes. It'll like keep track of the segments and keep counting the pieces. So that's it. That's what the scoreboard's going to look like. And then I'll scan the instructions. So, for example, when I go to this look, you see this like page that we were looking at before. We were looking at the product page from the ROKR website. Oh, there's actually some more information there. Movement driving force. The enhanced movement drives back wheels to rotate by connecting to a special shaft. All right, so it has a drivetrain. I guess we'll see that as we build it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no, that's the music box. That's the music box. You just can tell. I don't know if this crank is going to do both, but you can see that's clearly the music box right there. We could listen to the music like tonight, like today. Anyway, the point of showing you this is that once I scan the instructions, you'll be able to see them in that little window. So it's a folded piece of paper. It's like, what is this? Like 14 by 11 or 17 by 14, whatever it is. It's a big piece of paper. It might just be 11 by 14. I think that's probably what it is. Or maybe it's 11 by 17. Anyway, yeah, let's call it 11 by 17. Should we measure it? Do I have the ability to measure it? I should keep a tape measure on the desk. I have a ruler, but obviously it doesn't go up to 17. I gotta start keeping a tape measure at the desk. Anyway, 11 by 17. So what's that? 17 by 34 or something? I don't know. Basically 4 pages. And then when you add this one, it's 8 pages. And the segments, not that they mean anything because there's also panels within the segments. But how many segments do we have? I see 12. This entire page is segment 12. That's weird. 7, 8. Yeah, it only goes up to 12. So it's like 8 pages, but only 12 segments. So they're going to be really big segments. That's all I have to say so far about that. Should we open these boards and look at them? I feel like we have a pretty good... I don't think we need to open these today. Things will just get messy if we do that. But you can see there's some regular wood-colored pieces. And then there's some red and brown pieces. There's sandpaper in there. You can see the curtains. They're already there on the side of the Stagecoach. You can get a sense of the scale of the Stagecoach from this piece. Frankly, it's going to be pretty small, smaller than I was thinking. But I guess it makes sense. You can get a sense of the size of the wheels. Actually, here's the wheels. So what is this? Those are the gears. All right, here are the wheels. So they probably double up the back wheels, double up the front wheels. I don't know what that is. We'll find out when we build it. Yeah. Well, we got at least 3 different colors. There might even be 4. Looks like there's another color in the middle there. All right. Screwdriver, some metal rods and screws. Here's a key, which could be part of the music box. There's wax. There's more screws. There's an emery board. All right. Let's check out the music box. Oh, it's kind of like short. Anyway, let's take a look-see here at the music box. I think we have to add that key. I'll just crank it with my fingers for now. Wow, it's impossible to crank with the fingers. We're going to have to add that key that we saw. Even though we're like, it's a huge assumption and we're not following the directions properly. Yeah, that's not going to fit on. This one looks like it's going to fit on. But I don't think I'm going to do that. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab needle nose pliers and we're going to use those to spin the music box. Yeah, this is called Green Sleeves. I've heard this song before and I've said like, what child is this? I think on the Wood Trick Dragon Castle they played this exact same song. So do you think it's the same piece? Looks like the crank fits on here. Well, frankly, we can't spin this thing right now. I don't want to break it. I'll just sticking my thumb there and pulling on the notes. Kind of works like a player piano. Can you see those little bumps there? Those bumps strike those pieces of metal. And those pieces of metal, that's like a piano, basically. So this drum with these little nubs, basically a player piano. So that's it. That's the music. It's not really hooked up yet. There obviously need to be some pieces. There's a threaded connection here, a threaded connection here. Not sure if, I think this is the one that's going to make the music. This might just connect it to where it needs to go. But the big question is, what's underneath this white blob? Maybe there's nothing. Maybe there's nothing under there. I guess we're going to find out. Alright, let's see. Is there anything under there? What do you think? There isn't. There's nothing under there. I guess they just wanted this box to be this size. It could have been flatter and taken up less space. This is just an empty box for the most part. Wow, I feel like Geraldo Rivera opening Al Capone's vault. There's just absolutely nothing going on in there. Anyway, the parts list. I was about to say come back tomorrow and we'll start building, but there's one thing we didn't look at yet, and that's the parts list, right? So, music box. That was the key. We had that right. We thought it was a key. I love the name of this piece. Round metal part. That's called the round metal part. Screw's called the screw. This screw's called the screw. M2 times 8. Steel shaft. Yellow shaft sleeve. Screwdriver. Sandpaper. Emery board. Pet gasket. That's it. That's it. Just lucky number 13 for the parts list. And they're mostly ones. There's 3 of the sleeves and 4 of the silicone corks. I think and there's 3 of these screws of each kind of screw. 4 of the head rivet, which is kind of another screw. Everything else is ones. The music box, the round metal, the key, the screwdriver, the emery board, the gasket, they're all ones. I guess about half of them are ones. Which is where we have the model, and we have right there the instructions. So I went ahead and scanned the instructions. Like, that's one of the things that made this a long day. Like, I just spent the last 40 minutes like scanning this. It shouldn't have taken that long, but it did. So that's the parts page. And then these pages, I guess I didn't measure them yet, but they were like the exact size of the scanner, so I think that makes them 17 by 14. These pages. They don't look that dark, actually. Or, well, no, this one looks good. This previous one didn't look that good. Anyway, we've got our instructions, and we've also got our theme. We're going to talk about the wheel. So I guess while I'm unboxing the stuff, I can already start talking about the wheels. So I kind of gave you a question yesterday. I said, where would the wheel come from in nature? So anyone have a guess on that? One guess is an apple can fall from a tree, and roll down a hill. The only problem is an apple's not a wheel, it's a sphere. And the other problem is, as simple as spheres and wheels might seem, they don't really occur much in nature. I don't think there's a lot of, like, you want to invent a plane because you see a bird flying. You want to invent a water pump because you see an elephant. If you do happen to see an elephant, I guess not everybody does, drink a bunch of water and then shoot it through his trunk, I believe it's called. So there's a lot of like inventions that you can learn just from looking at nature. I'm not sure the wheel is one of them. Not something that occurs a lot in nature. But it's not that it doesn't. I mean, there are times when it does. Or at least there are times when humans have used nature to create wheels. Anyone come up with one yet? What was a wheel that humans made from nature? How about log rollers? Which is where you take a tree, you remove the bark and the branches, and you use basically you make the tree into a log, and then you use the logs to roll a stone. Like you tip the stone onto the logs, you push it a little bit forward, the stone hangs off the front, you go to the back, you pull let's say you've got 8 logs, you pull the 8th log from the back, you go to the front where the stone is hanging over the first log, and then you move it there. Alright, so here's our sandpaper. Here's our emery board. So you can make some wheels out of nature. Look at all these different colors of boards. 2 dark brown, 3 dark brown, 2 red, at least 2 red. I don't know that it counts yet. There's 2 red. There's a medium dark brown. Here's 3 dark brown. And there's 3 light brown. So we got at least 4 colors. Alright. What concerns me is that these are small, and not only small, but thin pieces. My experience in the past with ROKR puzzles is that the smaller and thinner the pieces are, the less likely you are to succeed at completing the model. Because not only are the small pieces hard to work with, they're hard to get them to stay together and to not break them. So thin pieces, they don't really, like if you've got two thick pieces of wood and you're using like a type of design where you wedge one piece of wood into the other, it's going to stay. But like, look at this. This is basically a staple. Look how thin that wood is. And that's going to go into like a hole like that, or maybe this one is that might be exactly the size that fits. That one too. They don't really stay in when they're that thin. The wood will just like break apart, or the pin will snap. That's been my experience. Anyway, let's take a look at the instructions. We're not going to do much today, but we'll do something. Alright, so there's the parts list. Here's the key. Special attention. Polish parts with sandpaper. Wax the gray parts. Ensure the connection of gears smoothly. Assembly tips. Complete some parts. Complete 2 same parts. That's a times 2. Complete 4 same parts. That's a times 4. Printed side, blank side, flip, assembly, perspective change. That's like a 180 type of spin. Step 1, step 2. Yeah, I think we've seen most of those commands before. Alright, let's get something done here. Segment 1. Segment 1 involves 3 screws. Those are P4s. 2 sort of disc, they're like the wheels we were talking about, wheel-shaped objects, D6 and P3. And then a gear, D13. And they want this gear to be waxed. Alright, so the P4 is an 8mm screw. They need 3 of them. So 3 pieces of wood and 3 screws. That's what we have. This is actually just the first panel of segment 1. But anyway, 6 parts. So let's start collecting our 6 parts. So what else was there? What other wheels were there in ancient times besides log rollers? This is P8. We're looking for P4. There's the wax. We're going to need it in a minute. I don't know. I already gave the apple rolling down the hill example. There's got to be others, though, right? I know some people say the pottery wheel. I don't know if that's really the same thing. I mean, yes, it is kind of disc-shaped. I mean, if you're going to say the pottery wheel, then I'm going to say, like, the Festos disc, which was, like, this disc-shaped thing from thousands of years ago that had these caricatures. It was a clay tablet in a disc-shaped, and it had these stamps in it, these, like, repeating. They weren't exactly characters because they were more like pictograms, but that's how it worked. They would stamp them in the clay. Some people had even theorized that they were like a board game, and the stamps were part of the game. The screws are labeled P4. There's nothing here that says P4. So I'm going to get out the calipers and measure out 8mm, so at least we know what size the screw is. In fact, I think this sheet shows a 1-to-1 size. So no, that's not the sheet. That's the parts list, which is useful. For example, P3 is also going to come from the bag. It's not going to come from the sheets. I think any pieces come from the box, not from the sheets. Alright, there's the exact 8mm. Like, there's the exact size of that piece. Alright, Easter's coming up. Has everyone got their Easter plans figured out? What's with people who don't like other people's religion? Have you ever seen that? I swear. I mean, I guess every religion thinks they're the one that's picked on, but like, I feel like most other religions, nobody even knows their holidays are coming up. But the religion I am, which is Christian, I feel like there's always people who want to destroy whatever holiday is coming up. And it's not even like, they're not even all religious holidays. Sometimes the holiday is like something historical, and they'll destroy that too. Maybe they don't destroy other cultures' holidays because they don't even know what they are. But maybe there's something more to it. I don't know. That's just something that kind of popped into my head. I actually think today was I didn't look it up, but I think it was a Jewish holiday because I saw my neighbor wearing a yarmulke. I shouldn't mention that. I shouldn't gossip, but like, I think he only wears it a couple times a year, and he was wearing it today. So I figured that there was some type of holiday going on today. Alright, so that's an 8mm screw. So we need 2 more of those screws. 2 more of that size. And then we're ready to start building. There's, I don't know, there's another screw that's pretty much the same size. It's just thicker. So I don't know how to know if I've got the right screw here. Well, we've got the part that it's going to go through. Maybe we check that. See if it kind of matches that. I think I just dropped a piece. I heard something hit this. I heard metal land onto wood. So I think maybe something fell out the bag, but I'm not sure what. I can't even get my fingers in there. Alright, let's see if these screws are all the same size. Are they? I think they are. And probably this screwdriver can work with them. Alright, so we got the P3 and the 3 P4s. That's 4 of the 6 pieces. The other 2 pieces are D6 and D13. So we need the D sheet. I don't even know which sheet is the D sheet because, you know, it's a new puzzle. I don't even know the system for naming these sheets yet. This is the D sheet. By the way, I just randomly picked up what I was looking for, and there's D6 and there's D13. So that was kind of weird. I just found everything like by accident. Didn't look very hard. And as I said, I'm tired, so I don't know how much we're going to do tonight. But we're going to do something. Alright. Right now, I'm waxing the gears. It's a general rule that you wax all the gears. I know the instructions say to wax them, but even if they hadn't, you kind of like, a gear is going to interact with another gear. And the wax, it's like changing the, engine oil in your car. Changing the oil in your car. It's kind of like what we're doing here. You know what? I think these are the wrong screws. I think we need the thicker ones because look at that. Oh no, they didn't go through. I thought for sure they were going to fit through that hole. Alright. Here's how we're going to check the parts list and see if there's some clue there. Like if the thicker screw they don't make. Alright, P4 they make. There's only 3 of them. But there's other screws in that bag. Okay, P5. it's also 8 millimeters. Why would they do this to us? They both just say screw. M3 times 8, M2 times 8. So, is P4 the thicker one? Because it's a 3 times 8 and this one's a 2 times 8. Yeah, I think we were supposed to take the thicker screw. Though frankly, I have no idea. And I think it's kind of crazy that the very first panel on the first segment on the first page is ambiguous. Because there's three of each of these. The screws are the same length, but they're different thickness. And there's 3 of each of them. So, I mean, come on. I mean, they like, right off the bat, the very first panel has something this tricky. I mean, come on. Alright, are those screws in fact the same length? I'm going to look at the monitor too. That's like the best. Yeah, they're the same length. Alright, so I'm going to leave out the fat screws. And I'm going to put away the thin screws. They're 2 millimeter by 8 millimeter thin ones and 3 millimeter by 8 millimeter the thick ones. I mean, can you imagine? This is how tricky they make the very first piece. Alright, so we finally got everything we need. Alright, so we're going to drop the screws through this D6 piece. And then somehow this piece goes in the middle. Though frankly, this piece looks like it needs a screw itself. Yeah, it does look like that. Alright. And then at the bottom is going to go the gear. And that's probably, we're going to need to screw that in, I would guess. Wow. Of course, in the instructions, they don't show it being like pushed all the way in, but I assume that's what we're supposed to do. Though assuming can be dangerous. Alright, I got one of the screws lined up. Let's get it in there. Let's just start it actually. We'll get all 3 started before we tighten any of them. Alright, I got all 3. So I guess now we tighten it. Yep. I'm just stopping when I can feel the screw coming through the other end. I'm not going to like keep turning it and potentially break these pieces. Alright, there's the first piece. What is this? I mean, seriously, the second panel also has some confusing instructions. Hold the output shaft and turn P3 slightly as the arrow direction until you feel significant resistance. I'm sorry, what is he using to spin it? I have no idea what that is. Screwdriver, maybe? Tighten the screws after aligning with all corresponding holes. What? We didn't even collect these pieces yet. Is this not the next panel? This is the next panel. What the flip? Alright. Second panel, hold the output shaft, turn P3 slightly until you feel significant resistance. Turn it like clockwise or counterclockwise. Anyway, let's just give this a shot. I don't feel any resistance whatsoever. But maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. hold the output shaft and turn. No, nothing's moving there. Alright, I don't know what happened there, but nothing moved. Hopefully we haven't already lost the puzzle. Oh, are we installing the music box like right away? Alright, now P5 times 3, so that's the three thin screws. P2, P13, D1, C1. Wow. Alright, how many pieces is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. That's it. There is one cool thing. This thing that we just built. If you remember on the first day we were testing this music box and there was like threading on the end and we didn't know how to get to it. Well, this is going to do that. This thing that we just built is going to go onto the music box. At least I believe it will. Alright, let's try again. Maybe I'm turning it the wrong way. There we go. That's the correct way. Alright, so let's see if it plays music now. Nothing's happening. Feels like anything, it feels like it's stripped. It's not making music, that's for sure. Alright, it makes music. So how many pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 14 pieces. There will be after this panel. Alright, so P2 and P13. P5. Alright, let's do the easy ones. We got the music box. We also need D1 and C11. So we were just dealing with the D. Yeah, there you go. D1. Now where's the C? It should be the same size piece. C11. I'm just kind of scanning these boards for it. I don't know which board is the C board. G. How high do these boards go? There's the C board. Alright. So we got the music box, we got these two pieces. P2 and P13. Like, how am I supposed to know what those are? And then P5. And, alright, P5 is the 3 screws that we put back a minute ago. So, we need them now. Unbelievable. The first panel. The first panel, we took them out by mistake, put them back. Second panel, we need them. I mean, we're not usually dealing with hardware on the first 2 panels of the instructions, but I guess today that's exactly what we're doing. Nope. Oh, that thing was supposed to also fit onto the music box. Huh. 2 options, I guess. 3 more screws. I mean, we used 6 screws on the first 2 panels of the puzzle. There only are 6 screws. Other than the extras that they give us. There only are 6 screws in the instructions. So, P2 and P13. Oh, we didn't grab those yet. So what do P2 and P13 look like? P2, yes, we accidentally grabbed P2. I put it back in the box. P2 is the key. And P13 is another disc. So actually, we were eyeballing these pieces. We should have just grabbed them when we had them. I think I put back that key. There it is. So the key and the disc. Wow, I can't believe they're like using all these fancy pieces in the first, basically, section of this puzzle. Alright, so turn this around. Yeah, line up those 3 holes. Okay. Looks like this lock goes through that hole. But how does that line up with this? Not really sure. It's definitely one screw that's all the way through. Just trying to see if I can read the screw holes on this. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3. So it means it connects. Does that look right? Yeah, I think so. Just gotta get the screws in there. I guess we're gonna start by putting them in this dark piece. Okay, they slide right through. Alright, let's get one of these in here. Are they really that close together? I think I want to start with this one. I know exactly where that one goes in the music box. Some of these others are a little bit tricky. I think one of them goes through there. I think I got it. Took me a second to figure this out, but I think I got it. Right, did I get that screw to catch? I think I did. So we got the one screw. No, didn't catch. Try again. I can see the hole, so why is it not catching? Maybe it was the, maybe I was supposed to save the thick screw after all. No, that's definitely catching. That is in. Alright, now this key we gotta put on. It looks like we first gotta stick this on. It has like a 3M sticker on it, I think. Yeah, it does. So we gotta stick that on. Yeah. Alright, and now the key goes in there. Screw on the key. It's the music box key. In a real music box, it'd probably be detachable. Maybe even like hidden somewhere. But this is just gonna turn this. Or do I need it to unlock it? I don't recall. I didn't read the instructions. I've been following along panel by panel, but I didn't like read in general the instructions. Like, I don't know. It looks like it's going. So as I recall, you crank it, it stores the energy, and then you let go, and it plays the music. Like, that's the way I remember them working. So that was it. I turned the key, it stored energy, it played the piano. Player piano style. Yeah, that's good. We got 2 more screws to go. I mean, it seemed good, but we got to use all the screws, right? So I guess the other ones go here and here. Did it catch anything? I think it did. Seems like it did. What? Just randomly started playing. Probably something to do with the screw that I put in. So don't get freaked out if you're ever in a bar and a player piano starts playing. Might have some stored energy that it needs to use. Sorry, I think my finger was blocking the acoustics on that last one. It's not going in. I may not be able to put this screw in. Or did it finally start going? I don't think it's going in. It's like stuck, but it's like won't go in or out. Could be a problem when we're trying to put this together. Alright, I took it out for now. I take my glasses off and see if I could see inside there. Well, from what I can see, this is supposed to work. Supposed to just drop that screw in, and then it's going to catch, and then you screw it. Definitely went in further that time, but it's still rotating without catching. Maybe the screw thread is stripped. I don't know. Not going to worry about this screw right now. We got 2 in. That's pretty good. Turn P2 to test. We did that already. Alright. H38, H36. 36 and 38. So just 2 pieces. Or up to 16. H36 and H38. You put 1 at each end. Where's the H board? That's the A board. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. So where the heck is the H board? I. That's the I board? Alright, here's the H board. So we need 38 and 36. I see 38 right there, and that should be 36. Yeah, it is. Well, I knocked down an extra 36. 38. There are no extras, so presumably won't mess that up. Alright. This side with 2 slits is supposed to go over that pipe. Oh, that's good, right? Okay. And then the other piece, H38, goes at the other end. Well, if you recall, I said it was going to be a short show tonight. So we're not even going to finish segment 1. Unless we're really close. Let's check. Okay, we are really close. So let's finish segment 1 and then we'll wrap it up. Alright, so we just put on 2 pieces. Wait, had we counted those 2 pieces already? I think we did. Let's just recount. 6, 8, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then here, 17, 18. Okay, so we hadn't counted those. Alright, now what are we doing here? 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. And then the next panel is a QC. So we'll be at 22 pieces. And tomorrow we'll continue with the next segment, which means the scoreboard is going to say 222 when we turn it on tomorrow. All right, these pieces are all from the H board. 4, 5, 12, and 14. All right, I see it labeled 4 here. Are there multiple 4s? And then 5. And then H12 and H13. Where are 12? Oh, there's 12. Where's 13? Wait, no, we don't need 13. We need 14. See, I'm tired. That's why I need to not stream tonight. Anyway, there's the 4 pieces. So let's get this done. What do we have to do? The H4 and H5 are going to thread the 36 and 38 that we just put on. Wow, okay, so this side with the gear gets the H5. And the other side gets the H4. Okay. And then the sides get the 14 and the 12. Now, how do you know which side is which? Well, they say on it. This one says 14. So if we match their orientation, then 14 goes here. All the connectors are on the side. That's cool. Gonna be at least 4 connectors, and they're all coming from the side. Didn't line up. Why not? I think I'm putting it on backwards. Now it should line up. Yeah. It should be ink side out. There isn't much ink. It's basically just the ink that says H14. But it still needs to be ink side out. The piece is not symmetrical. Alright. That's the H, what was that? That was the H14. I'm going to do the H12 second. I don't know why I did them out of order. I just wasn't paying attention. I did it again. I had the ink facing in. It's not much ink. Just the brand, but I messed up again. See what I mean about these like little pieces? You get them, you struggle to get them in, and then they come out later. Anyway, there's what we got so far. So we're only on day 2, and the first day all we did was open the box. So we didn't really build much, just what you see here, though it does have a musical, like a player piano in there that does some sounds. That's really all that's going on here. I mean, there's like some attachment points for wherever that's going to be attached. But, I don't know, really we're just getting started. I like how the scoreboard says 222. I guess we either did segment 2 or we're about to do segment 2, and I guess there's 22 pieces right here that we've built. So anyway, Let's take a look at the instructions and see where we are. So there's segment 1. So I guess we did all of that stuff. And then on the second line is segment 2. Is that just 2 pieces? The first panel of segment 2, just C5 and C6, C7, C6 and C7. By the way, I got to take a minute to take a look at this microphone. Oh my goodness, the back, yeah. I got to spin this around. So I made a recording yesterday, and I was like listening to it today, and I was like thinking like, wow, that sounds horrible. Was I speaking into the back of the mic? Apparently, yesterday I recorded the entire show speaking into the back of the mic, which is a shame because I had done this like very dramatic reading of the book of Obadiah from the Bible, but apparently I did it all into the back of the microphone and it sounded like garbage. I think I'm going to leave it like that though. It's like probably for a reason. Let me just see. I want to turn up the YouTube for a second just to see how it sounds on the front of the mic, not the back. Microphone, it sounded like garbage. All right, yeah, it sounds much better. I don't know how many days I was recording with the back of the microphone. Like if my show sounded terrible for the last few weeks, that's why. It's not. I should get like a omnidirectional, is that the term? I should get a microphone where it doesn't matter. Anyway, C6 and C7. So I guess there's a C sheet and those 2 pieces are on it. I guess, I don't know. It's been a while since we worked on this model, puzzle, whatever you want to call it. C6 and C7. There's some other goodies in that box, some like screws and a screwdriver and such. Alright, where's the C board? What board is this? E. That's the E board. What is this, B? Or is this just spare parts? I don't know, it just has numbers. It doesn't even say what board it is. And we also got to talk about the theme, which was something like wheels before vehicles. Talked about rolling logs last time we did the Stagecoach. So I guess next up is wheelbarrows, which is like the first wheel. Kind of has an axle, but I'm talking about a single-wheeled wheelbarrow. Anyway, here's a C board, so we need C6 and C7. So a single-wheeled wheelbarrow. That's probably really... I mean, we're not fully there. We'll continue developing it, but that's kind of like... Oh, this is a G board. This is not even C. A wheelbarrow is kind of like the correct use of a wheel. Like a log. I mean, log is going to come into play again. Probably on tomorrow's episode. If you kind of take the wheelbarrow and the log and you put them together, I think you can already kind of guess what we're going to talk about tomorrow, which is not even a guarantee because I didn't write it down. I'm just thinking that in my head that the tree that you use as a log roller and the single wheel that you use as a wheelbarrow will combine together for the next item up in the progression of the wheel. But yeah, wheelbarrow. I mean, it's probably, you might have a sled, but if you've got a sled, it only works on certain conditions, mud, ice, grass, something like that. A wheelbarrow, it'll work in more conditions. All right, let's talk about this C7 piece for a minute. It looks almost symmetric, but it's not. That dot makes it not symmetric. So C6, which looks like a key, has like a round part at the back and a square part at the front. So the square part goes on the same side as this hole. Round part goes on the other side. Why are we not putting another C6 there? I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we get to the next panel. So let's take a look at the next panel. Now, we're going to use another C6. We're going to use it with D19. I'll tell you what, it looks like we're going to do exactly what we were just talking about. It looks like an axle. I actually hadn't mentioned the axle yet, but I was thinking it. All right, 2 more for the next panel. So we're up to 26 pieces, D19 and C6. So C6, that's just another one of these skeleton key looking pieces. And now we need to find the D board because we need D19. That's the B board. I feel like I need to add some like tags or something to find these boards quicker. I don't know what that board is, like a nothing board. E board. D board. Where the heck is the B board? Oh, D board is the one we need. I don't know why I thought I was looking for B. Alright, the D board, and we need D19, which we should be able to spot it. It's kind of a unique looking piece. This is it right here. I see a piece fell out the back there. I'm not sure what piece that is. D2. Well, it says on it D2. We'll just put that off to the side for now. And now C6 and D19 are going to go together. So if we hold D19, and then we put C, I think it's going to spin. Yeah, it spins, so I'm not sure. But probably this is going to quickly get attached to this. Let's see. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to feed D19 through here, through the second one. And then after we do that, then we can attach the other C6 to the other side of C7. So that looks like kind of a lawnmower. I don't know. We were talking about a wheelbarrow, but we got kind of a lawnmower going on here. But it does very much lead to what I'm thinking. So the wheelbarrow is a single wheel and like a handle or a kind of cart with like 2 sticks coming out of it, and that's the handle with a single wheel underneath. This looks like it's going to be an axle, and therefore it's going to get a wheel at both ends. But we're just talking about the wheelbarrow for today. I actually heard this interesting story about this wheelbarrow. I forget the details of it, but it was like this tribe saw a bunch of modern stuff. All right, for the next, we need 2 C5s and 2 C12s. So this tribe saw all this like modern stuff, buildings and trains and whatever else we have in like modern cities. And they asked the tribe like what they saw that interested them most, what they thought was the best invention. And, you know, the people who asked the question were waiting to hear like skyscrapers or supermarkets or whatever. And the tribes people gave the answer of the wheelbarrow because they understood what the wheelbarrow was for, and they imagined if it was in their life, how it would help them. Excuse me. Which leads me to one of my long-held theories, which again is in my book, Electromagnet. Oh man, I just broke off one of the C5s. When they talk about the technology, how it becomes, obviously it becomes wireless. If you just think about our computers these days, if you have wireless transmission, you have wireless data storage. If you can have wireless data storage, you can have wireless data processing. And this is all, the data is transmit the same way, in the same form that electricity is. I mean, not exactly, but if you can have wireless data, you can have wireless power. I don't have the whole presentation ready that's in that book, but one way to think of it is that that's really all there is the flowing information streams and our observation of it. I mean, if you want to call that, your existence and everything that you see in the world and everything that you interact with, I almost feel like I'm presenting too much information right now. Let me back up a little bit. The tribesmen understood the wheelbarrow. And the longer you live, the more technology you understand. But is it coincidence when you're born, like I was born in the 70s, and it was like newspapers and gas-powered cars and wired telephones. And, as I got older, the more I understood, there was the technology right there, that second. So the tribes people understood the wheelbarrow. And I understand, I don't know, what am I doing right now? Live streaming? But you can see into those conversations in Electromagnet, you could see how much further the technology can go. And it could go to the point where it would become indistinguishable from nature. And then it could come back to technology again. And this could happen over and over again. This could happen in every person's lifetime. So this story about the tribesmen and the wheelbarrow was, they saw the technology that fit within the abilities of their imagination, and that was a wheelbarrow. I don't know what's the fanciest technology you've seen, but it's probably one that you can understand, because the ones beyond what you can understand are invisible to you. I have to do my documentary. The song remains the same, because it's my sort of understanding of the world, and I think people will like it. In fact, I think some people will like it so much that they'll probably protest against it, and then some other people will probably believe it to be true, but regardless, protest against it because they understand the implications of everybody thinking this way. So I'm not really in a rush to produce that documentary, but I should at least start working on it. Like, maybe I won't release it until 50 years from now, but I should start working on it immediately, because it's going to be helpful for me to think through this stuff. So I-1 is the piece we're looking for right now. I-1. The letter I and the number 1. It's H. All right, here's I. So the first piece, and I keep knocking out pieces. I just pick up these boards and pieces pop out. There it is. There's I1. That has some subtle ink work. I like it. Very nice. It's actually just thermal. It's not really ink, but anyway. All right, so this is going to come through from the bottom, and this is going to be on the top, and this pins are going to kind of lock everything together. Let's see if we can do that. So here's our little lawnmower, and we're going to put C8 through from the bottom. I had a theory once that shot putters are magicians with a collective grasp on reality. I mean, the fact that they can physically make themselves bigger than everyone else is already evidence to their magical abilities. Then there was the, I think it was the 2019 World Championship when Krauser, Kovacs, and Tom Walsh finished within like 2 centimeters of each other and all had their throws in the last round. And then at the next Olympics, the Tokyo Olympics, they also finished 1, 2, 3 and in the same order as they did in 2016. And all right, so this piece, this C10, it has kind of a trapezoidal shape. The smaller part goes toward this like lawnmower handle. So at the Tokyo Olympics, not only was it the same 3 people on the podium as in Rio, but they were in the same positions. Krauser, then Kovacs, then Walsh. And it just seemed to me from 2016, 2019, and then the Tokyo Olympics that either they had precise control over how far those metal shots were going, or someone, well, they could just be rigging the measuring, right? Or there's some matrix that could control how far that metal goes. And then when you think about the electromagnets of the universe, you know, yes, metal ball could conduct electricity, but so can a flower and so can a musical note, because all of the senses in your body, be they touch, vision, auditory, your eyes, your ears, your smell, olfactory, any of those senses, sensing heat, sensing smell, hearing, sight, touch, those are all just electrical impulses. They're electrical impulses from your sensory organs to your brain, but they're also electric right from the start. Like you're smelling electrons and you're seeing electrons and you're hearing electrons. It's like all the same stuff. It's kind of subtle difference if you think about it. You know what? I scan these papers. Why are they blurry? I mean, I scan them. They shouldn't be blurry. Like, I don't even know what it says up there. Anyway, D17. I also didn't count the pieces from the third panel, and I should have. So was 222. 2 panels in a row I didn't count. So at one point we're up to 30. And then after this recent panel, we're up to 34. All right, now the next panel. There's a lot going on here. It's D17, P6, P7, D21. D17, I think, is just a tool. And then P7, D21 again. So we're basically putting those pieces. Is there 2, or are they just showing it to us twice? I think they're just showing it to us twice. Or is it 2? It might be 2, because if you look at the next page, it does look like there's like 2 there. At least 2 P7s. But it doesn't look like there's 2 T21s. So I'm a little confused by that. Like here it's showing you exactly. There's only 1 D21 in this picture. So what is going on here? P6, P7, P7, D21. I do not see a second D21 here, so I'm not going to put it, even though it's very confusing how those instructions show it D21 twice and P7 twice, and P7 should be there twice, but D21 should only be there once. Very confusing. We haven't even counted the pieces yet. So P6, 2 P7s, D21. That's again 4 pieces. So we're up to 38 pieces. Now we got to go find those pieces. D21 is the only one that's wood. So let's grab that first. D21. All right, here's D. Oh, D17 as well, which is just the tool. I'm not going to count that. Here's D21. See, there only even is one D21, so you couldn't even mess up if you wanted to. All right, so much for the Ds. The rest are Ps, which are the parts from the parts list. So let's check out the parts list. P6 is obviously a steel shaft. Steel shaft, 25 millimeters. That's P6. P7 is a washer. Yellow shaft sleeve. Is it actually yellow? Let's see. P6 and P7. Well, this is labeled P6. But it doesn't really look like I was expecting it to. But it says P6, so that's what it is. Is that what you were expecting for P6? I mean, you can see there it says P6, and look what's in there. Oh, that says P8. Alright, that explains why it doesn't look like a steel shaft. Alright, so P6 is probably in here. And those are the yellow washers. Now the only question is, which of these rods is P6? It's the one that's 25 millimeters. Alright, let's see here. Grab the calipers. Measure out 25. It's about 25. Alright, let's see. Yep. Yeah, that's it. 25 millimeters. That's the one we're looking for. So that's 25 millimeters, and there's the yellow shaft. So one of these, 2 of those. Okay. What do we need the tool for? It looks like such an easy section. Oh, probably to push everything onto the shaft using the hole in this. D17. Alright. There's P6, and we need 2 P7s. All right. I think this is, I don't think it's going to be snug. Yeah, it's not. What's going to keep that on there? I feel like it would make more sense if we would put the P7s underneath the D21, but maybe in the next panel of instructions it's going to get snug. Right now it's pretty loose. Oh, the P7s are not loose. Those are, I can't even get them on. I think this is what we need the D7 for. So we can get that through. All right, let's see if we can do it. I went flying. All right, so we line up the P7 over the hole. Line up the rod with the P7. And then we're going to push it in using a piece of wood. That worked. There it is. I don't know how deep it's supposed to go. I guess at least deep enough to get the D21 on. All right, let's get the second one on. The second one's going to be tougher. I can't see it. I can't line it up by feel. Did it go through? It did. All right, let's get it further through so that we can then start the D21. All right. Well, it's not going to stay on anyway, but at least it's there. There we go. All right. I don't know what. It's just going to sit there for now. All right. What's next? P7. Okay, good. So we're going to thread that through. All right. I'll tell you what has to happen. The first thing, we didn't catch this, so it was already on the previous instructions, is it goes right through that like lawnmower thing. So we didn't even do that yet, although we could have. All right, so with D21 at the bottom, we're going to feed this pole through the main section. Now, above that is going to go C14, C13, and C2. All right, so 3 C's. So that brings us to 41 pieces. So we need the C's now. I'm just looking for the C sheet. That's H. All right, here's C. There's C2. That's a big, easy piece to spot. But we also need 13 and 14. There's 13. And there's 14. So actually, those are pretty easy pieces to spot. All right, they need some sanding, though. All right. It's going to point like outward, I think. And they want the ink side up, as always. What is going on here? Why do we need this piece down here? And then this one, you know what? I did that too soon. I need to put this on first. Well, first I need to sand it. All right, C14 goes on first. Then C13. And then it's going to be C2. Small side of the trapezoid away from the handle. And there's the hole, sort of right in the middle. That's going to get fed through there. Okay, I gotta pick this up. I don't have a feel for it, just trying to like put it on, but if I'm holding it with my other hand, then I'll have a feel for where it is. There it is. Okay. Alright, it's just kind of stacked up there. There's nothing holding it on at this point. Alright, what's next? Alright, hopefully something that's going to hold it on. B. It just says B. But clearly they put on the third yellow piece. What did they call that? P7. Clearly the third P7 is on here. Was it supposed to thread through? Maybe it's the second? No, that's the third. Alright, so we're going to put the third P7 on. So I'll go to 42 pieces. I don't know why the instructions just say B. Well, I guess B is what it's called when it's complete. Oh, the P7 was actually there on the previous instruction. So I just didn't mention it, but it was there. So B is just the name of this thing that we've built. I wonder if it's going to get connected to the first thing we built anytime soon. Definitely that D21 at the bottom is still not secure. Alright, here's the last yellow washer. I'm not using the tool, but I was being careful otherwise. Alright, it's on. Next instruction. We're going to connect B to A. That's great news, because then everything that we've done to this point will be together. It's going to go to the side with the musical instrument. Although, I'm wondering if we put it in incorrectly, because it just doesn't look exactly the same. Like there's musical instrument, the circle is facing the other direction. Hopefully that doesn't matter. I mean, we still got we got it to fit in there, so we must have done it right. So why does their picture look different? Oh, it looks different only because they're holding it this direction. All right, now it looks the same. It's the same. I just was looking at it. I was holding it the wrong direction. All right, so we're just going to slide this together. All right. So now it's one piece, and check this out. It moves. Yeah, I accidentally made it make a sound. All right, let's see what's next here. We're almost up to panel 3. I guess let's try to finish panel 2 tonight. Alright, so H2. And the next, or I should say segment 2, we'll try to finish tonight. So the next panel, it's, I think it's 2 pieces, right? Because they're showing, oh, that's flip it over to the bottom. Okay, so we're going to flip it over to the bottom. And we're going to add an H2. Alright, so that's another piece. That's 43 pieces. And where's H2? Let's find H2. Can't believe yesterday I was speaking with the mic backwards, and probably the day before too. I mean, that's ridiculous. Now every night I have to check to make sure the microphone's not backwards. Like, how did I manage that? I mean, it looks the same from both ends. It's just one end says back. I feel like I need to add like a piece of, maybe a dot of, see if my wife has any nail polish that has color to it. And we could add like a dot of nail polish to the front so that I know, yeah, that's a great idea. I think if she doesn't have one, I'm going to buy... I'm sure that she doesn't have blue nail polish. She might have red, but I don't think I want a red dot on the microphone. Maybe I'll put a blue dot, even if I have to purchase a nail polish myself. Or maybe there's some, maybe just a sticker. I don't have to go and buy nail polish, although it seems more permanent than a sticker. I'm looking for H2 right now. Where is H? It should be at the, like one of the first things, right? Oh, that's H2? Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, that's H2. Oh, there's two of them, and I popped them both out, even though I only need one of them. Oh, well. H2 it is. All right, so we flip this over, and it should fit in right there. It does. There's 2 holes and a groove. Hopefully everything lines up. I'll tell you, it's tiny. My finger's not going to fit in here. I think I got to squeeze it a little bit closer together to get this in. But it's good. Like, once it's in, it'll be locked up tight. It's not going anywhere. I can't get my fingers in there. To push this in, I might need to use the needle nose pliers. Yeah, let me grab the pliers because otherwise I'm going to screw this up. Yeah, there's just no way. My finger's just never going to fit in there. All right, time for the needle nose pliers. It's in. Thought that was going to be tougher. But there it is. Assembly tips. Use your thumbs. Yeah, I don't know. That didn't help. My assembly tip, use needle nose pliers. Their assembly tip, use 2 thumbs. Feel free to use whichever advice you think is going to work for you. All right, the next panel, 2 H23s and an I28. So that's 3 pieces. We're going to be up to 46 pieces. 2 H23s and an I28. All right. H and I. All right, here's H. H23. Do we have an H23? Is one of these pieces? Yeah, so they give us 3 H23s. Presumably we only need 2 of them, but they gave us 1 in case we mess up. All 3 came out, of course. Our like pile of spare pieces is growing and growing. All right, 2 H23s and an I28. Where's the I board? All right, I28. There's 24, 26, 27, 28. Looks like a cool piece. Got a little dot in it. Well, caught it. All right, what do we got to do here? Is there like an order that these go on? I think I have to put the I28 in first. Not sure. Where are they even putting this? Oh, on this side? All right, so the I28 goes to these 2 holes. Right at the... Not exactly at the top. The 2 holes closest to that yellow washer. That's where the I28 is going to go. Should I use my 2 thumbs again? No. They have another assembly tip. This one's pinched between your thumb and forefinger. Pointer finger. Maybe it's a forefinger. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely only 1 finger. But it might point. Is pointer finger a forefinger? I'm going to go with yes, but I don't know. All right, so there's I28. And then we got to get in 2 H23s. Why do they have those fleur-de-lises on them? I have no idea. The curly whirly part goes at the same end as the axle. And the rest just kind of lines up here. So you can really get an idea of the size of this Stagecoach. It's not big. It's not. It's a really small Stagecoach. Can't get it in. Let's try this. All right, there we go. They're kind of like some rails or something. I bet if we study the picture, we could figure out what section of the Stagecoach this is. Let me just get it in there first, and then we can look at the picture. Wow. Yeah, this piece is fragile. Be careful. Do the thumb and forefinger thing like they say. If you push from the top like me, you might break it. I guess I'm pretty lucky that it didn't break. Wow, so many pins to get in, and it's such a fragile piece. Yeah, count yourself lucky if you get this in without breaking it. All right, now let's look at the picture. See if we can figure out what we're even working on here. Well, it's got to be here, right? Because this is like the front axle, and it moves. You can move the wheels. So this is the width of it. This is the whole width of the wagon wheels are going to go here. So it's not a huge puzzle. All right, by the way, we've gotten this. I don't know why they even put this here. Is this just, I don't know, is anything going to clip that on? Am I supposed to put another P7 down there? It seems like it's just in the way right now. Anyway, this is all together as one piece. And we just finished the Stagecoach. This is day 3. As you can see, we've built almost nothing. I mean, well, it's good, because it proves that my energy is going into my real job, not doing this streaming at night. I mean, this is what we got. Look at that. It's like, have I built anything? Apparently not. I mean, I can easily cover it with one hand. So anyway, we're going to continue on that. I think I was just speaking for 5 minutes without being lined up with the mic, which is another result. Oh yeah, this piece, which is another result of working on 13 cases and having 5 new case teams acting like I'm supposed to know everything. That's the other thing. That's like a general. I shouldn't complain too much about my job, but that's like a general problem with my job, is that we're spread thin. We're sort of the third layer. We're the last layer before it becomes administrative staff. So we're the last it's there's primary people, and they might even just be working on one thing at a time. And then there's secondary people, and maybe they're working on 5 or 10 things. And then there's tertiary, people, and that's the first level where they're not the associates, and maybe they've got 10 or 20 cases. And then you've got, next is my department, and if the department before us has 5 or 10 and before us has 10 or 20, then we've got 20 to 40 per person that we're dealing with, and everyone expects you to know their case as well as they know their case, and they act like you're an idiot if you don't. So it's if you don't have 40 people's everything they've been doing for the last 4 years memorized, you basically get treated like you're an idiot, which is I mean, I can deal with it. I've been there 29 years. I'm not really concerned. I don't invest my pride in what people think of me there. And I know that that's a terrible thing to say and would get me fired if Human Resource records this and plays it back for me, which who knows, maybe they will. But it's also the truth, so I feel like it's defensible. It's I really can't be concerned with people thinking I'm an idiot, because It's just too many people. It's like when you go to the restaurant and you order something and you know in your head what you're thinking that it should be, but you don't explain that. Or worse, maybe you explain that, but you use a word that's like an official restaurant industry term, but you're using it as your like sort of term of art. And therefore the person's like, oh yeah, I brought you this medium well. And you're like, that's not medium well. Medium well looks, like this. And it's like, well, that's what you mean when you say medium well, but that's not what everybody in the industry means when they say it. So I think this is called the complaint hand when you do your hand like this. So what are we, 13 minutes into this episode? So basically, I've been complaining for 13 minutes, so you're seeing the complaint hand a lot. I'm going to stop complaining. At 13 minutes in, I should be building something, or at least talking about the theme. Let's talk about the theme real quick, because we built it yesterday. This is it. This is the axle. So we talked about rolling logs the first night, and then we talked about a wheelbarrow yesterday, which a wheelbarrow is like a cart with a single wheel, and that single wheel kind of has an axle. It has enough of an axle to go through the wheel, but this axle will connect at some point two wheels. So this is obviously the front, but I'm going to do it like kind of backwards. Imagine this was the front, and these were like handles that you're going to hold it by, and then you've got the axle back here. So now this is like a rickshaw. You've got two wheels connected by an axle, and you're pulling it. But it also could be like a push cart. It'd be like a two-wheeled wheelbarrow. You pick it up by this arms, and you push it, and it's going to roll on the two wheels. Now, of course, turning will be difficult unless you have a differential, which we'll talk about tomorrow. But for now, let's get into the building. So that was our little, advancement on the theme today. We talked about the axle. What is going on with this POV cam? Is it always this crooked? Should I even bother to fix it? All right, that's a little better. I'm not fixing it any more than that. Scoreboard, segment 3, piece 46. All right, yeah, I think we were going to start segment 3. There's segment 4. Let's try to get through segment 3 today. Oh, you don't see what I see. Okay, hold on a second. All right, so is this the end? Okay, so we did segment 2 yesterday. Here's the start of segment 3. If we sort of scroll, there's the first panel. What the fuck what the flip just happened? All right, where'd that 3 go? 1, 2, all right, 3. There's the first panel of 3. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more panels on that row. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 panels. 12 panels until we get to segment 4. I think we can do that. We can do that in one night. I wish that I hadn't wasted the first 17 minutes doing nothing, but that's the case. So we're just moving on from here. All right, insert D15 into corresponding holes. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, okay, 2 D15s, wax the circles, grab an I14. All right, so we're on segment 3. We got 3 pieces, I14, 2 D15s. That brings us up to 49 pieces. Let's go hunting for those pieces, shall we? What are they? D board and the I board? I board? Don't say that. This is a C board. All right, we're looking for D and I. That's F. We got an F. Unironically. All right, what is this? Why can't I tell what board this is? I don't think this is a board. It just got numbers on it. This is E. Here's D finally. Still need I. So from D, we need 15. What does that look like to you? Does that look like a little dancing alien? Like there's his head. He's got his hands on his hips and he's like doing like the hammer time dance where you like squat down and shuffle side to side. I don't know. That's how it looks to me anyway. All right, 2 D15s. Wax them up. I don't see the wax. Did I already put it over here? All right, let's take a look in this box. There it is. It was like hiding behind the walls. All right, so we're going to wax up the D15s. Yep. We're lubricating, well, 2 holes. So there you go. All right. What else? I-14. Did we come across the I board? No, we weren't supposed to say that. I feel like I'm being pranked by these instructions. They keep getting me to say I board. I-14. No, that's I-4. I-5. This is I-14. All right, that's it. I-14. It's written sideways, but it's written. All right, what do we need to do? All right, take the I-14. Ink side up. They wanted to like slip it. You see these holes here? That's where they want the D15s to go. Like we're supposed to slip them in and then slide them back. But that's going to leave like some empty spaces here. See those like empty spaces? But that's what they want for some reason. I guess the next instruction will probably clean that up. All right. There we go. First panel is done. Next panel. I-15. One more piece. The 50th piece. I-15. From that board, which is named after the eyes. All right. Do you understand what they're trying to say there? Just like drop it on there. Is that gonna lock it in somehow? I don't know. Let's just try it, and I don't know. Maybe it's gonna make sense. All right, so we've got these pushed back already, and then we're gonna drop this on top. I just dropped the whole thing by accident. All right. Ink side up. You know what? Do you think they previously wanted it ink side down? Because it's not showing the logo for ink side up. All right, so this one is showing the blank logo. What does that mean? Blank side. Okay, yeah. The blank logo stands for blank side. So that means that we put these 2 rings in the wrong side. So we're going to fix that. You know, people sometimes write in the comments like, you know, you don't have to guess at the at those little icons. You can just go back and read them. So I did it that time, and yeah, that worked out. So we got to redo these 2 because they want the blank side up, which makes sense because they're going to get sandwiched with this other piece in a minute. All right, here's the sandwich piece. So we put in the 2 blank sides together. It's not lined up. Okay. Is it maybe like... I don't know. I don't know what that... did I put them in backwards, maybe? Let's try that. All right, we got to go back and look at the previous section. They're supposed to slide. Yeah, okay. I think when I adjusted them, I put them in backwards. So they have to slide towards the smaller part of the trapezoid. And then this supposedly is going to fit right on and line right up. Yeah, now it does, right. So that was a good little QC. So can you believe it? That first board, that I-14 piece, I messed up on it twice. It's very common for me to mess up on the first piece of the night, but to mess up twice, wow, that's embarrassing. Anyway, that's finally done. All right, what's the next piece? A9, A10, those two pieces get put together and then they get shoved into the thing that we've already built. So A9 and A10, 52 pieces, just like a deck of cards. Is this the A board? That's H. I was way off. Here's A. A has wagon wheels on it. Are they sure it's going to have this A10 and A9? There's A10. There's A9. Yeah, it has them. In fact, it's got multiple copies of each. Well, if you heard those noises, my keyboard just fell. And it fell in such a way that it took out my internet. What do they call Internet Explorer these days? Edge? And now I can't get it back. Okay. Not that I really need it. It's just like in case someone comments, I'll see it. I mean, in order for someone to comment, someone would have to watch. So that's like a huge, like, if. But I'm ready. I mean, if someone ever comments, I'll reply. All right. So what's this little character here? It's a little like aardvark or something. What is that thing? A mouse or so of some sort? I don't know, some little character. Alright, so as we're looking at the little character, we put the A9 on from the right. That's what the instructions say to do. And now it's going to drop into this abyss here. I guess as far as it'll go. That's the plan. It doesn't go in at all. So like not lined up or something. I guess that's going to help keep it lined up, dropping that in there. So much for that panel. Let's move on to the next panel. Note the direction of D12. So we're going to put on A12 and D12. And we're going to drop them onto this bottom here. And then surely something's going to slide through to lock that into place. But for now, we're just going to line up A12 and D12. All right. So that's two more pieces, so up to 54 pieces. There's A12. And then I'm going to need the D sheet. E, nothing. F. C, G. Oh my goodness. There's no boards left. One of these boards has to be the D board. Oh, is this it? How'd this board get over here? All right, this is the D board. So we're looking for D12. Note the direction. See this little line? That's the direction we need to note. So the A12, we don't have to note anything, so we're just going to drop the A12 on. Just on that little tab at the bottom. And then the D12, that's the one we need to note the direction. So the line is going to go in line with this notch here. So there's a notch there, and that's the line it's going to go. I guess it's like, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's a little bit longer on this side. Like, I don't really get why that's so important. But they said to do it, so we did it. I-23. And that's going to go right into these two holes here. Wait, those two holes? No. These two holes. These two holes. I-23. Where is I-23? The board, which we refer to as I. We're looking for 23. It's right there. Looks like a grill. Like a grill on a Jeep or something. Not even a Jeep. What is that car? It's like some old school, like 100-year-old car. I can't remember what the name of the car is, but it has a grill like this. Very similar to this. Anyway, let's drop it in there. Okay. Looks interesting. Not sure where that's going, but something. Forgot to count it. That was 55. The next panel is also just one piece, so now we're at 56. It's the I-32 piece. It says ROKR on it, and it's going to go on the other side. Wait a second. I don't know what I was doing there for a minute. I thought I was showing you a close-up of the instructions, but I was like, apparently resizing. Yeah, now it has like a ridiculous thick border on it. Anyway, whatever. ROKR. I-32 goes right there. Right there is also right here. Alright, so, and it's going to be readable if you look at it from the same direction as that little Mouseketeer. So, I-32, it's a little ROKR sign. There's a little ROKR sign, and wouldn't you know it, that's I-32. So we're going to shove it up here. Oh, that's going to go right through that wood. My fingers don't fit in this space, but actually they kind of do. It's jamming. Something is not lined up. Should I force it and risk breaking this piece? Usually the thing to do is to jiggle it. Somehow that gets movement without breaking the piece. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is lined up. I should be able to push this right through, unless for some reason it doesn't go through. You see how it, on the instructions, it's showing like a little bit of like gray. I'm thinking maybe it only goes in halfway. Let's look at the next panel and see if we can get a hint from that. Nope, the next panel we're building an axle. I don't know why that's not a new number. I'm trying to find the next panel that actually shows that ROKR piece. Wouldn't you know it? It's like all of a sudden they don't show that piece. Yeah. I don't know how far ahead we have to go until that piece is shown again. Wow. It's really hidden, huh? Alright, we're just going to assume that it's at the proper depth because we can't find any references. I think that's right. I think that's what they're telling us. It only goes in like halfway. Like, look at this. You see how it's gray only on the bottom? I think that means it only goes in halfway, which means that this is done. And we're going to move on to this axle they want us to build. So I3 is the main part, then 2 D5s, 2 D10s, and a single D3. So that's 6 pieces, right? So that brings us to 62 pieces. All right, I3, going to be an axle. Yeah, good size on that I3 piece. And then everything else is going to come from the D board. 2 D5s, 2 D10s, and a D3. All right. There's the D3. I'm going to line them up in the order that they go. 2 D10s. And then 2 D5s on the inside. Where are the D5s? Oh, here they are. All right. And now how do these go on? Like, what's the direction? It's showing ink side out, but there's no ink. Or, you know what? I think it's showing wax the edges of the circle. What's that logo again? That icon. Printed side. This is the printed side icon, and this is the wax icon. I mean, I think it looks more like the wax icon, but really it doesn't look like anything. But I think it's logical to wax circles, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, no, that's definitely the printed side icon. Which, okay, it does say to sand them. I'm going to sand them and wax them, because I think that makes sense. This D21 keeps falling off the bottom. All right, let's do this real quick. I'm not worrying too much because it doesn't even say to do it. So maybe it's not really needed. All right, 5, 10 on one side of 3. So let's get the 5s on. They go all the way. 5s go all the way down. Then the D10s. Are they going to go all the way to the 5s? Let's see. They do. D10s go all the way to the 5s. And then one side gets a D3. The other side doesn't. And it says to make sure the line... I chopped it. Hold on a second. So, I think this is like pretty, I mean, other than the fact that there's ink here, I think it doesn't matter which direction you're holding the axle. But the D3 has a line on it. You can see that line there, right underneath the D3. Actually, you can't see it, but it's there. There's a line under the D3. So that line goes at the top, with the top understood to be the side with the notch. So that's how we're going to put this on, with the line at the top, same place as the notch. All right, what's the next panel? Next panel is a D14 and threading what we already built. And now they're saying to wax it, by the way. And they're saying to wax the D14 and the thing we already built. So I understand why they held the waxing off till now, because it's basically easier to wax 5 pieces at once than 5 pieces individually. Now, okay, there's the ROKR. Remember, we were looking for the picture of ROKR. There it is. So there it says ROKR. It's in about the same amount as ours. We're going to put it in with the D3, which is going to be like a stopper. It's going to stop when it gets to the D3. And then we're going to put a waxed up D14 on this side. So we need D14, which is right here. And it has a line So we're going to put the line again where the notch is. The line goes to the same side as the notch. I'm just going to put it like this direction so we can see it. And we need to wax this up. Pretty easy. Time consuming, annoying, tedious, but easy. Can use that line to know when you've gone around all the way around the gear. Alright, so there's the line. We're going to put it the same side as the notch. Yep. That's the plan. Alright, so we have now stoppers at both ends. D11 single piece. Did I count that D14? I didn't. So that's 63, and then the D11 is 64. So D11, I'm not sure what that is, but it's just going to go into the notch. Not a big deal at all. There's D11. Sand that. And we're going to drop it into the notch. Why? I have no idea. Can you believe I missed? Does this look like a difficult part to you? Because I haven't gotten it yet. It's like, doesn't want to go in. All right, there we go, finally. It's really loose. I think something's going to go through here, then here, then here. I don't know what yet, but something. There it is. Two I4s. They're going to meet in the middle. Right on that piece we just added. Press them deep. Press I4 to the deep. To the deep. You heard him. Let's grab two I4s and press them to the deep. Rolling. Are we going to roll them? Roll them in the deep? Or, I don't know. We're definitely going to press them to the deep. And they are going to roll. They're rolling wheels, but right now we're just pressing them, of course, to the deep. Kind of stuck. Just kind of wiggle it a little bit. Get it to that middle. I think we got it. I think I could go a little bit further maybe. It's not exactly lined up. That's why I think it can go a little further. Oh, did you hear that clicking sound? Usually the clicking sound is good. But in this case, I think it was the sound of us breaking the D11. And by us, I mean me. Yeah, that did not go in smooth. I think it broke the piece, frankly, but I think that piece's only purpose was holding these pieces in, and these pieces aren't going anywhere anyway, so I'm not too concerned. Alright, now I gotta press this side to the deep. I think that's pretty good. It's like lined up at the edges. The middle's a little sloppy. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Alright, next section. Rotate, yeah, okay. A10. What do they want us to do with A10? Is that a new piece? I think we're just connecting like this to this. I don't know why they're mentioning that A10. Just to grab it by A10? Like, I don't think we need to increment the counter. Alright, there's A10. There's the 3 slots. And here is the side with the gear. So it goes on the 3 slots on the side with the gear. Is there anything on the bottom to connect to the A10? I'm not sure why. I still don't know why they're referencing that A10. Let's take a look at the A sheet and see if there's something, if there's another A10 and maybe we're missing something. Yeah, there's A10, but we already used it. And I don't think they're asking us to use a second one. Because they're putting it where the first one already is. So it's definitely not a second one. So I didn't touch the counter. All right, I-24 on the next panel. That is going to advance the counter to 65. So I-24, it's just going to lay across these 3 pieces and hook into those 2 pins. So we need I-24. Just a sort of locking piece. All right. Let's get that in there. I like that it's making, there's a lot of pieces that aren't there for visuals. They're there for stability. I like that. Sometimes you get a puzzle where they're only thinking about looks and the puzzle itself is not stable. This puzzle looks like it's pretty stable. Yeah, they're doing a good job with these pieces, in my opinion. I mean, it's ROKR. Of course, they're doing a good job. All right, we need an I-40 and 2 I-16s. We've seen those I-16s before. They're like fancy pieces. I think maybe even these are I-16s. Anyway, I-40, 2 I-16s. That brings us to 68 pieces. One for each team in the national tournament, which the Final Four is going to be wrapping up pretty soon. There's some assembly tips here. Oh, just like how to hold the piece. Yeah, hold it between your fingers. Okay. I-40, 2 I-16s. Let's get to work. All right. There's the 2 I-16s. Can I get them out without breaking them? That does not look to be an easy task. Wow, goodness. How am I supposed to get these out without breaking them? Maybe I should break the thing that they're connected to. All right, there's the 2 I-16s. Where's the I-40? I-40. It's got to be here somewhere. What does it look like? A little like, that's it. That's exactly what it looks like, I-40. Oh, you missed all that. Okay, so I knocked these 2 pieces out, possibly breaking them along the way, and then I grabbed I-40, which needs a little sanding. Wow, it needed a lot of sanding. That whole piece just came off. All right, I-40 is going to go in these 2 holes. But it's going to cover those 2. That's fine. Those 2 are accessed from the other side by the ROKR sign. So I think this is just a piece just for looks. All 3 of these are just for looks. All right, then the other ones are going to go. It shows them using 3 pins. I think these 3 maybe. All right, let's give that a shot. 3 on each side. Well, 2 of them definitely go in there. And then the third one, in my opinion, is like if it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, whatever it fits or doesn't fit, that's where it goes. That was the music box. There's a music box inside. And apparently I just tapped it. So they want this to go. No, it's only 2 connectors. I don't know what I was talking about. 2 connectors, that's all. All right, so these 2 pieces go in those 2 holes. And that's all there is to it. There's no third connector. I don't know what I was talking about. I think I was looking at where this connects. All right, so to not break them, that's why I'm like shaking them back and forth. Somehow that helps to get them in. If you just try to force them in, that's when you start snapping pieces. All right, well, we didn't get a lot done today, but we got through day 4. I don't know. Does that look like 4 days worth of like progress or 3 days? I guess it's really only 2 days because 4 we haven't done yet, and day 1 was basically just unboxing it. Anyway, is it really? Have I really only done 2 days of progress? I guess that's not that bad if I've only done 2 days, but I don't know. We've also been talking about wheels that existed before cars specifically. I think the first day we did rolling logs. The second day we did a wheelbarrow, which is a single wheel. And then the next day we talked about kind of a rickshaw, kind of a cart, a 2-wheeled cart. And today we're not necessarily extending beyond the 2-wheeled cart, although it'll kind of get into 4 wheels. I just want to talk about differential. So we talked about the axle yesterday. So we had like a rolling log to move stuff, and then we had a single wheel with a cart. Yesterday we talked about a cart with an axle, which is like a bar that connects 2 wheels. And the differential would kind of go right where here. Maybe that's supposed to represent the differential. And basically, if you had a 4-wheeled cart, you could have differential on this axle, maybe right about there, differential on this axle right about there, and you could have a differential connecting the 2. So I guess the only question left is, what is a differential? Differential is just a word. And what this word stands for is something that allows the 2 wheels on an axle, or the 2 axles, if it's a connection between 2 different axles. It allows the 2 wheels to move at different speeds. And why would you want to do that? So anyway, we're going to start section 4 today. And it looks like the first panel, section 4, has 2 pieces, I8 and I9. So I'll just increase that to 70. So why you would need the wheels to move at different speeds is, for example, when you turn, like look at this. Look, this thumb is a wheel and this like finger is a wheel. Now look, now I make a left turn. Look how much the finger moved and how little the thumb moved. And if I turn the other way, look how much the thumb moves and how little the finger moves. So that's just it. That's what that means. So when you hear someone talk about a rear locker, it's usually a rear wheel drive or a 4-wheel drive, and they're locking the differential in the rear. If they lock the rear and the front differentials, then it's going to move like a little matchbox car with just like wheels on a rod. If they lock the center too, then it's going to move like I don't know, a little Red Rider wagon. Is that how those work? I'm not sure. If I might be like, forget I said Red Rider, because I don't know. Maybe they make great wagons, but definitely I had experience with some. Let me refer to them as dollar store wagons when I was a kid. That were just like four wheels, like stuck to something. Like even like the old school rollerblades, not rollerblades because that's four inline skates, but like roller skates would have, I'm not sure exactly if you would call it a differential, but they would have something in there. They weren't just four wheels. But then there would be cheap ones, like some dollar store knockoff, which would be like a plate that you could expand to the size of your shoe, and then it would have like four wheels at the corner, and it would say like it turns any shoe into a roller skate for like $1. And then of course it wouldn't work at all, and one of the reasons is it didn't have a differential, or it didn't have wheel bearings, which is something else we're going to talk about, ball bearings. So differential allows the wheels to move independently. If you want to, not really independently, they don't go in different directions, but at different speeds. So we're sort of building up how wheels work. They roll. They can have a wheel shape. They can have multiple wheels attached via an axle. And those multiple wheels can turn by having a differential in the middle of the axle that allows them to go at different speeds. Maybe we'll do the bearings tomorrow. The ball bearings. There's a lot of topics actually that we can cover. This is a good theme. The only thing is that I'm not an expert at it, so that's why I'm not going into great detail. There's probably some mechanics or car designers who could really talk about this. Right now I'm trying to understand the instructions here. So we have I899. You see those connecting, and it shows a 1 next to the I8, and then it shows a 2. I think that what that's saying is connect to the bottom first and connect to the rails second. And I don't know if that also applies to I9. Let's assume it does, but let's do I8 first. I8. Is that another like... Oh no. These don't say which one they are. Okay, I'll tell you which one's which. I8 has notches at the top. I9 doesn't. And by the way, we usually follow a rule inside out. That may not be obvious for these pieces, but I'll tell you, the ink goes away from the music box. That's the rule for this one. So we have I8. So it has like 3 connectors at the bottom, and then 2 just above this like accordion section. Those are the 5 buttons that we're going to connect. The 3 at the bottom. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and then the 2 at the top. So that's it. So we're going to do the bottom ones first. That's what the instructions say. They say 1, then 2. So we're going to do the bottom ones first. I'll tell you, they're not going in. Easier said than done. Here we go. Now they're starting to go in. And then we'll do the top ones. At least we'll get them all started. And then I'll kind of adjust them a little bit. By the way, I was watching that. I don't know if you heard it. I think if you're on Twitter, you hear like sort of what video I'm watching while I'm setting up. So I was watching the post game from the Iowa women game. They defeated UConn, who UConn used to be the biggest draw in women's basketball. Seems like lately it's Iowa. And in particular, Iowa has a player, Caitlin Clark, who does like State Farm commercials and stuff. And it's a new thing in college basketball. I don't know if it applies to all sports, but I seem to hear about it regarding basketball a lot. They call it NIL, which stands for name, image, and likeness. Basically, the college players now get paid. So Caitlin Clark makes, some people are saying $3 million by playing at Iowa. And UConn had a player, Paige Buchers, and apparently Paige is quoted as saying she wants to stay in college as long as possible because apparently they make like crazy money. Like, did I already mention that like Caitlin Clark made like $3 million in 1 year? Like, this is so different. Like 2 years, just like 2 years ago, college players didn't get anything other than their scholarship. Excuse me. And now they're making $3 million a year. Like, how crazy is that? Like, so the reason I mentioned Paige saying she wanted to stay in college as long as possible is, there's a huge fan base for UConn women's basketball, and the way they get paid, it's like people care whether or not they win. Like, I know that there's a women's professional league called WNBA, but people have to care. For some reason, people care about college sports. Maybe it's like they went to that school and they feel like invested in it and they really want them to win. Like these NBA teams or WNBA teams or any pro team really, they can get up and move one day, They could just decide, the owner could just decide, I'm going to move to another city because they're going to build me a stadium. All right, so the second panel in segment 4, it's just a single piece, I-41. So we're up to 71 pieces. So I think college basketball, especially for the women's game, it has more of a draw for them than the pros. For the men, it might be different just because it only takes 300 people to make a basketball league. And there's probably at least 100 exciting basketball players out there. So you don't necessarily need the draw of it being tied to a school. But I think some sports might go that way. Like, I know right now, especially among like the boomer generation, let's call it, there's still a lot of love for Major League Baseball. But I could see that sport going to the college, becoming a college sport. Like right now, it's absolutely not a college sport. It's like they draft high school players and they're in the pros by the time they're college age. But the pros right now, like half the players aren't even born in America. And the teams, like, I think some teams are really invested, the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Yankees, but that's not the case with every team. Not every team has a rich history. And I'm not sure they have the draw that college does. And I also think, like, for example, the NFL, they're famous for having the average career being very short, basically shorter. Like an NFL career is shorter than a college career. I mean, I don't know if that's statistically true, but you could play 4 years in college and the average career in the NFL is like 3.5 years. But then again, that's, if you played in college, maybe you only go 3.5 years. Do you go to the spring semester if you're a football player? You might. By the way, as we move on to the next panel of segment 4, we're starting to build something new. I think it's maybe like a chair or something. Anyway, it's 2 A6s, an A3, and A4, and then 3 I-47s. So that's 7 pieces. So we're up to 78 pieces. So I gotta go find those pieces. All right. So what is it? A and the A board and the I board. Okay, well the I board we've already been dealing with. What does the A board look like? Anyone remember? I got it. I got the A board. It's easy to find these two boards because they're the color that they are. It's like easy to read the numbers. Some of these dark colored boards, let me grab one of them. They're like impossible to read. Well, this one's not too bad. Just trust me that they're tougher to read, but this one's not too bad. There's definitely worse ones where it's like the ink is dark and the board is dark and you really can't see anything. So off the A board, we need 2 A6s, an A3, and an A4. So here's 2 A6s right here. They kind of look like those lamps that the genies hide in. I don't know. Kind of look like that. Maybe not. Maybe they look like helicopters. I don't know. What do these A6 pieces look like to you? Not really sure. So anyway, that Paige Bucher said she wanted to play as long as possible in college, and so I looked up how much she was making. It's at $625K per year. I mean, can you imagine? Like a couple of years ago, she was like playing AAU ball in New Jersey, and now she's getting paid like $600K to do the exact same thing in college. Like, I wonder, like, I don't know how much of a lock that type of thing is. Like, if you're, let's say, 6'5" or taller, let's say your kid is going to be 6'5" or taller, should you just immediately start teaching them how to, dribble between their legs and how to shoot 3-pointers? Like, I don't know. They could be making $600K per year in college. I mean, maybe it's the right thing to do. I'll tell you, there's something about it that seems right. Like, it's a little weird for a 40-year-old to be playing sports for a living, in my opinion. Like, I think it kind of makes more sense if your athletic career is between ages 18 and 25. And I know that there's people whose best years are after age 25. I mean, I think most pitchers and quarterbacks' best years are after age 25. But at the same time, maybe they'd like to get real jobs. Like, maybe not everyone wants to be an athlete for their entire life, even if they're good at it. Maybe they would like to just make $600K for the 4 years that they're in college and then get a real job. Maybe, maybe that's what some people want to do. And, maybe there's colleges out there that are like fine with that. And they think, oh, yeah, come play for us. I mean, because other people want to go to the pros after a year. So a college would kind of love to have a player that wants to stick around and make money for 4 years. And, maybe that person is going to become a doctor afterward. They had, when I was at Siena, we actually made a run. It was actually like the first year that I was there. It's weird that I didn't get into Siena basketball until like 2009 when a kid from my high school was like playing on the team, a kid who went to the same high school as me. But 20 years later was playing on the team. But when I was there, I did remember hearing about how they played at the NIT tournament. They were in the Final Four of the NIT. They went to Madison Square Garden. One of the players from my school was named the tournament MVP. So anyway, they had a reunion. I guess it was, 30-year reunion or something, in the middle of some game this season. And they brought out all those guys who play. And I'd worked out with some of those guys. I knew them. I recognized them. And one guy who had played basketball at that time, because you hear stories about what do these people do after basketball. So anyway, one of these guys who was a guard on the basketball team, he didn't play pro ball, and he didn't become a coach, and he didn't have a disappointing career. He worked in the same industry as me, and he's a partner in the company. In fact, he was the operating partner of his firm. So I don't know how much that makes at my company. That's like a $4 million a year position. I figure it's at least $2 million a year at his company. So, I mean, he didn't go play pro ball. He just got a job. And I think that's, in more cases than not, that's the right thing to do. I mean, just because you're good at basketball doesn't mean you have to be a professional basketball player. You could work a regular job and be very successful at it. But if you do go play pro ball and you play till you're 40 years old, now you're starting your career very late. And now I wonder, will you make partner? You probably won't, because you're starting your career at 40 years old. And there are people who do it. I've actually worked with plenty of people who got to my company at 40 years old. I'm kind of like, it's kind of unusual in my situation that I don't know how I ended up at that job at like 22, and like I made management at 23, and I was like, and then I did the hiring for 8 years. So now like there's like all over the industry, there's like, because it was like a new industry being invented at that time, I basically was part of that in inventing of it. And I was part of training all those people. So now I have like all these people who I'm like an important person in their life because they got a career in this industry because I hired and trained them. Which is not to say that they wouldn't have been successful anyway, if they're hardworking and they're smart and they care about their job. Of course they would be. But regardless, that's how the events went, and it's kind of a nice thing for me. But I certainly didn't make the money that some other people had, so I'm not going to make it about that. But my point, why I even told that story, is there are people who start at my company at 40, and there are some of them who make partner at 50. But it's usually more like they start at like, somewhere between 25 and 30 and make partner, I guess somewhere between 30 and 35. Like that's like more usual pattern, which is what this basketball player from my college did. Wait, why are they showing the same instruction 2 panels in a row? All right, they're like, connect this, and then you go to the next one, and they're like, keep connecting it. Not really sure why they would show the same instructions 2 panels in a row. There's some words here. The grooves for positioning instead of inserting. The grooves are for positioning instead of inserting. The text is the same too. Not only are the words the same, but the text is the same. Were we supposed to build 2 of these chairs? Now I'm thinking like, were we supposed to build 2 of these chairs? Let's see if there was a ×2. Yep, there was a ×2 right there, plain as day. Yeah, I got to pay more attention to what I'm doing. All right, so how many pieces was that? 2, 4, 7. All right, so let's add 7 more pieces. That'll bring us up to 85. And we're going to make a second chair. So we need these pieces, which we already have. I guess we need 4 more pieces. We already found 3 of them. So that's why they were showing those instructions twice. In between those 2 versions, there was this symbol, which is like flip it over. So install this chair, flip it over, install this chair. You don't really need to flip it over. In fact, it's kind of silly that they flipped it. They're like breaking the 180 rule. But anyway, they did what they did. It actually kind of worked out good. You know what? I've decided what this piece looks like. I know exactly what this piece looks like. Are you thinking that it looks like an elephant's head in its trunk? Because that's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this looks like the part of the Loch Ness monster that's above water. Hey, that's just what I think. That when I look at this piece, that's what I see. You know, if you see something else, then that's what it is to you. All right, where's those seats that were popping out a minute ago? All right, so we got the two of those. There's the two seats. And we need more of those, like, I'll show you. Right there, 47, is that the name of that piece? Whatever, I-47, yeah, I-47. We need two more of those. All right, so now we're going to build this chair again. So instead of doing assembly line, we like doing them one at a time. Anyone have plans for the eclipse coming up? I mean, it's just going to be 3 minutes of what the night looks like every night. I mean, I know that a lot of people are excited about it, but it's, I mean, you don't need to be that excited. It's cool. It's science. But like, yes, the sun, the earth is going to be dark because the sun, the moon, and the earth are all going to be lined up for 3 minutes, and therefore it's going to look like the sun's light won't reach earth for those 3 minutes. So it's going to look like night. And if you look up at the sun, which you'll burn your eyes if you do that, but if you wear the right glasses or make the right contraption, you'll be able to see just exactly how the sun gets covered by the moon. You know? So it's a little like science, not exactly experiment, but a little science demonstration. I mean, it's cool. I remember there was one like 7 years ago. It's about as cool as you'd think. It's a little bit of science for 3 minutes. At least it's like real, you know, it's not simulated in a video game. So it's real. I mean, that's good, but it's not real interesting. It's like kind of like, oh, that's it. So it's like, it just gets dark for 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I guess that's how science works, you know? So, all right, we got the two chairs on here now. So you can kind of see the cart building here. Well, are we going to even see these chairs at the end? I think there's going to be like side panels. And maybe there'll be a door. Maybe we could put little Lego characters in there. I don't know. Let's just move on and see what's next. What's next is that this is called E. The instructions just tell us this is heretofore known as E. When you see this piece of, cart here, you should know that according to this little picture here, that this is known as E. 5 of the, it says mechanical music box on it, but there's some other angle where it says Stagecoach, and that's what I'm calling it. Music, green sleeves. I think that's, there's a little music box. At this point, it's kind of buried. You can see, like, the bottom of the music box here. I could probably, like, make it make sound if I spin that thing under there. Let's see if that makes a noise if I turn that. If I can even get my fingers on it. Oh, it's like winds up, and then I let go, and it'll make the sounds. Kind of like a music box. Oh, wait, it's exactly a music box. That's why it says that on the box. Anyway, it's mostly a Stagecoach, but it happens to also have a music box. Wow, it's impossible to grab this handle. You try to open it, and it, like, opens too much. You can see here that this rear axle, or is that the front axle? Rear axle, I believe, is also moving. So, it's going to propel, yeah, that's the rear. So it's rear wheel drive. Pretty cool, huh? So the music's box is, like, I don't know, somehow connected. We could probably follow it. So the music's box, yeah, that lever, you can see because it's metal, is coming out of the music box, and it's bolted on. It's actually bolted on. You can see 2 pieces of metal, 2 pieces of wood, one of them is a gear, 3 bolts going in there. So we've got the music box. It's not a gearbox because it's only got 1 gear. So then it plays the music, and then it turns this gear, which turns this gear, which turns the rear axle. So we're going to have a vehicle that moves. And I think that that's the main sort of movement on this. I mean, there might be some mechanical things that open and close, but in terms of gears, I think that's basically it. So it gives us confidence that we can complete this puzzle. Although it's probably going to be another short show tonight. As I've already mentioned, my work's been crazy lately. I've also got my son visiting. It's going to be the first time he's in New York in a decade. And that's basically, I'm just not going to be motivated to stream long shows. Let's call it for 10 days. I'm not sure exactly when. You know, maybe it'll be sooner than that. Maybe it'll be not. But whatever. I'll try to get in at least half an hour. I think that's fair. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I just knocked over the whole Stagecoach. I think it survived. What's still left in this little bag here? A couple of screws, a post. Those might even be extra pieces. We might not necessarily need those. And then there's some more bolts here. P8, they're labeled. I don't know if any of that stuff's important. Most of this box, honestly, is just wasted space. I don't understand why they did this. Maybe they wanted to have a standard size box. Maybe they wanted a box that people couldn't shoplift. I don't know. Let me show you this puzzle that showed up today. This thing's like slightly fatter than a beer can. And this is what showed up today. So you don't need a huge box for a puzzle. You can see it compared to that one. But anyway, that's one puzzle. Everybody has their own idea, you know. Alright, so we don't have too much time, so let's not waste any of it. Let's pull up the instructions here. So 5, it looks like we're starting to build something new in segment 5. The first panel has 2 pieces. It says note the direction of H1. So we're going to we're going to slide H17 onto H1. And that's the first panel. So that's 2 pieces. We're up to 87 pieces. There's only 199 pieces in this puzzle. So I think we're moving along at a pretty good clip. Have we used any H pieces yet? I don't think so. So the theme we've been doing is we've been trying to build up sort of the engineering to the wheels, at least the wheels that are on this Stagecoach, but maybe even further. We talked about a rolling log the first day. Then what did we talk about the second day? We were building up, and we talked about a wheelbarrow, which is like a cart with a single wheel the second day. And then we talked about the rickshaw the third day, which is basically an axle. We talked about adding an axle, which allows you to have 2 wheels, like a rickshaw. And then yesterday we talked about the differential, which is this part that allows the 2 sides of the axle to spin at basically the 2 wheels to spin at different speed. So that allows you to turn. If you think about how a turn works, you need the differential there. And I thought for today we would talk about wheel bearings. That seems like maybe the right time. We could have maybe done that earlier when we were talking about the wheelbarrow. Because again, wheel bearings are really common. Your wheel is going to be pretty bad. If it doesn't have wheel bearings, it's not really going to turn. even like inline skates or those 2x2 skates, like the old school 1970s roller skates. Any of those things is going to have wheel bearings. Any of those wheels is going to have a wheel bearing. So whether it's a single wheel wheelbarrow or it's a two-wheel cart, I'm going to add another piece and be up to 88. Because if you look here, they're putting two H17s. They're doing it on two different panels, but they're putting two H17s onto H1. So there's H1, and we're going to grab two H17s. So yeah, the wheel has a wheel bearing. So the axle goes sort of in the middle of the wheel. By the way, there's like, I just broke this off. It's H2 and H3. They were like attached to H1. I tried to get H1 out, and these two popped out. We'll just put those aside for a minute. So you've got the wheel and you've got the axle, and I'm sort of simplifying it, but the connection between those two, like where the axle goes into the wheel, there will also be wheel bearings, which are actually like spheres, so they can like spin around. Here's two H17s. There's actually like 6 of these H17s, so we're going to be seeing these pieces again. So if you imagine like trying to turn something, if you're turning it like metal on metal, it's going to like scrape and grind, and if you grease it, it's going to do a little better. Excuse me. But if you put a bunch of spears in there, it's going to do much better, because now it can spin. You even can see this if you play knock hockey. Do you ever play knock hockey? That like hockey puck that like glides on the table, and if you lift it up, there's like 5 spheres kind of trapped in the bottom of it. Those are not exactly wheel bearings, but they're very similar concept. It's a sphere trapped in a chamber with a cut so that less than half of the sphere sticks out, and you can like then throw that puck anywhere. The reason why I'm sort of paused here is this note here. It says note the direction of H1, and I'm trying to figure out what is that noted by, like, and how am I supposed to note that? And the only thing I think I see to explain that is this little line here. I think that's it. I think that's what I'm supposed to be keying on. Does this otherwise look symmetric to you? Do you see, like, are these two sides different? They look symmetric to me, other than that one has a line written on it. But I'm not sure how much that matters, because we're going to put I-17s on H-17s on both sides. But regardless, we're going to hold it and use the orientation that they're showing us based on that line, little line there. That's the only thing we got going for us today. All right, so there's one H17, and we'll put the other one on the other side, and then we'll go back and read more instructions. So between the axle and the wheel are the wheel bearings, which are some spheres. And they might not be, between is not really the right description. Maybe that knock hockey example does really explain well, how it works. Imagine the inner core of the wheel is that hockey puck, and instead of sliding across a table, it's spinning inside of a little casing there. So that's kind of how that works. All right, the next panel shows 2 H10s. So we're up to 90 pieces. And where are those H10s? H10. Gotta be here somewhere, right? This is one of those boards I was saying that you can't see. Let me look at the screen. Can I see it better on the screen? Yeah, I think I can. All right, look with me. There's H8. There's H9. Oh, there's H10. Why does the 10 come after the 8 and 9? Anyway, I guess there's like 4 H10s here. Hopefully, that's what it is. That's how I kind of interpreted that. All right, now how do these go in? They go kind of... This main tab goes there. And then everything else should like slide into place. So there's a slot on the H1. The main tab is going to go in there. It's going to go over the same side as that H17. And there you go. What are we building here? Like, is this going to hold up the roof? It looks like kind of the right shape for that. Or maybe the floorboards. One or the other, right? Or maybe just the sides of the cabin. Yeah, that's what it is. That's like a perfect fit. Look at that. That's like exactly the side of the cabin. So probably this one goes on this side so that it can hold up, I don't know, something. I guess it also could be the roof, right? Why not? So we don't know what it is yet, but I bet you they're going to have us build another one of these, but a mirror image. That's probably what this H3 piece is for. All right, let's see what's next. H40 and H41. So up to 92 pieces. Excuse me, we're sticking with the H board. There's 41. Where's 40? Oh, 40 is right next to it. There's 40 and 41. They're like a yin and yang. Look at those two pieces. All right, so 40, using their orientation, 40 goes on the left, 41 goes on the right. It needs to be sanded first. All right, let's see here. How does this go? Like facing out? It's not really much to attach to here. But work with what we got. And then the 40 goes on this side. Kind of wraps around there. It's got that like L-shaped piece at the bottom. All right, there we go. Well, we're definitely building something now. I'm not really sure what, but it's moving right along. All right, 19 and 20. Let's go. We're up to 94 now. Oops, 94, not 95. 19 on the left, 20 on the right. So where are those two pieces hiding? I see 21. That doesn't help us though, or does it? We need 19 and 20. There's 19. Where's 20? All right, I'm going to pop out the 19 while I'm waiting for the 20 to materialize. Uh, 21, 22. So this has to be 20. Yeah, H20. Kind of looks like H2O, but it's H20. Some piece just fell out. H31. We got a lot of pieces falling out today. All right, the 21 goes like, this is interesting. It slides through there and hooks onto that. That's cool. We're kind of like strengthening what we've already got built up, that we've already got in place, but everything's going to get a little stronger when we slide these pieces on. There we go. It's on. So it's going to be UConn versus Purdue in the March Madness final game. Is that going to be on Monday night? Same day as the eclipse. And then the women's game, I guess, would be Sunday night, which is kind of means it's tonight. I mean, in a way. I mean, Where I am, it's after midnight. I'm not sure what time zone the game's being played in. I think it was Cleveland, right? So they're probably still on Saturday. Where I am, it's already Sunday. But I think it's not the case in Cleveland. Yeah, the women's game. Iowa's back for a second year in a row. But they're playing Dawn Staley, who's won it before. I'm not sure how many times, but like LSU game, which was Iowa's previous game, was a rematch of last year's championship game. But I think the game Sunday night is going to be tougher. All right, 2 more pieces, and they're both I-46s, and they go right on top of what we already built here, right across the top. No. Does it go on the bottom? Or does it go on the back? It goes on the back. That's where it goes. Back here. That's where we're going to put the 2 I-46s. We're changing tone here. The I-46s look like a couple of little SIM cards. All right, 2 I-46s. Did I count those yet? I'm gonna rewind my live feed here a minute to see if I counted those. I'm pretty sure I have not counted those. All right, so we're at 96 now. All right, I'm up to live. I just had a moment there. Felt like in that movie Spaceballs when they like rewind it and then they're like caught up and they're like looking at the video screen and they're caught up to the current time in the movie. Silly little scene. All right. I'm doing this right. Why are we putting this on at this time? I feel like it could have been in place when we were pushing the other stuff through, but let me not second guess. I'm sure there's a reason why we're putting it on now. Come on, get in there. It's not in there. You can see this side is flush and this side is anything but. I don't want to break any pieces. Let me just pull it off and try again. Not sure why that wouldn't go on, but it wouldn't. Alright, second time it worked. So we're good. There we go. What's next? A single H9. Now, what are they showing here? Oh, they're like showing it upside down. That's what that flip. So you can flip like either, horizontal or vertical. So flip this over. Kind of like this. Like flip it over like this. And then the H9 is going to attach to that little tab right in there. All right, let's find the H9. That's going to be piece 97. So, again, there's 4 H9s. Maybe it's going to be like one for each wheel or something like that. I guess that anytime we see a piece that comes in a set of 4, it's like our guess is probably going to be that it has something to do with a wheel. All right, there's the little tab. There's the little slot. No. That's the lower slot. No, the higher slot. It goes in the higher slot? Okay. Okay, a higher slot it is. That's what the instructions say. Wow, okay, yeah, fits like a glove. And we're definitely going to put another one right there. I don't know why they didn't ask for 2 H9s. Yeah, Oh, because they're first going to attach it to some new structure, and then they're going to install it. So, okay, it's definitely going to be another H9. You know, see there's H9 there. There's definitely going to be another H9 there. But here's the thing. You can see that H9. They're first going to attach several other pieces, 2 E3s and an E6, and then I get my guess they're going to attach the whole thing to the Stagecoach. So anyway, on this panel, we're starting a new segment. Well, not by terms of instructions, it's still segment 5, but a new little part of the model, which involves 2 E3s, E6, and H9. So that's 4 pieces. And we crossed the century mark, 101 pieces, 98 pieces to go. All right, so H9, let's grab that while we're here. And then we have to go to the E board to get E6 and 2 E3s. I don't know why. I have like the toughest time finding the boards on this puzzle. Somehow it's not as easy as it usually is. I usually can keep them in order, but on this puzzle they're all different sizes, and for that reason it becomes tricky to keep them in order. All right, 2 E3s. All right, here's the E3s. There's like 5 E3s on this board, if you can see that. So there's going to be at least another one of these on the other side. All right, there's our H9. Now here we got to be careful, like which way we put this on. We got to be really careful. So there's a little like rounded edge on this side. I'm trying to figure out where that goes. I think it goes towards the same side that has the little wings sticking out. I think so anyway. So we're going to try that. If you want, you can wait, watch me do it, see if it ends up being right or wrong before you decide. That's a good general rule. Like, wait to see what happens, because I might do something and then we might find out 10 minutes later that that was a mistake and we gotta fix it. Did I just break this piece? It definitely made a sound like it was breaking. Wow, I'm having a tough time getting this piece on. Probably I'm breaking it. It's one of those like accordion curving pieces, so they're never easy. You also can see the piece flaked there, so I was worried about breaking the accordion piece, but I actually broke the pin on the E3. You can see it like flaked in half there. Let's see if I do better on this one. You got the 2 pins are of different lengths. You figure you gotta put the longer one in first, but you don't have to put it in completely. You just have to get it started. And then you could go for the shorter one. The one that flaked on the other side. This does not, it just does not reach. All right, I got it to reach. It's a weird thing. As soon as you say something doesn't work, that it's like you want it to work, but it doesn't work. You complain it doesn't work, and then it works. Almost like to make you look wrong. But at the same time, it gets the piece where it needs to go, so that's a good thing. All right. Now, remember how there's 2 slots on here, the lower one and the higher one? So the higher one apparently connects to this wing on the E6 piece. Like that, like so. Now, how are we going to attach this to what we already built? We're going to attach it on both sides. So the wing on the other side is going to slide into the existing E9. And then what? And then the E9 that we're holding is going to have to attach over here, right? It must do that. That's like the pattern that's established. I can't get it to line up. Or maybe it is lined up and I just don't have the courage to push on it. Or maybe I just can't fit my finger in there. For whatever reason, it's not on yet. I think it's not lined up. That top part is like, there we go. Now it's in. So it wasn't really lined up well. Oh, that looks good. So that's like a little staircase or something. It like comes down off the front of the... this is definitely looking like the bottom. Like it's... there's a little floor there and a little step. You know, like getting into one of those big trucks and there's like a little step, a little staircase before you step in. Not a staircase really, but some place to put your foot. Okay, we're just going to keep building an abstract here. We're not attaching to the Stagecoach yet, but we're connecting this huge I-42 piece. I wonder if this is I-42. You know, it says D2 on it. All right, we got to find I-42. Yeah, that looks different from the piece in the instructions. The piece in the instructions doesn't have curtains. I-42. I'm actually 51, but the piece is called I-42. Anybody been following like the news lately? There's a lot of like, you know how it's like celebrities always automatically support the Democratic candidate when there's an election? This seems to be the first year where a lot of celebrities are like either not going to say something or specifically not supporting Joe Biden. I mean, how bad do you have to be when the celebrities don't... how bad do you have to be when the celebrities don't support you? I mean, they literally read off scripts for a living. They're not even like paid to like think for themselves. But I guess they've gotten to the point where maybe it's different. You know, it used to be, I just knocked all these pieces out. I-43, I-44. I need to keep at least one of them in so I know which one is which. So I think it used to be like there was only so many ways for a celebrity to get work, and they couldn't like piss off the wrong people. And I think nowadays there's like all these different streamers and podcasters and social media and YouTubers and all this stuff that the celebrities probably think, well, maybe there's still the most money going through those established systems, but there's also plenty of other money out there. Because most people are not looking to be super billionaires. They're just looking, most people, if you ask them, they just need enough money to not worry about money. That's how it's normally subscribed. By the way, this staircase that we were holding like this, as you can see in the instructions, we were actually holding it like... Wait a minute. Were we? Were we holding it upside down? I'm confused now. We have to flip the piece over and see if it even looks like that. Maybe we did something like completely wrong. All right, we flip it over. No, that doesn't make sense. Like this? Is that what we're looking at? That still doesn't make sense. Did we put this piece in backwards? That's what I'm wondering right now. Oh, yeah, we put it in upside down. All right, so all that effort we did to put that piece in was kind of wasted because we did it backwards. So we got to redo that. Now it's flashing back comments someone posted like, oh, he finally figured out he put whatever in wrong. But it's easy to do that when you're watching it, because you're watching it and like if you see something wrong and I do it right, you'll just say to yourself like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. But if I do something wrong and you see it, then I look like an idiot. But, because you're not going to accuse yourself of being an idiot. It's only me who looks like an idiot. All right, so it goes in the bottom there. That's how I was supposed to do it the first time. And then we're going to line it up here. Am I going to mess up again? Okay, if I mess up twice, then I am an idiot. But as long as I get it right this second time, then everything's okay. I'm not sure if I can get it right. Does it look right? It's definitely not going on. Is it like twisted or something? All right, it's on. It's on. Wow. Okay, now it moves. Before it kind of stayed in one place. Now it moves. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's moving into place, like for someone to walk up the ramp. I don't know, honestly. Maybe now it's backwards. I'm not sure. All right, so now if we hold it like this, it looks like the picture. And we can drop I-42 in, which is the 102nd piece. Now this goes inside out, right? It drops into those middle slits. And there's some holes at the bottom. Are we going to be putting toothpicks through this, or they didn't give us any toothpicks? Maybe there's just going to be a piece that slides through there. I guess we'll find out. That definitely is looking like the side of the carriage there. Cab? Is that the right word? Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to drop 2 pins in. 2 H5s. Sorry, I-45s. I don't know why I thought those were H5s. 2 I-45s, 100 pieces, 103 and 104. So we're just going to drop them right in there. Right through that piece that we just attached, that I-42 piece. All right, so now we need 2 I-45s. They're just little pins. Wow, this board is so easy and clear to read. You just look at it and you can see where all the pieces are, no problem. There's our 2 I-45s. So we're going to slide them in here. And that's going to kind of make it so that I-42 that we put in recently doesn't slide back out as it just did. There was a demonstration of it sliding back out. But once I put in these I-45s, that won't happen. I can't fit my fingers in there. And this is why God invented needle nose pliers. Humans can't invent anything. Do you think that human thought of needle nose pliers, then God already had needle nose pliers? It's not like a human can't really think of something. You could do like trademark, it's your trademark, but a patent, I don't know. Do you really have like a patent? Are you really like the first person in history to ever think of this thing? Probably not. Maybe you're the first person to file with the specific papers by the specific people at the specific place, but I'm not really impressed by it, All right, what's next? What's next is that this piece is to be known as F. This piece is now to be known as F. That's what the instructions say. The next panel says that piece is F. This is the F piece. This F and piece right here. Alright, so that piece will heretofore be known. You ready to get back to the ROKR Stagecoach? That's we're up to day 6 of that. How far along are we? We're only up to segment 5. Well, the first day we just unboxed it, so I guess that's okay. Segment 5. Where's that? Alright. That looks familiar. Have we already done that? Maybe we're up to segment 6. Yeah. Yeah, we already did that. Alright. Yeah, we did that. Alright, we're up to segment 6. But it just makes me wonder if the piece counter is correct. Because clearly the segment counter wasn't. Anyway, we're going to do that. So it starts off with, what is going on here? I-17, I-10, I-37, I-39. So 4 pieces. Looks like a door. Also, I think there are 2 I-10s. So really, it's like, what, 5 pieces? I-17, I-39, I-37, that's 3 pieces. And then 2 I-10s, that's 4 and 5, so that's 5 pieces. Alright, so 109. While I'm looking for those pieces, we can talk about the theme. We were talking about wheels and how they work, and we already talked about like axles and differentials and a few things like that, but we didn't talk about something that's can be a simple topic or can be a complex topic, however you want it to be. Let's start with the simple version. That's steering. Like a steering wheel, or in a very simple option. Have you ever had a big wheel? That people use them kind of roll down the hill. It's like it's kids use it. It has a big wheel in the front, and it has 2 small wheels in the back, and it's like a plastic toy. Let me see if I can bring one up on the screen. Am I even saying it right? It's a big wheel, right? I'm going to type big wheel toy. Let's see what comes up. So there's more complex steering systems. Yeah, that's it. That's a big wheel. Let's see. These are all like ads. How can we just get a clear image of a big wheel? All right. Here's a kid on a big wheel. So, it's got a seat. It's got 2 small wheels in the back. You see one in the back, one in the front. Well, one on the left side, one on the right side. They're both in the back. So it's got wheels there. They've got an axle. It's very simple wheels. And then there's a seat. And fed through the seat is handlebars. And there's like a fork piece that holds let's call it a tire. It literally says big wheel on it, but it's actually a piece of plastic. This is 100%. I mean, there might be the axle might be metal, but it's basically a plastic toy. It's got a plastic seat, plastic backrest, 3 plastic wheels, plastic pedals. The connector for the pedals is metal. So there is a little bit of metal. And there might even be metal in the steering. But the way this works is that those handlebars are connected directly to that fork that holds the wheel. There's probably a better term for that. And when he turns the handlebars, it turns the tire, the wheel. That's how you turn a big wheel. That's the steering. So it has very simple steering. There's more complex steering out there, but that's the simple big wheels steering. Where's the eye piece? The eye board. The eye sheet. That doesn't sound much better. Basically, we wish that they didn't make that they would skip eye. No, that doesn't sound good either. We just wish that maybe that these sheets didn't have letters on them at all. Is that fair? All right, here's the I. Here's the board labeled I. All right, what are those like? They look like whips. It looks like the handle, the attach it to your belt, and it curled up the actual whip part. I don't know, that's what it looks like to me. Alright, so there's I-44. We're not looking for that piece. What pieces we are looking for include I-39 and I-37. I think a few pieces fell out of this, and it's possible the ones we're looking for are among them, but it's not the case because there's I-35 and I-37. So at least for those two pieces, we have the pieces that we're looking for. I-35 and I-37. And we also have I-17. We need one of those. And then, well, that's I-2. We need I-10. We need two I-10s. They're just little. There they are. There's the I-10s. They're just little pins. So, two I-10s. There's actually like 4, 8, 12, at least 16 I-10s. But we're only grabbing 2 of them for the moment. And we also need the I-17. And there are multiple of those, but I think only 2 of those. Which actually doesn't mean anything because sometimes they give you extras of certain pieces. I'm not sure how I can get out. It worked. I was thinking like there's no way I'm only going to get out one I-17. Look, I-17 looks like 117. Anyway, let's do this. So we grab the I-17. Well, these are kind of like the same piece. I guess they're going to go the two like sides without ink are going to get pressed against each other. And the handle is going to go here on the I-17 side. And then those hinges, not hinges actually, these are more like the hinges. And they're not hinges either. They're like pins and slots. Let's just call them bolts that are going to hold the boards together, are going to go in from the back side. So if you got on the right side, you've got the piece that's going to connect to the sort of pseudo hinge. And then on the left side, you've got the 2 pins, the 2 holes. You put the double pin I-17 through there. So it's going into the I-39 board, I-39 piece. I was going to come out the other end and then go into the I-37 piece. There we go. You see it's sticking out a little bit. That's going to go into this guy. And then the bolts go in the back side for whatever reason. And the instructions actually have a 1 and 2. They say to do the handle first and the bolt second, as I did. I can't really give you a good reason of why they're asking it to be done that way, but they are. They did label it a 1 and a 2. The bolts are labeled 2 and the handle is labeled 1. We don't know why. If you know why, post it in chat and we'll all learn from your wisdom. Alright, so there's 1 bolt in. Let's get the other bolt in. Bolton? Wasn't there like a singer, Michael Bolton? Yeah, I don't know, the words just all streaming together lately. Sometimes I think it'd be best not to notice coincidences because it starts off like you notice a coincidence and you think you're on to something. So then you start noticing other coincidences, and then you start to feel like you're chasing your own tail. I don't know if that's the right expression, but they had a movie called The Beautiful Mind where the guy was like Nobel Prize winning mathematician, but he also thought he was seeing mathematical patterns in the daily newspaper, which, yeah, I mean, it's like if you put all this energy into math, you can probably do some good math. If you put all this energy into decoding something that doesn't have an underlying meaning besides the subconscious mind of the people who put it together, then you're kind of wasting your time. I mean, some people call it conspiracy theory, but that has like a negative connotation. I just think you're thinking about something non-productive. Because even the people who create the conspiracy theories, they don't necessarily believe them. They're just like playing with ideas. Like, I don't know, is that a crime? What are they showing here in this second panel? Note the direction of, I don't know. What does that say? Can't make that out. Anyway, it's probably the right direction. There's the door. All right. Why are they showing this like door a second time? Oh, there's two doors and the other one's got a curtain. All right, so now I-10 times 3, I-17, I-26. All right, so I-10 times 3, I-17, I-26. It's 5 more pieces. So we're now up to 114. And again, all I's. All pieces on the I board. All I's on the I board. On the I sheet. All right, I-26, I-17, 3 I-10s. So the I-10s, those are like the bolts that we just worked on previously. So just grab 3 more of those. I accidentally punched out a 4th one, but I think it's fine. Then I-17, which is like curtains. And then I-26, which I don't know why they're not. I-26 has a like dupe like I-27, but it seems like they're not asking them to be put together, at least at this point. What they'd rather is I-17, which is curtains. Have I knocked I-17 already out? Because I certainly don't see it. I don't see anything that looks like curtains. Wait a minute. Oh no, I-7. I was thinking that was 17 for a second. A-17. I'm looking for the wrong piece. In fact, we did I-17 in the last section. We're looking for A-17 now. So, yep, I finally realized my error. They can't need I-17 2 pieces in a row. 2 segments in a row. Well, I guess unless there's multiple of them, but there isn't. I just popped out the wrong piece. Here's the right piece, A-17. So they want this to go on with 3 bolts. Do they want it to go on like the inside? Yeah, I think so. Like the inside, but then with the curtain visible. That makes sense, right? I mean, that's how you would normally have a curtain in real life. You would have the window and the curtain would be on the inside. I suppose there's been instances in history of the curtains being on the outside, but I'm just going to assume that this train car has them on the inside like every other train ever. You know what? there's got to be some train in the world that at some point had the curtains on the outside. But I think they're mostly on the inside. So I'm actually putting the pins through the blank side because you want the inked side to show through the window. I'm actually not sure if I'm doing this right. I guess we'll find out when I line it up with the I-26 door piece. Alright, so I-26. I don't know the words, so I'm going to call them hinges, even though I know they're not hinges. So I-26, if we hold it with the hinges on the left, then we put the curtains through on the right. There we go. Now where do we put that? Well, there's two doors that we don't really know where to put them. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to get any further today because I just have things. I'm tired. I'm going to do a longer show tomorrow. You know what? Screw that. I'm going to keep working. I'm not sure. I might stop at any moment, but for now, I'm going to keep working. All right. I2 is going to be used to hold these two boards together. I will describe it as like so. So kind of their hinges go together. The handle goes far away. The curtain goes far away. I mean the other ends. And the I2 piece is going to go across that smaller hinge post and then the larger one. There it is. There's the I2 piece. So counting that piece, we're now at 115. Alright, so this circle has two different size circles. The piece with the curtain, that's going to take the bigger circle. What I don't know is how to then connect it. Is it like going to spin, or is it going to need to be connected like exactly a certain way? Because it doesn't seem like it fits that certain way. The piece is loose if we put it on correctly. Oh, maybe not. There's two pieces, a regular piece and a piece for the curtain. So if we get it over both those pieces, then it will be quite snug. Yeah, that was the answer. Get it over both pieces. And then connect this piece with the door with the handle. That's how the bars worked in the West, right? They had like a door with some hinges on it. No, they had the door that would like swing open. It was like a half door. It was like from the chest to the knees. I guess they needed to see you before you came in, and they were like swinging doors. I'm sure you've seen them. They're pretty cool. Alright, I couldn't get this on the second. Why is the second hole so small? It's never going to fit on there. Yeah, it's never going to fit on there. But we're going to keep trying. So turn that one this way. And then here, should I file it down to make it fit? You know what? I'm kind of glad it doesn't fit, because now I need to study this offline and figure out how to make it work. And then we'll move on with the puzzle. I watched an episode while I was eating dinner, so that was like my only break today. So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I can't not stream. I feel like even if I work 20 hours, I still have to stream, because to say that I can't stream, I mean, to me it feels like saying I'm not allowed to be a human being. Like, it can't be that the only thing I do is work. And I remember that even when I was a kid, my grandfather would say that line, which actually is a famous line from the movie The Shining, but I don't think that's where he learned it. And he would say, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Which is weird, because apparently I was working too hard when I was like 5 years old. I'm not really sure how that came up, but he definitely told me it. Alright, so when we stopped yesterday, we were looking at these two doors, and we were trying to put this like clip on it, and we couldn't figure it out. So I thought maybe I would take a look off camera. Of course, that didn't happen, so here we are, back on camera, continuing to try to figure it out. Alright, so that side's easy. Then this side with the handle on it, that one doesn't seem to fit in. I don't know if I need to like shave it down, or I just need to get the angle perfect, but it seems like it just doesn't go in there. Yeah, the angle is definitely a thing. Like, what is the correct angle to put this door in? Also, it looks like it's going in the front on the instructions, and looks like it's going in the back on reality. So I'm just going to spin that around so that this door goes in the front. Yeah. Alright, how do we... I still haven't figured this out, but we're going to try again. Is it like this? That's like a right angle. That can't be right. So then, but like this? Doesn't seem right either. Okay, I got an idea. We're going to put this side on first. I'm trying to do that second. I mean, we just proved that we don't have the skill to do that. So we're going to put it on first. And frankly, it doesn't fit putting it on first either. Wow. Is this like not the right piece? Because it feels like... Yeah, this one's smaller. I don't know if they're showing the instructions wrong. I want to zoom on the instructions and show you. Look, they're clearly putting the smaller end on the door with the door handle. But if you look at the pieces, look, there's a big one and a small one. And then if you look at these doors, like, which one's bigger, which one's smaller? The door handle's the bigger one. So why are we putting, like, you know, the bigger one, the bigger hole on the smaller door and vice versa? Let's do the bigger hole on the bigger door. And maybe that'll work. That doesn't seem to be working. Seemed like a good idea though, right? Maybe I have this upside down. No, that looks correct. I'm trying to force it in. That's usually a bad sign, trying to force a piece, but it did go on. For whatever that is worth, it did go on. Neither side fits in that small side. It just doesn't. Yeah. Yep. That didn't work. Going back to the way going back to matching the instructions, but maybe this hooks to something else. Maybe I'm not understanding something here. Yeah. It looks like there's 2 levels to this connector, but it doesn't look like that when I actually look at the piece. These are 2 doors stuck together, but the connector in the instructions, it looks like it's easier to see down here. It looks like they're different depths, but that doesn't match what we're seeing here. Maybe I put the wrong piece there, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This is probably the only type of thing you can do after you've worked like a 16-hour shift. It's like the only time this makes sense. I'm just going to break a nib off there and just put it on without it, because otherwise we're not going to move past this point. All right. So we just altered that piece, half of the door. Let's see if that works. Probably should have checked if I should do the front half or the back half. All right, well, now they stick together. But that's all we've done. 9 minutes, we got one piece. And we didn't even do a good job on that piece. Like, that's definitely going to fall apart. Anyway, what's up next? Oh, we'll put another circle on the bottom. So, let's do the same thing. Let's remove half of this. Oh, wait. Unless the other one goes the other direction, it does. All right. I think this is going to go fine. Now, didn't I pull out 2 of those pieces yesterday by accident? Well, I don't know where I put the other one. So, we got to grab it from the board. So that's an I-33 piece. So, if you're keeping track, we're up to 116 pieces. I-33 is a little door hinge type of a thing. Yeah. It's actually labeled I-2. Does that mean there's another one that looks just like it and I've been using the wrong piece the whole time? And that explains why it doesn't fit? No, because I used I-2. And the top gets I-2, the bottom gets I-33. It's funny because I thought the I-2 would fit on the bottom. But now we're doing an I-33 on the bottom, which means it's again not going to fit. These pieces are way too small. There's like they have no chance of fitting. I don't get what's being asked of me here. Do I need to break the bottom off this door as well? Because that's just not going to fit. No way, no how. And I think they're even putting they're putting the larger end into the smaller hole. What am I not understanding about this? It's never going to fit in there. Unless I trim it, but even more than I trimmed the other one. I think we have to split. Like the other one we took off, there were 2 pieces, we took 1 piece off. This one, we're going to have to split this in half. Because it's even smaller. Alright, there we go. We broke it. But for a good cause. All right, we got the doors together. What's next? More curtains. We're building a new section. I-44, A14, and two I-10s. So it's 4 pieces. So we're up to 120 pieces. So it means we're going to build like another set of doors. I-44, 2 I-10s, and an A14. So we're not going to get anywhere, really. I mean, we're building 2 more doors. Like I was supposed to probably build all 4 yesterday. Instead, I've barely gotten through 1 today. I-44 is right here. And the curtains are on the A board. A14. Yep, A14 is right there. Alright, inside out. Line up the curtain. It's kind of like going the opposite side this time. Actually, this doesn't make sense. Curtain's facing the wrong way. Or is it? I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess this curtain faces in. I don't know. I mean, I'm following the instructions, so whatever gets built, I guess that's what it was supposed to be. Definitely inside out. I think we talked about yesterday using the needle nose pliers to put these what are they? I-10s in? Yeah, I can't. My finger's not going to do that. So, needle nose pliers to the rescue. All right. Oh, man. Try again. Oh my goodness. I can't hold this piece even with the needle nose pliers. They're just too small and skinny. Especially for what they're asking it to do. Okay. All right. What's next here? Didn't I already do this? I-26, I-17, I-10. Yeah, I did that already. I-33. Okay, we gotta go to the next row. The next row. All right, we're gonna hook 3 doors up to, what is that piece? Is it like a piece we already built? Why are they acting like we should know what they're talking about? Is my microphone working? Yeah, it is. They didn't label the piece. I mean, what am I missing here? Oh, there's like a folded piece of paper. Okay, I am missing something. H31. And what is that piece they're showing going into it? I guess it's the thing we just built. All right, H31. So that brings us to 121. And we got to find the H board. If it was a color instruction sheet, at least we would know, yeah, the H-board is a different color. We would have known that, you know, a little bit sooner, I guess. This piece just fell out. Probably important. I don't know. All right. H31. There's like 3 of these pieces, each with their own like number. So the one we just built, this doesn't look like H31. This is H33. Maybe this one is H31. Yeah, there we go. All right. Oh, you missed the high drama there. I pulled out this piece. This is H31. It was in the scrap pile. I pulled out this. Turns out it was H33. So now that goes in the scrap pile. It was very good. Very good work I did, but nobody saw it. All right, H31 is what we're working with now. And we're going to put in these doors with the curtains. This thing fell apart. Right when I was about to put it into the thing, too. Okay. Just on the other side. Yeah. And now we got something going. Come on. Get in there. Seems like we didn't even need that ring at the top. It's just in the way. I wonder if it was a bad idea to start breaking the pieces to force them together. At current moment, it's seeming like that was a bad idea. Wow. So this thing fell apart. When I tried to attach it, it fell apart. And now I'm just back to square one. Yeah, that thing is completely broken off. The one that I broke with the needle nose pliers, yeah, I broke it good. It's never gonna stay here. It needs like glue or something. Alright, we're gonna leave off that door for a minute because it's not gonna stay anyway. We'll figure something out at some point, how to get this door back here. We'll figure it out. Just not at the moment. Alright, now we're going to put this into here. Oh, so that middle door would open. That's cool. We'll figure it out eventually. I think I just broke off the staircase. No. It does that. It's like foldable. All right. And then that piece that we pulled out by accident, no, it looks like it, but it's not. It's H33. All right, we need H30, and that's going to be piece 122. I just pulled out H30. 5 by accident. What we need, though, is just regular H30, which is this piece. That's going to somehow pin this all together on top. Yeah. All right. Oh, it's that staircase again. The pieces that are made so that they can move, they're like sometimes confusing because they start moving when you're putting it together and you think the thing's coming apart, but it's just a movable piece. In this case, it's that staircase. What's with the camera tonight? I feel like my hands are like all the way to the left. All right, I just moved the whole camera. Now my hands are in the middle. All right, H30. Yeah, we're not getting to 7 tonight. But we could put in these 2 pieces. H25 and H27, 124 pieces. 123 and 124. They're little pins that go in the top there. Kind of lock it all together. I think we need them. H25 and H27. They come from this dark sheet where it's impossible to see anything. They look like pins. There's H24. Yeah, here's 25. And I guess one of these ones near it is 27, but I don't see it labeled. Oh, down here is 27. Okay, so H25. There's 3 H25s and 3 H27s. All right, the H27 goes on the left and the H25 on the right. The like big hump goes in the back being towards the coach. The cabin, if you want to call it that. The whole thing is a stagecoach. The cabin, I guess, is where the people sit. So the fat part goes back towards the cabin. Doesn't seem to be lined up. It's not going in. Gotta jiggle it a little. This one I can see through it. Let's get the piece in that one. I know that one's lined up. I can see daylight through it. So let's just do that one first. Well, it's not going in. Despite that I thought I saw daylight. Well, these pieces did nothing because they didn't go through, therefore they didn't catch. I'm still working on them, but it's again, I'm just working on a couple of pieces. You know, when we have a puzzle where the pieces go in easy, the puzzle goes quickly, which some nights that did that. This puzzle was like that, but not tonight. No, none of these pieces are going in tonight. Alright. I'm going to blame it on it being a long day. Although I did finally get that piece. A lot of stuff to do, as I mentioned. It's just like, it's all this stuff that like, I had nothing to do with the timing. It's like, it was Easter. So one son, middle son, had to go back and forth to college. It was eclipse, and we'd promised since 3 months ago. Since 3 years ago, to the youngest son that we would travel to the totality. And actually, that was a great, 2 days, but it was again a lot of driving. And then the oldest son is coming to New York. He's on a plane right now, or will be very soon, for the first time in a decade. So it's like all this stuff is happening, and I had nothing to do. I had no control over the timing. And then my work has been going nuts for the past 5 weeks. So none of this has anything to do with me. I'm just sort of along for the ride, but as a result, it's affecting the stream. So I apologize to you for that, but it is what it is. It's a reality. Actually, I think it's kind of, I don't want to be too judgmental, but it is reality. For example, when we went to see the eclipse, we were in Lake Placid, and there was a store, I don't know, diner or something, closed, restaurant, pub, whatever it was, and the sign was we're out first 3 weeks in April. We'll be back for the eclipse, and then we'll be back for real on the 16th or something like that. And they weren't back for the eclipse. It was still closed on the eclipse day. But, that's reality. And all the stores there were at least seemingly small businesses. Maybe they were owned by bigger, companies. I don't know. But they at least appeared to be small businesses. You know what? Oh, all right. There's the scoreboard. I had just needed to touch the screen. I had placed the scoreboard, but it was I don't know. It wasn't visible. And then when I touched the screen, it became visible. In Staten Island, we also have a lot of independent stores, but that's not the case everywhere. Sometimes it's tough to find independent stores, small businesses. Basically, Lake Placid was very beautiful. We enjoyed it. Now I'm back, but now I gotta get up early to pick up my son at the airport, which he just texted right now. But I know he's not on the plane for at least another 30 minutes, probably another 2 hours, and I'm not gonna stream that long. So I'll check it afterward. I'm just trying to figure out right now, where did we leave off yesterday? I think that this was it. I think that's the last thing we did yesterday, is we applied H30. So I guess next we're going to do, it looks like just one piece, D2. Click it in the bottom, swing it up top. I don't know why we didn't do this yesterday. We could have. 125. There's only 199 pieces on this puzzle. If we were working with any kind of pace, we'd be done already. But we're not, and I've told you all the reasons why. There's more to talk about with the theme, but I could do it all on the last night, or even in editing if I have to. Because I want to talk about something else instead. And that's this movie that I saw today. Because today was one of the days where my work wasn't insane. I still got a good number of hours because I worked a couple hours past midnight last night. Or, whatever it was. Maybe it was 90 minutes. Whenever I started streaming, I probably stopped working 5 minutes before that. So, this looks like the piece we need, but that says D4. And the piece we need is D2. So, I think maybe, D4. I think one of the pieces on the scrap pile is probably, in reality, the D2 that we're looking for. Yeah, there it is right there. That's D2. So they want us to click it in the bottom and then swing it forward. I think we could do that. So anyway, the movie I saw, it made me cry several times. It was I don't know if it was a good story or a good movie, or a good philosophy. I can't really say what it was about it. It was, I think it was called Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. It basically was the story of Mr. Rogers. And it wasn't even really the story of Mr. Rogers. It was like one story. It's almost like you could have created a series. I don't think that's their intention. I think they just wanted to make a movie about Mr. Rogers. But the way they made this movie, it could have been like, I remember when I was a kid, there was a TV show called The Hulk, and it was like Bruce Banner would every episode go to some place. I think they were usually in South America, and he would get involved in something and he would like solve it. And that's the way it was in this movie. It was Mr. Rogers, from like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, that like PBS show. All right, we need H27 and H25. We already did this yesterday. Why am I looking at something we already did? Did I like jump ahead yesterday when I did that? Yeah, I don't know how I managed that. Yeah, those pieces are already there. How did I manage to do that? Well, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and watch. Let's just double check. I could have swore we did this yesterday. All right, so if we look where these are, yeah, we absolutely already did this yesterday. I don't know how we managed to do it out of order. All right, so the real actual next thing to do. Here we go. This is quite a mess. Comes with a caution even. P8 and P9 are small and easy to lose. Keep them well and do not swallow. Okay, let's try not to swallow those pieces, Yeah, P8 and P9. Yeah, they look like, well, P9 really. I don't know, P8. Oh man, P8 is even smaller. And those are P's. That means they're not going to come. They're not wood. They're like probably somewhere in this bag. Or maybe the other bag. Yeah, these are the P8s. So yeah, there's the P8s. And as advertised, they are really tiny. So this Mr. Rogers movie, it was like Mr. Rogers helping this guy. The guy was supposed to be interviewing Mr. Rogers, but Mr. Rogers was helping him. And it was such a good movie. And they didn't deal with in the movie at all Mr. Rogers' religion. But from watching it, and I could be wrong, tell me if you know, but I didn't look up on Wikipedia either, but I got the sense that he was Christian from watching the movie. Sort of like an ideal Christian, that sort of Christianity that no one ever lives up to. It seemed that Mr. Rogers did. And it was making me think about, what is this little like bobby pin they want? P8. All right, so we gotta look. Oh no, we have P8. P8 is right here. Well, that doesn't look anything like the picture, but apparently that's P8. P9, what is that? I don't know. There's a bag in here. Are those P9s? I don't know. It doesn't say P9 on them. Anyway, so Mr. Rogers, it seemed to me, was like living a very Christian life from watching this movie. He was really trying to help people. And I remember when I was a kid growing up, they said that people who thought that they were Jesus were crazy, like lunatics, like lock them in an asylum. And I sort of agree that, like, if you walk around in like a sheet, sandals, like long hair and a beard, and you like telling people and always saying like my Father in heaven and this kind of stuff, then you probably are, the person probably is, if not crazy, at least on like an ego trip. But this Mr. Rogers, I felt like, he probably, was trying to live the mission of Jesus, whether or not he thought he was him or not. I know it's like a crazy thing that I'm even saying. There's no reference to this in the movie. It's just what I was thinking about watching the movie. Watch the movie for yourself. See what thought it brings to you. There's something. I don't know if I'm complimenting Mr. Rogers or the people who made the movie, but it really, that's the sense I got. It was like, what would Jesus do today? I know that that's a famous bracelet, what would Jesus do? But I felt that way watching this Mr. Rogers movie. It's like, he didn't have long hair, he didn't have a beard, he didn't wear sandals or a sheet or anything like that. And he didn't speak a lot of parables. But he listened to people and talked to people, and he didn't try to be perfect, and he was willing to say stupid things, he didn't really care. I mean, I don't know if I'm describing it well, but it's I don't know, just watch this movie. It's something about it felt to me like we're watching someone to do their best to live a life the way Christ would have if he was born in the same time period. I felt. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe it's wrong of me to even be saying this. I mean, who am I to be talking about Jesus, I don't have any special knowledge or training. I mean, obviously training is a ridiculous thing to say, but I don't have any special knowledge or anything. All right, let me take a break from that for a minute just to count up how many pieces we're looking at here. So 2 I-25s, 2 P9s, 2 P8s, that's 6. H24 and A19, that's 8. So we're going to go from 125 to 133. And we might not do much more than this today. Because, as I said, I got to get up early. All right, so we still need the P. No, we got the P's. We still need the A19, H24, and 2 I-25s. Of course, we got to go to 3 different boards to get the pieces. That's often the way it is. I had someone posting comments, multiple comments on my videos today, talking about how boring they were. And I replied yeah, thanks for noticing. I mean, I'm trying to bring something new to the field of videos to fall asleep to. I think disassembling models could be the way to go. Maybe not for everybody. Maybe some other people have different ideas of what they like to fall asleep to. But I think the model assembly is a good one. Did I really look through 5 sheets and none of them were A, H, or I? Yeah, C, E, D. What is this one? G. Is that G? It's hard to even read it. Yeah, it's G. So we somehow didn't pick up A, H, or I. And I'll tell you, there's only 4 sheets left. So apparently 3 of these 4 are what we're looking for. That's an F. So that's not it. So are these last 3 sheets A, H, and I? There's A. There's I. There's H. Yeah, the last 3 sheets. How about that? Well, this one's full of wheels. So in a way, we did hit the theme. Or did we know this puzzle was full of wheels and that's why we made that the theme? Anyway, I have nothing to say about wheels today. Except that I started talking about Jesus, and I seem to recall there is some wheel regarding Jesus. I don't remember exactly what it is, if it's something to do with astronomy, but I don't know, maybe it wasn't astronomy, maybe it was astrology, or maybe it was something else. But I remember seeing this thing, and what I got from it, what I recall of it, was that Jesus was the 13th month, maybe it was, or 13th something. It was like a wheel, and there were 13, and it was like basically saying that they're removed. Like, we have Independence Day. By the way, I can't find the I-25 pieces. I wonder if they've been. Oh no, here's the I-25s. So we have Independence Day, and that's a holiday that you don't have work on. But I actually think that Independence Day should be a good name for the leap year. Not leap year. I said that wrong. It might be leap year. Leap year might be involved in some way, but I'm not up to date exactly on it. But the days in the year, like months, lunar cycles are 28 days. And the days in the year, if you took 13 months and you made them 28 days each, I think it goes up to 364. I mean, we could grab a calculator and confirm that. Let's just confirm that. For some reason, I can never find the calculator on an Apple product. But I think if I just type 13, what was it here? 13 times 28. That should be 364, right? Yeah, that's 364. So there's the calculator. So there's 365 days in a year. So 364 is what you would get if you took 12 13 28-day months. You would get 364. And then you would have also a day off. I don't know if you want to call it like New Year's Day or you want to call it Independence Day, whatever you want to call it. There would be some sort of day where you would be free. That's how I feel. That's how I feel it should be. But then there's also leap year. So then once every 4 years, what would you have that day? Believe it or not, when I mapped this out, I did a Kickstarter on this like some number of years ago. And for some strange reason, I called it like Raptuary because my last name is Rap and there's like January, February, and somehow I called it Rapturary. And then so when I started mapping out this 13-month calendar, 28-day calendar, I thought about that leap year day, because you've got an Independence Day each year, and that's kind of setting the stage for like something is going to happen on that. Like you're going to get a free day each year, and that's Independence Day. But then what happens each year, each fourth year, when you get that extra day? And for some reason, I just called it like Rapture on the calendar because I was thinking it's the Rapturial calendar. But then I started thinking like, that's a bad name for a day because it starts to sound like, I think there's a movie series called The Purge. Is it called The Purge or is it called something else? It's like there's like, in this movie franchise series, there's like a day on the calendar where they don't enforce laws. And as a result of that, like they don't enforce any laws. So for example, if a homeless person doesn't have a home to go to during this purge day and there's no laws and there's a lot of psychos on the street, it's almost like you better be not homeless by the time the purge day comes around. So if anyone's like They could just be temporary down on their luck, and that's like really their luck is now getting worse. But it could be that they're a drunk or a drug addict, which again are like disease. People say disease that could be cured. But basically, homeless for some reason, and it happens to be purge day, they're not going to make it past that day. Likely. Maybe they will. Maybe they're going to hide or something. But there's definitely going to be people out there coming for them. So I actually felt bad when I made that calendar, and I called that day like Rapture, that like once every 4 years. But, I still did it as part of the Kickstarter project. I still wrote it. So let's first recognize that was just a very silly project to think about how to do 28-day months. There should not be any Rapture once every 4 years. But at the same time, you wonder about these things like, where do they come from? Like, if you ever look at your, I know it's a tough thing to look at, but if you keep it in your mind, you'll eventually observe the functions that your body has. Like, when it gets cold, you get, goosebumps. But you also get goosebumps when something like epic happens. So I don't really know what goosebumps do. I'm not looking at the Wikipedia page, but it's something in the evolution of our species that exists, as they say, in our DNA, but even more so in your physical body. Some people, some not. But when you look at culture, the argument is even stronger. If these things existed, if someone makes a movie and a lot of people, and it becomes a hit, that's, in a way, that's kind of evidence that there's something about the human condition that speaks to. So if someone makes a movie about the purge, and a lot of people see it and want sequels, it means that they kind of, in a way, are identifying something in it. They could be identifying a metaphor, or they could be identifying something that's part of the human condition, at least in the past, maybe not in current, because there's a lot of stuff in our biology that's not as relevant today as it was at other time periods. So when you see the word rapture being used, and people responding to that, well, it probably once had some meaning, some culturally significant meaning. There's something why it's in the book in the first place, and there's something why people remember it when they read it. I don't know what that something is, but there's something, So I guess it's just kind of, as they call it, food for thought. You know what? One of these pieces went on perfect, and the other one keeps falling off. That's why you see me messing with this. I'm basically trying to get this piece stayed on. Great for that piece. This side is without that piece because it didn't stay on. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder, how important even is this piece, because I don't think it's going to stay on. I'm going to take my glasses off and get a close look, just so I can make sure it's in as far as it can be. All right, there. We're far away from being done. Let me talk about the theme, at least. At least I'm prepared to do that. You can see it here. The spokes on the wheel. Those lines going from the hub to the rim. Those are the spokes. So, what did you have before there were spokes? Well, if you went back to the original rolling log, you had a log. It was a solid log. If you trimmed around in a circle, the circumference of the log and created a groove, maybe that would start looking like wheels. But it still would be a solid log. If you trimmed it enough, it would start to look like a disc, but it would still be a solid disc. But when you use spokes, I think we have spokes. I mean, obviously we're going to have spokes at some point. So this is a solid piece of wood. And it's kind of like circle shape. If we like carve that to a circle, you could use that as a wheel. But a spoke, you're also carving out. I mean, this is cut from a single piece of wood, but that single piece of wood has spokes. So why would less be more? Well, if you didn't have these as spokes, if you have these as spokes, first of all, they're lighter. I mean, in terms of a wheel, lighter is better. In many cases. But if this was solid and it got a crack on it, that crack would go from one end to the other. If you got a crack on this spoke, it probably would work with one less spoke, although it would be weaker. You would want to get it repaired at some point. Anyway, so the spokes make it lighter and stronger, the wheel, compared to just a solid whatever. You know, I guess in the case of a wagon wheel, it would be like a solid disc of wood. All right. We're still on section 6, segment 6. Oh, you don't see the scoreboard. Let me put it on there. All right, the scoreboard's there now. So we've been on segment 6 for a while, and we're still on it. I can't really explain that, but that's the case. Wait a minute, are we not on 7? I think we did this yesterday, right? And then we attached it, and then we inspected it. So actually we're on 7. You know, I didn't realize it, but we're on 7. So I think I didn't have the instructions on screen, but we put this together, and then we attached it, and then we labeled it. And that brings us to 7. So this whole like structure that we built was just one side. And we're going to now attach that side. The first thing we do on segment 7 is attach that side to the structure. So if we have the front facing to the left, this is the side. The side facing me, that's where we're going to put this piece. So I don't really see a lot of pins sticking out. Oh, I have it upside down. I still don't see a lot of pins sticking out. I see like 2. There's supposed to be many. Yeah, I'm not sure what's gonna make this attach. Why is that border so thick on the instructions? Is another good question. Yeah. They show it attaching like to here and here. But I don't see anything back here that lines up with that. Like, it just doesn't line up. I'm not sure what's supposed to attach. Yeah. I thought this was going to be so easy, but whatever's supposed to go on here, I don't see it. And then we do have an attachment point here, but I don't see in the instructions where that's going to attach. Hmm. Oh no, these are the attachment points. Oh, okay. So those points are already on that structure. And there's holes here? Oh, I don't see any holes here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, here maybe? Way down here? There's two holes way down there. Yeah, that's them. Alright, let's see. Let's see if those line up and if we could attach them. Wow, it just took me like 10 minutes to find the attachment point. That was so ridiculous. Oh, and then these pieces slide into those slots. Oh, okay. I bet you if I'd noticed that first, then the other pieces would have just lined up. Wow. Okay, so now it's done. But I assume we need to build now the other side of the coach. Well, all of a sudden it looks like a stagecoach. So that was actually pretty good. You can see one side is in place. We got to still build the other side. Why is the second picture still showing the connections? All right, well, the third segment's something new. Looks like a staircase. E8 times 2, B2, and B4. All right, so that's 4 pieces. So we're up to 137 pieces. Is this streaming? The YOLO box is saying please log in. It looks like it's streaming to me. I don't know why the YOLO box doesn't think I'm logged in. Anyway, B2, B4, and 2 E8s. Two E8s. The board E, the number 8, 2 of them. We haven't had a lot of luck with finding pieces, or even finding boards. Also, there's only supposed to be 199 pieces. We're up to 137. Look at these two boards. They're completely full of pieces. There's no way that we're going to be done by 199 pieces. And again, I haven't found the B or the 8 yet. Oh, the E. Okay, this is the E. So actually we did find that. Now we just need 8. Or is this B? No, this is E. So E8, those are these like staircase pieces. So let's grab 2 of those. But we still need B2 and B4. B4 what? I don't know. Who's on first? He's playing third. Wasn't that in Rain Man? Where he started like reciting the who's on first bit. Who's on first? Precisely. I don't know. I don't remember any of it. I guess the Rain Man was better at remembering that who's on first. I mean, the last time I saw it was decades ago, but I remember it was pretty funny. It was like a famous routine when comedians weren't really that famous. None of these sheets say B. Did I not pick up all the sheets? Let's check them again. That's C. That's G. That's F. That's E. That's D. That's H. I don't know what that is, but I just broke a piece off. That's I. And this is A. So where's the B sheet? Did I just announce the B sheet and say it without noticing it? All right, let's do this again. There's the A sheet. There's the I sheet. Let's take a close look. This is the H sheet. I don't know. It's really tough to see this one, but it's H. And this is D. There's D. Which one of these is E? No, this is E. We took the 2 steps from this. Which one of these is B? Why? I think this says F. It does say F. Is this B? And I just can't recognize it? What? I think this looks like G. Yeah, that's a G. This is C, right? Clearly C. What is this board? Oh, is this the B board? 32, 3. Well, these pieces look like B2 and B4. I thought those were like 3s, but apparently those are Bs. Because there's no other choice. So this 32 is really B2 and the 34 is really B4. Wow, that was like ridiculous. Process of elimination, I guess. Anyone remember which one was the 2 and which one was the 4? Alright, we'll use the inside out rule. So, inside out, this must be the B2. I think they look the same other than which ones are inside out. So we put they've got 2 like holes in them, and that's where we're going to put the 2 stairs inside up with the stairs. What's the angle they go in? I think that's it. All right. Times 2. All right, let's do 2 more of those. So we're up to 141. You know, I saw the other pieces. I don't know why I didn't grab them. Actually, I think we can do 3 of these. Are we supposed to do 3 of them? Or just 2 of them? Times 2. So we built this. And then the next section says times 2. So we're going to build another one. This is the B2. Yeah, inside out. This is the B4. And these are the E8s, which kind of look like B3s. So we're building this again. Just basically putting the steps in, hooking them together with the other side. All right. Now we're supposed to put these in. And I just want to put them in like correctly. I mean, I guess It's tough to mess up, right? If you do ink side up, that should be correct. But there's like a slant in them. Like, what is that? See that slant? What is that for? Anyway, I guess we'll find out. For now, we're just pushing it into this existing structure of the wagon. And then we've got step rails on both sides of the wagon. I'm wondering why this flap covers the steps. Did I put this in upside down? It's funny because I remember we thought I had put it in upside down the first time I added it, and then we switched it. But now it looks a lot more upside down. No, that looks correct. I'm not sure what's going on with that piece. It's a mystery, but apparently it's incorrectly. You're supposed to have those beams on top, and then the other steps go in the other side, obviously. Now we have two E1s. We have to add two E1s. So that's up to 143 pieces. That looks like two pretty easy pieces to add, and they're going to strengthen it, so that's good. All right, so two E1s. We can find the E board. I think I'm looking at it. Here's the E1s. This piece is like falling out of here. Why the pieces I need I can't get out, and the other pieces are just like falling out, like I'm not even trying. Alright, now where do these go? The slots in those steps can be used to tell where these new pieces go. See, there's slots here, there's slots in the steps. If we put them in, obviously ink side out, then those tabs are going to line up with the hole in the bottom of this structure. It should anyway. I don't see where this one connects. Like, are we supposed to have a siding on the other side too? Because it connects to this side, and the other side doesn't have that piece. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Oh, this piece doesn't go there. It goes, yeah, it does go there. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we're putting this here, and there's nothing to connect it to. Were we supposed to build two sides, like that whole time we were building the side piece? Were we supposed to be building two of them? Because that was like, we got to redo everything we did if that's the case. Let's take a look here. I don't know what they're even showing. They're showing adding more steps. E9. What the hell is going on here? Alright, we're adding 2 E9s to the side with the steps. Alright, is it going to leave one side open? I doubt it's going to leave one side open. But anyway, we're going to add 2 E9s at this moment, 145. These are the E9s? No, these are not E9s. They're labeled E9, but they don't look like how they look in the instructions. Instructions, these would be E9. Oh, they're also labeled E9. Alright. These are the E9s. I think I was just reading which way the label on E9 was going wrong. So we're going to add 2 more steps. It's unclear to me where they get added. But there was one nice thing. We ended at a single piece yesterday. You know, a single construction. Everything's one piece. I see that this piece is like falling out right now. But we ended with everything hooked together. So that was good. That's a good way to end the episode. How much am I going to do tonight? Probably not much. You know, still got a lot going on, and that will continue for a few more days. You know, does this happen to you too? It's like exactly when you have the most going on at home, work also demands the most of your time. And then exactly when there's like nothing going on at home, then suddenly work doesn't need anything either. It's so weird, right? Like, why is it like that? I mean, I hate to like say that and potentially reinforce it, but I've been at my job for 29 years and, you know, it's been like that for 29 years. So I don't think anything's really going to change. You know, like, I don't think it's me saying it that's causing it. I think it's just is what it is. Yeah, I think it's almost not coincidence because, like, even the stuff in the home, I mean, I'm not controlling the dates of any of it. It just is what it is. So it's almost like the same people who make the work busy are the same people who make the other calendar busy. What I'm saying is ridiculous, obviously, but my point is just, like, if you were to think of a movie like The Adjustment Bureau, I mean, that's basically what that movie is about. It's like every time you're trying to do something, everything else jumps up and demands your attention. Anyway, 2 D20s. What are... Oh, those are fingers. Okay. So D20s looks like a little bit like a half a fleur-de-lis. And they're showing it, 2 of them going, I don't know, whatever part. I mean, this part of the stagecoach. I guess the caboose, you would call it, maybe. Anyway, 2 D20s. Let's see if we can find the D20s. We've been having the toughest time so far just finding the boards. That's the C board. I think because when they're like a dark color, I can't read them other than on camera. So thank goodness we got the camera going. And then there's a ton of boards, and for some reason the one I'm looking for keeps being like the furthest one from where I'm working. Again, I don't want to reinforce it, but I mean, they were in this stack. Like, I didn't change. There's no way that anything I did affected the fact that the board I needed was like on the bottom. This kind of looks like the old Atlanta Braves logo. Do you remember like when this was on the Atlanta Braves cap? It was something like this, right? Just one of them. Or maybe it was more like this. Anyway, where does this fleur-de-lis go? The fancier part is going to go away from the main body. This single stem part is going to go towards the main body. And where are the pieces that it goes in? It doesn't really show them. Oh, okay, there's a close-up. All right, the close-up shows them as the middle. Like there's 3 on each side. And it's like it goes in the middle. Yeah, there you go. There's the middle. Each side has the middle. And that's where these go. Do you think these are support beams? Is there like a roof that's going to go on them? Or are they just decorative? That's not going. We already got that mouse there. And he looks like he's kind of mobile. I'm not sure how he got like that, but that is the case. So I could tell you something that was told to me, and it's really unfortunate. Well, some of this you already know, I think. Like, New York City right now is like New York City during the 70s. Like, the gas prices are up, the crime is up. Everything is like, it's almost like there's only 50 years of script and then it just repeats. Which is not that bad because, do you remember the 1984 Olympics? Like, the U.S. won like everything. Probably because a lot of other countries didn't show up. But regardless, the U.S. did very well in 1984 in L.A. Olympics. And I believe they're coming back to L.A. maybe even as early as 2028. So yeah, it seems like things are repeating. Oh, I forgot to increase the counter, 147. So the thing I was going to say, well, the first thing I already noticed is, wow, this thing just fell off while we were putting other stuff on. The first thing I already noticed was that you don't need to go to Manhattan. I live on Staten Island. And Staten Island now kind of looks like the best of what Manhattan had 50 years ago. Especially certain places. Like if you walk down Newdorp Lane on Staten Island, I mean, it just looks like the way Manhattan looked decades ago. And it's like safer and cleaner and better. I'm saying cleaner, but I mean, I guess I don't really mean that. Because at one point Manhattan was really clean, but it was like a Clorox sort of clean. It wasn't really like the right sort of thing. I didn't mean clean. Honor maybe is the word I mean. I know honor sometimes has a crazy connotation these days. If you ever watched the old TV show Barney Miller, the criminals had conscience. And that wasn't something that they were just doing for comedy on the Barney Miller Show. That's the way life really used to be. Like nowadays, you think of the criminals, they're just doing crime to get more and more money. But it used to be that criminals would do crime just to get by, and they felt bad about it. You know, and that's kind of, I'm not sure why I was bringing that up. Oh, that's the aspect that I was going for when I said clean. So I don't really mean clean. Maybe I meant like authentic or something like that. Anyway, the next piece we need is H35. So we got to find the H board. And there's some fancy instructions. 1, 2. What are they saying? 1, stick it in the wall. 2, stick it on the 2 fleur-de-lises. Okay, got it. We need H35. And it's saying again to hold the fleur-de-lis pieces with your fingers. Okay, let's find H35. I know we passed that H board, so where was it? So yeah, there's something of that like feeling currently on New Dorp Lane. There might be other streets on Staten Island that are like that, but I definitely getting that feeling from New Dorp Lane. It's like the way Manhattan was 50 years ago, something like that. All right, where is this H35? That looks like it. And let's see. Well, it looks like it because that is it. So anyway, that what I was talking about, the 70s repeating, some of the ugliness from the 70s is back. But, you know, maybe it's just some people's opinion. So I was driving yesterday, and someone else was driving the same route. And we both saw something. And we both noted it as unusual. And I thought it was just like 2 people coming home from a club. But the other person thought it was a crime. Like a crime that we don't use. Like I never heard of Staten Island having. I mean, I guess it does, but not in the streetwalker version of it. Like, I didn't think it ever existed like that. So anyway, now this Stagecoach is for some reason playing music. I must have touched that. So basically, we both saw this incident of these 2 like barely clothed girls walking down this main road. Not even walking down. Well, maybe they were walking. Maybe they were meandering. I'm not sure, but they were like at least 5 minutes from the nearest train station. So, like, and the direction they were going was towards the train station they were 5 minutes away from. And the direction they had their backs to was the train station that was 10 minutes away, which leads you to believe that they didn't come from the train. Maybe they were going to the train. Maybe they were going to the train. They were going to get on the train. They were going to go to Manhattan and they were going to go to a club. But like, if they were going to do that, should they have coats on until they get there and then they take the coats off? I don't know. That's what I thought. I thought they were either going or coming from a club, but the other person who saw it thought that they were working, wearing those like nothing outfits. So this piece fell off, and it has this tiny pin underneath it, and like both of them fell off. So I'm not going to put that piece back on. It's going to ruin the end of this video, but I just know that it's not going to stay on, and I'm not going to play with it constantly. ROKR has this issue. Usually they come in boxes that are like the size of DVDs. They made this box bigger, but it has the same problem. They've got like several different types of puzzles that they do. And this one is one of the type where they're like small, a lot of small, thin pieces. and the pieces start to fall apart over time. They don't really work. They can make good puzzles. If you've ever seen the ROKR 3D pinball, it's amazing. If you've seen that like Scarab Beetle, series they do, it's amazing. But this particular one, the ROKR Army Field Car, is another one that I did from that series. The pieces they don't stay together. They break in your hand. They fall apart after assembled. They just don't work. Anyway, that was 148, that piece we put on. The next piece we put on will be 149, and that's going to be piece F4. And then we're going to start building something new, which I'll be very happy about, because I can already tell you this F4 piece is not going to work, because those fleur-de-lis tabs did not go through this piece. Actually, they do go through it, but they don't stay through it. Okay, maybe F4 is going to make those pins stay in, and then maybe we'll be happy about that. Who knows? Right now, I'm just trying to find the F board. All right. Here's the F board. Are we making the part where the driver sits? The guy who holds the reins? Yeah, for the horses. And then the guy who sits next to him holds the shotgun. We talked about that already on a previous episode. All right. It's not going on. Yeah, the pins are not staying through, which means I can't get them to this second piece because they won't stay through the first piece. I'm going to try to pinch the first piece so I can get the second piece on. All right. Got that piece on. Yeah, it doesn't stay on. This is exactly what I was talking about with these ROKR puzzles with the thin boards. They just don't stay together. It's like nothing I can really do about it. I'll tell you what, we got a nice little piece coming up next. H13, H34, I31, I18. So 4 pieces. So we're going to be up to 153. All right, so 2 H's and 2 I's. Unfortunately, I don't have them in order. So the H's and I's. Oh, those, I'm holding the F board, which we don't need. So anyway, that story I was telling about the 2 girls walking. I mean, it's a crime, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to blame everything on Eric Adams, although he is the mayor. And there's a weird thing going on with elected officials lately. They want to act like they're in charge when they want to bully you, for example, with a vaccine mandate or something like that. But then they want to act like powerless when it's time to do the job we hired them to do, for example, enforcing the law. So these girls were walking down a main street, and they had on attire that made them very noticeable. Maybe they weren't working, maybe they were, I don't know, but they looked like they were. Although I thought they were just going clubbing until someone told me that they looked like they were working. But if they were working, or even if they were just putting on that impression, the cops should be able to easily stop that. Like, why aren't they? Like, there was these defund the police or whatever, like rallies a couple of years ago. But you don't have to do what people say at rallies. If you did, then there would have been a recount after the J6 protests. But you don't have to do what protesters say. You have to do what voters say, and I have a funny feeling that that's not happening either. But yeah, these politicians, when they want to bully you, they act like they have all the power in the world. And then when they don't want to do the job that you hired them and are paying them to do, they suddenly act like it's out of their hands and there's nothing they can do about it. pay attention to this. You know, start watching politicians and you'll see this is like exactly what they do. When they don't want to do their job, they pretend like they're not allowed to. When they want to represent whatever interest probably put and paid for them, they act like they have all the power in the world over you. But suddenly when you ask them to do their job, it's like, oh, I can't, you know, I wish I could help. I mean, I know I'm generalizing, but like, think about your experience with politicians, and does it sound like what I'm saying is true or not? It's up to you to decide, you know? I'm just telling you something that seemed that way to me, but you get to decide whether it's true or not. Is this I-18 piece symmetric? Because they're showing, like, they're highlighting two pieces in the instructions, these two tabs, but maybe they're these two tabs. Does it seem like one side is longer than the other? I could get out calipers and test it. Anyway, I'm just going to put it in there, assuming that it's a symmetrical piece, but I'm not really convinced that it is. It probably is, but for some reason I'm not convinced. Alright, so this is probably the seat where the driver and the shotgun are going to sit. And if I had to guess, I would say it's these two pins are going to go right there. This would be the footpad, this would be the seat, this would be the backrest. Alright, so let's see. Well, first we're not done building it. 2 H-18s, and then yes, it is going to go exactly where we said it's going to go. But first we got to add 2 H-18s. So we're up to 155 feet, which is about the mark my son needed to throw today if he wanted to win the discus at the track meet he went to. He didn't win it. He threw 127, which is like 10 feet off his best, when what he really needed to do was throw 20 feet further than his best, which maybe is a lot. Do you know the girl who won or the woman who won the discus at the most recent World Championships? And by the way, she was an American. I forget exactly the distance, but she threw a personal best to make the World Championships qualifier at the U.S. trials. And then she did a personal best. Is this the piece that I need? She did a personal best to get into the finals. Yeah, H-18. This is H-18 at the World Championships. And then she threw a personal best by 10 feet to win the meet. Like, she was already a top athlete with a World Championship standard qualifying throw, which she needed to get into the World Championships because America had another thrower qualified, so she needed to hit the standard to go. And she did, and then she threw a personal best by 10 feet to win, which is like kind of insane. Like, to be already at that stage where you're so developed in that event and such an expert at it, but you're still throwing 10-foot PRs. You know, I mean, it's tough to do a 10-foot PR when you're a varsity high school athlete. Unless it's like the first meet of the season and it's in an event like the discus or javelin or the hammer. But to do that at the Olympic discus level, when you're already one of the top 12, like world meet, when you're already one of the top 12 finalists, and then you suddenly throw a 2-foot PR, 10-foot PR. But it's funny I said 2-foot because Bob Beeman did a 2-foot PR. By the way, just to show you, we assembled this chair and now we're going to attach it. Bob Beeman did a 2-foot PR in the long jump in the Olympics to win it. Like, his best was 27 feet, and then all of a sudden he jumped 29 feet, and that record stood for I don't know. I think about 25 years or so. I mean, I'm just guessing at the number. I think it was from 68 to 91. So it's at like 23 years. And then that record that the guy jumped after the 21 years, that's now been in place for like 33 years. So he only increased, it was Mike Powell, he only increased Bob Beeman's record by like an inch or two. And now he's been holding the record for 33 years. So the 2-foot advancement only lasted 23 years, but the 1-inch advancement lasted 33 years. But obviously it's building on, the big 2-foot advancement. That's really what people are chasing. Except that one guy happened to get there. Another guy did. There's actually a couple other people who did, but they were wind dated. All right, we're going to put the sides on the chair there. I mean, if you look at this chair, it's kind of like floating in the air. We're going to put 2 side pieces on. There's pins here and pins here. Like 2 at the base by their feet and 2 sort of underneath where they're sitting. There's the pins. So I need the B1 and the B3 pieces. So that's going to bring us up to 157. Which is, I believe that's exactly what the winning throw was today, 157. So, well, my son's a junior, so, I mean, of course it'd be great if he did win a varsity gold medal last week. And it wasn't his first varsity gold medal. He actually won the discus at the Island Champs last year. So, like, as a sophomore, which was crazy because the year before he was at Freshman Islands. And he got second in the discus. And then the next year, he's at the varsity meet, and he wins the gold medal. So he won a gold medal in the discus as a sophomore at Islands. He won now at his first meet. It was called CHSA Opener. He won gold there, but he didn't win today. And one of the guys, the guy who got second, was also in that CHSA league. So really he didn't throw that great today. I mean, he could have thrown better. But he still did good. I mean, the conditions were terrible. I'm looking for B1 and I'm looking on the H board for B pieces. I'm never going to find them. All right, let's find the B board. So he did good. Always room for improvement, though, right? All right, B1 is going to go. Oh, we thought that was the front, but the seat is here, so the seat has to be in the front. So now I'm confused. Because doesn't this hold the horses? So why is the driver there? Probably misunderstanding something. Anyway. Let's match their orientation, which has that seat up front. So B1. Is this B1? I think so. So B1 goes on this side by their orientation, and then B2 goes on the other side. It shows ink on this piece. I mean, look at the instructions. It's showing the piece being inked. But in reality, it's not. That's unusual. You don't usually see that. It makes me wonder if I have the wrong piece. But the pins line up, so it's definitely the right piece. I don't know. It's weird. The instructions show ink. The piece does not have any ink. If the piece also doesn't fit, that's really starting to lean towards I'm holding the wrong piece. But I think it does fit. In fact, let me get it started on the other side so I could push the 2 together. There we go. It's all lined up. on both sides. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Something didn't stay together there. And at the meet in the shot put, there was a guy. This is a meet on Staten Island. So there was a guy there that had the record for that meet. And he actually was a guy I went to high school with. He was a freshman when I was a senior. He had the record in the shot put at this particular meet at 61 feet. And he was there because he was coaching. He coaches the team that was actually hosting the meet. And the director, who's also the head track coach, he was telling him, your record's going to be broken today because we got a guy who threw 67 indoor. But I saw the guy who they're expecting to break the record, and I was thinking, there's no way this guy throws 67. And then he didn't. He didn't break the record. So the record was 61. This guy's PR was 67, and he didn't break the record. He threw 60 feet, 3 inches, which is still a great throw, further than I would have believed this guy could throw just by looking at him, but not 67. But the director was so convinced that a guy with a 67 PR could throw 61 feet, but he didn't. But he threw that 67 indoors. And here's something that's probably not true at the international level, but it's absolutely true at the high school level, is you cannot trust indoor marks in the shot put. Those marks are all over the map. I know people will say chalk up your shot, and then the marks will be more accurate. They're still going to mess up. Although I suppose out by 60 feet, if you've properly chalked up, there shouldn't be many throws out there, at a high school meet. The problem is the guy who's throwing 60 feet, he's not worried about chalking up because he knows he's going to win. The guy who's competing for 4th and 5th place, they're going to chalk up because they want to get their accurate mark so they don't get cheated out of 4th or 5th place. But the guy who's winning the gold medal and throwing 60 feet, there's nobody else out there. And the only thing chalking up his shot is going to do for him is get an accurate mark. Whereas no chance to get extra space. Because if he doesn't chalk up, the official might give him extra distance. Not intentionally, but just due to mismarking. But if he chalks up, that can happen. So there's this piece needs to connect. I'm not really sure where it connects yet. It's back here, I think, for sure. And then the top part, I think, is maybe this piece. I don't know. Let's see if we can line it up with that. And this circle part that you see here, that goes at the top. So if I put the bottom here, yeah, they are going to line up perfectly. So that's it. That's where they go. This is not as easy a piece to get in as it looks, by the way. It could go in, or it could push everything apart. That's already there. Okay, it did go in. Things went better than expected. Oh. Well, I guess that wasn't lined up correctly. Tried to push it into the wood and it just went flying. Is that lined up? No. It's partially. It's jammed in there, but it's not a clean. Alright, I think that's in. Alright, so we got those two pieces in, so they weren't nearly as bad as we were thinking they'd be. And now everything's back to one piece. And they call it J. And we're up to segment. There's a puzzle that only has 199 pieces. And we're up to day 11. That shouldn't be possible. By the way, it's going to have more than 199 pieces because we're up to piece 159. And if you look at these boards, like some of these boards we haven't even started on yet. Like, what the hell is going on with this board? Either they threw this board in by mistake or we're not ending at 199. So this board is completely untouched. This board has like one piece taken out. It was the seat of the Stagecoach where the driver sits. Well, actually, that's not the right color. I think it's the foot plate for the driver of the Stagecoach, not the seat. The seats are apparently leather, based on the color that they gave us. By the way, do you like the rug inside the Stagecoach? There's a little design there. I mean, they didn't go all out with the color, but it appears to be a rug. I'm not even going to mess with all the stuff sitting here, because who knows if we're going to need it. Let's just take a look. Let's just do something so that we can say we streamed, even though really it's the worst stream in the history of streams. But, you know, there was a movie, Fred, where he was the best at being the worst. We're the best. We're not the best at anything. And they convince themselves that they're the best at being the worst. So at least they got that going for them. All right, so we need I-38, A13, two A13s, and an A18. So that's 4 pieces. We're up to 163. Does anyone think we're going to finish in 26 pieces? I don't. I can't even tell what board this is. I need I and A boards. This is a G board. F board. E board. Yeah, we never managed to pick up the boards we need. Like the A board. Like this is the C and D. Like we're still messing around. I know this little one is the B board. We're still messing around with the A board. I mean, seriously, on day 11, we haven't finished a single board yet. And it's really some magic that the boards we're looking for are always the last two. We've got 2 boards left. So they must be A and I. Yeah, they are. Like, this is some amazing pattern, because basically whatever I use, I then put it on top of the pile, and then it like falls down. So it basically means whoever designed this puzzle is intentionally making it so the boards you need are always on the bottom of the pile if you're following that pattern. So here it is, 2 A13s. And where's A18? There's A18. So 2 A13s, 2 out of 3, and 1 A18 out of 2. Let's grab those pieces. What is this? That looks like some important piece. Alright, and then we need I-38. Let's grab I-38. Is this it? It looks like it, but it's not. It might be a piece that's already out, in which case I'm going to have to look through the scrap to find it. Alright. Yeah, I don't see it. So we got to look through the scrap for a piece that we can recognize as looking the way I-38 is supposed to look. There's I-37. No, we found it. Here's I-38 right here. Alright, let's do something. Our goal was to do something. I am now about to do something. I'm going to attach the 2 A13s. Why do they have a plus sign in them if there's only one? Oh, do I slide them down after I slide them in? No, they don't seem to slide down. That wouldn't make sense. Well, I could stop and then like halfway through and then slide down. Nah, I think I'm just going to push them to the back. There's no indication. Something will come through the back and get in there. All right, so there you go. So in the middle goes the A18. And they've all got this little plus pattern in them. All right, and now for the second A13. All right, we did something. Let's do a little more. Oh, this thing spun. You know, there's an argument for not doing too much today, and that's that I might not do great work, but we got to do a little further because those pieces are going to fall apart if we don't. All right, so they're going to attach right now into, I don't know, some part of the Stagecoach. Let's see if we can find that. Is it back here? Oh my goodness, that's a great spot. We're going to stick the pieces in there and drop them down. In fact, I'm not even going to try to hold it together. I'm just going to stick them in there. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, you got to do all three at once. Okay. Well, we can hold it together for a second. Am I even doing this right? Because I got to tell you, it doesn't look like the picture. The picture looks like there's way more pieces already assembled. Like, what are these pieces that we didn't assemble? Like, look at that crossbar. Where'd that piece come from? We don't have that. Yeah, we don't have that. You look at the previous picture and it's not there. And then you look at this picture and all of a sudden there's a crossbar. We actually had seen errors in this manual before. Exactly this type of error, like showing stuff in the picture that we haven't actually installed yet. Anyway, the manual has errors. Let's see if we can get this in. Did it go in? Did we do it? I think we kind of did. Does that look good? I don't know. Feels a little weak. I think we need some more support still. All right, and we're going to... No. We're going to move on to the next phase. But that is eventually going to go there. All right, so we got to keep building. Anyway, it's back alive now. And I think that's where we want to be. So, we did this yesterday. We attached it. You could see it back here. I mean, it's not like an amazing attachment, but there it is. You know, it's attached. That's what we did yesterday. These 4 pieces. That was a remarkably small amount of progress yesterday. And this is the part that intimidated us into stopping. Looking at it today with fresh eyes, it doesn't look bad. I-13, I-30, I-36, D8, and then you put them all together and it looks like that. Doesn't look intimidating at all. But somehow last night at like 3 a.m. when we were streaming, it didn't look like fun. And we ended the stream. And I see that nobody's tuned in yet today, which means that these last 10 days of 10 and 20 minute streams have been nobody's cup of tea. And believe me, they haven't been mine either. I just don't feel that I could stop for 10 days and then get back into it because there's no support system. I just turn on these cameras and just go. And I feel like if I got out of the pattern, I wouldn't. I might go into a pattern maybe where I don't do it every day, but I have like a schedule and it's like, okay, it's this day I'm going to go and do a stream. And then on those other days, I might make comic book progress because I got notice today from Amazon about, just like Kindle payments. Why is this piece not going in? It fell out. I'm trying to put it back in and it's like not going in. So anyway, I got notice from Amazon Kindle about payments So naturally I looked and was like, well, what comic book sold? Like, why did I get payments? And it was Vin Duty. Like, and if you look, there have been 5 issues made, but the last one came out a while ago. But if you look on the Kindle, there's like more than one person has like showed up, bought all 5 issues of Vin Duty, and presumably they would buy the remaining issues if they existed. So I gotta finish them. This piece is not gonna stay in. I'll just tell you right now. It's in there, but it's not gonna stay in. And that's reminding me of the ROKR Army Field Car. If you remember that one that we did. We would put the stuff together and it would slide back out. There we go. I'm just wasted the last few minutes. This piece, it's only gravity. It's gonna fall right out. And then these pieces are tension, but there is no tension. So I put it in there and it immediately falls back out. So each time I put it in, it falls out the next time even quicker. Because what little tension there was, there's less of it now. So I'm just going to ignore that. Just leave it as it is. So anyway, I have to finish the Vin Duty comic because the current arc in the story is an 8-issue arc. And I've only released 5 issues. And the 6th issue, it's like been in a halfway done state for a while. And then the 7th and 8th issues, they're like the climax. It's basically like the 7th and 8th issues were like the first thing written. Like before I even mapped out any of Vin Duty, like I knew the action points from those last 2 issues. Like that was like, I originally started with just a graphic. Like I didn't know Vin Duty's name. I didn't know anything about the story, but I knew like the graphic that starts or that bridges between 7 and 8. And then the rest of the story kind of built up around that. So I feel like I have to finish that. So maybe I'll start alternating between streams and comics. And maybe I'll do it by days of the week. I think maybe the weekends would be the comic days. But I don't know, because maybe it should be the weekdays. Because weekends, I can do longer streams because they're weekends and I have more free time on weekends. And especially track season is supposed to end soon. And then school is going to end after that. So with track and school both over, it's basically summertime. There should be more free time. Anyway, what are the pieces we need? Just zoom in here. I 13, 30, and 36 and D8. I think I see D8. Yeah, we got D8 right here. All right, so anyway, that's 4 pieces, so 167. We're definitely not going to be done in 22 pieces. If you're looking at the 167 and the 199 below it, look at this. D7 popped out too. Oh well. Goes on the scrap pile. We got more than 22 pieces just in this scrap pile. Sorry. Over here, all the pieces that have fallen out while we're building, there's more than 22 pieces that have fallen out. And there's more than 22 pieces that are left in some of these boards that are like almost completely untouched. So I don't know who came up with that 199 figure. It's probably going to be like 400 pieces when we're done. Anyway, here's D8, which is the piece we were looking for. It's going to be set up in this direction. Now we need a bunch of pieces from the I board, which we hate to say, but there it is. I swear, half of building a puzzle is finding the pieces. It's with Legos too, right? At least with Legos, the pieces repeat a lot. That somehow makes them easier to find unless you're looking for a rare piece. So here's one of the 136s. I-36s. What are those columns there? Yeah, we're apparently not very far along. with this field. Actually, it looks like, if you just look at what we've built, it looks like we're missing the roof, the side, and the wheels. But that's a lot. So we only have like one side, two ends, the floor, and the part where you attach the horses, and the part where the driver sits, which is on the opposite side. I mean, does this even make sense? Like, here's the part that turns, right? That's the part that turns. So why is the driver's seat here? Is this a caboose seat? Is that such a thing? Did I put it on the wrong side? No, I didn't put it on the wrong side, because the grooves fit here, and the grooves aren't on this side. Did I put these two boards on the wrong sides? Probably. So this is probably going to be a fail. Let's take a look at the picture. Yeah. Yep. The driver, if you can see this little picture here, the driver is supposed to be in front of the steering mechanism. That's not what we currently have. So probably these two boards, I carelessly put them on opposite sides. And I'm not sure how we might correct that when I even try. I punch out these pieces. Yeah, we are really far along to be trying to correct something like that. And by the way, the motor is in there. Definitely that piece has to go at the end. The longer we wait, the more painful it's going to be. But I honestly just don't think we can do this at all. Like, look how much we've built up. It's like everything is backwards. These two sides, this side is supposed to be here and this side is supposed to be here. How do we fix that? All right, there's not that much built up on this side. Let's try to pull this side out and get some idea of how much is going on there. Maybe it's easy. Maybe you can just pluck this side out and throw it on the other side. You can't, by the way. It's it goes, the floorboards go through it, so it's pretty secure in there. So we have to lift up the floor to get it out. At some point, this whole puzzle is gonna fall apart. There's no way I can start lifting up these structural pieces and just snap it all back together. That's not going to happen. What might be easier is, let me put this back together. So that was a fail. But we have some other ideas. All right, so that's back together. Can we move this bottom to that side? No, that's not going to happen either. That's not going to happen because we have the this is the drive here. It's not only the music, it moves the wheels. Now, if we don't correct this error, we're going to have a one-of-a-kind vehicle where the drivers sit in the trunk and somehow steer the horses telepathically. Well, I guess that's what we're going to do. Because we're too far gone. You know, it looks like, if you look at this piece, those are different pieces. So the original way we were going to do it based on this piece, I think that's the only way to do it. That's the only way to correct it. That's the only thing that can be changed is these pieces. These side end walls. So does everything else touch that end wall? No, it doesn't. In fact, the drive mechanism goes into this floorboard. which means that this floorboard is going to stay, but this end wall is going to go. Like that mouse or whatever, he's not supposed to be under the driver, though he does fit there. And those pins fit there. Wow. This is like becoming mind-boggling. So you can apparently assemble this incorrectly. Like the pins. I mean, you see I'm doing it. It's like I've got one bottom and one top, and they fit together. Yeah, it's going to be a one-of-a-kind Stagecoach where the steering is in front and the driving is in back. Either that or I'm just going to mark all 12 of these videos as a private, and we're just going to forget this ever happened. So let's keep building. No, there's nothing really we can do otherwise. I definitely have to mark these videos private, if not delete them completely, because it's just such a bad fail. Or another option, I can correct it off camera, like on a weekend, but then I could throw it away right now and we could do the TIE Fighter. Because there's more pieces falling off this. So it's reminding me a lot of the ROKR Army field car, which I also could not put together. They definitely have multiple teams doing multiple products at ROKR, and some of the more advanced puzzles are bulletproof, and some of these simpler puzzles are what you see here, which is I can't even spin it around. These step boards keep falling off. Like this one is just gravity. I keep sliding down. Wow. So we're 26 minutes in, and we've got nothing put together. I'm just going to put it down, let the gravity work. There's nothing else that's going to do any good. All right, so I-36 we already got. Let's find I-13. This is I-13. This is a whip or something. So where does the whip go? Things are going to start getting crazy if like I attach this to one side and like the seats are on the other side, and then it's going to be like the whip is near the horses but the driver's in the back. Yeah, it's going to make no sense. And if I don't mark it private, yeah, I now have to mark it private because it's just everyone's going to complain, It's like going to be too many complaints. And if I fix it, I could fix it offline, and people who don't pay close attention may not even notice, but it would be wrong because someone could be trying to follow along with the instructions, and then they'd be confused, like, why is it not working? Well, because I changed it offline, and you didn't see when that happened. Do they have more than one version of this whip? Yeah, they do. I took out a 112. I was supposed to take out a 113. I took out an I-12 when I was supposed to take out an I-13. So I was about to make another mistake. Though, because this is having such similar problems to the ROKR Army field car, is that it makes me feel less guilty. Because I just feel like, well, it would be nice if my skills had advanced and I could be able to do it, but I couldn't. I failed. It's a similar puzzle, and I failed in similar ways. The pieces just keep falling apart, won't stay together. I put some in backwards, have to fix them. That makes them even looser. So kind of the same problems with the ROKR Stagecoach as with the ROKR Army field car. So it's going to be 2 fails. All right. Luckily, we get to this D7 pretty quick. And we're going to use with that I-30, I-36, and I-12. So there's the I-12. So not too bad. We didn't have to. These two pieces that fell out, the D7 and the I12, we're using them right away. And then we're using two more of those pieces, I30 and I37. They're basically staples. You know, like the store staples, like a stapler staples. All right. I36 was another one. Just dropped it. So that's 4 more pieces. So now we're up to 171. All right. So how's this one go together? I guess very similar to the other one. What's that hole in the bottom of the whip? Is that like for artistic reasons, or is something going to attach there? Okay. There we go. What's next? Next, we look at our work, and then next, we attach to that same back that we were doing yesterday, which is really supposed to be the other side. Wait a minute. No, it's not. Look at these instructions. They're showing it looking exactly like we're building it. Like they're showing it over the steering. So maybe there's seats in both the front and back. Is it possible this isn't a fail? Let's take another look. Are there seats in the front and the back? Yeah, there are. Okay. Oh, sorry, you didn't see what I was looking at. Apparently, there's seats in the front and the back. All right, so all that talk I was doing about how this was a big fail was incorrect. Everything's fine. I just claimed that everything was wrong when actually it wasn't wrong at all. But I was prepared to own up to the mistake. Imagine if I'd been able to fix it. Quote unquote fix it. Like I thought I needed to swap those two sides. Imagine I'd actually done that and then advanced one more panel to find out, oh, you didn't need to do that. Everything was already correct. These side pieces definitely not staying on. I mean, I can't even like hold them long enough to put in these other pieces. Yeah, let's just put it back on the ground. It's impossible to hold them by those pieces, or even to be in contact with those pieces while holding it. All right. Let me get these on there. I should have realized that. I remember that it wasn't there. I remember at one point I was saying, if these pieces are different, how could it fit on the wrong side? Like I was saying that. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that, oh, maybe they're not wrong. And that's the answer, which that appears to have been the answer. All right, so I guess we didn't make the driver's seating yet. Apparently there's, seating on the back as well. Caboose seating. I don't know who sits there, but maybe the driver sits on front and the shotgunner sits on back. Maybe the driver also has a shotgun. Like protect the carriage from both angles. Maybe. I don't know. Now I gotta go look at the Wells Fargo logo again and see how that looks. All right. We attach these two pieces. What are we building next here? H42, H44, and I6. And where's that going to attach? The same area we're working on. It's going to be the floor underneath the driver. So, all right, I6, which is an accordion piece, bendable piece, H42 and H44. So that's 3 pieces. We're up to I74. no, 174. I said I because we've been working with the I board. All right, I6. There's I5. I don't know why I thought that was helpful to point out. Anyway, here's I6. I haven't updated the theme in a while. I probably will again, but not sure when. So it's not a normal night. I was saying like it's a normal night tonight. It's a normal amount of time available, but we're still not back to a normal. We're still not back to normal yet. I think on Saturday we'll be back to normal. I say that because my son is flying back to California on Friday, so I guess things will be back to normal on Saturday. Well, Saturday there's a track meet. Maybe Sunday. And then Sunday my work will have some crazy job. Who knows? Maybe things will never be back to normal. Maybe this is the new normal. Remember people used to say that during COVID, like, maybe this is the new normal. Nah, nope, sorry, that's not it. People aren't like Windexing their groceries and, attending weddings via tablet. I mean, I'm sure that some people still do both of those, but they're just options now, Like maybe, for example, at your work, maybe you work remotely more than you used to. Or maybe they used to do like court. I remember they would do like court. It's on Zoom during the beginning of COVID. Is that still an option? Or do you have to I don't know. It probably depends. Like if the judge wants to be on Zoom, does that mean you get to be on Zoom too? I don't know. I don't really follow that stuff. I know there's didn't True TV used to constantly be in courts? Like that's how they got their start. And then now they're doing like Impractical Jokers and NCAA March Madness. But I think they were originally just like streaming courtrooms. Which is probably tougher to do in the Zoom era. But I don't know really. I'm just like talking wild speculations at this point. Alright. I thought I would break this piece, but it didn't break. Hooray for small miracles. Can you even see what I'm doing? I looked at the monitor for a second and all I saw were my own hands. Like these. That's another thing that's wrong with this scale of puzzle. Everything's just too small. It's not only too small for me to comfortably work with, it's too small to show on the camera. Like you can't even see what's going on. All right, where does this attach? All right, down. Okay. There are like some grooves here on those two pieces we just put on. And apparently it slides into those grooves. And then there's little pinholes on each side where those are going to go into. I mean, in theory, if everything works out, that's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, the more pieces you attach, the stronger it gets, but I don't think this thing is ever going to get very strong. I think it's, there are really skilled people who build ships in bottles, and maybe those people could do this puzzle, but I'm not even sure they could, because those people who build ships in bottles, they also carve the pieces themselves, so they could make infinite attempts. They could do one ship in a bottle and take a year. Whereas if I break pieces and even just stretch out pieces here, those pieces are no longer available. Look at these pieces. They're just falling on the floor. We're trying to do our job here, and the pieces are falling on the floor, which is not helpful. I don't even remember which side was the one giving us problem at the beginning. At this point, both sides are giving us problem. But this side was supposed to be connected up here. into the bottom of this. So did it not? Why is this one falling out? Yeah, there's slits there. If we can get those connections back in, at least this side will stop falling out, hopefully. You know that NCAA March Madness that ended annoyingly, in my opinion, with UConn winning? If you did enjoy some games along the way, they have them all on YouTube. Like, I don't know whose channel, like CBS Sports or whatever, or ESPN. I don't know who has it. Maybe it's True TV, as I was just talking about. That's why I was talking about it, actually. It had the True TV logo in the corner. Basically, on YouTube, you could rewatch any of those March Madness games. So today, in the background, not in a way that interfered with my work, but just in the background, I was replaying Wagner. They won a game in the NCAA tournament. And I was replaying. They had full game replay on YouTube from official sources, which, I feel bad when I watch from unofficial sources. It's okay if it's like a clip or a short, but when like someone who didn't pay for the rights has the whole thing on YouTube, I can't watch it. I feel like I know that some people are like, oh, it's just a copy. What's the problem? It's not fair. That's the problem. Like, I don't like the idea that YouTube is going to, and maybe not, I don't want to falsely accuse YouTube, but I don't like the idea that YouTube and some uploader are getting the money for content that someone else paid to have it produced and distributed and all that stuff. I just feel like I'm a part of, I'm a part of thieves getting money instead of honest workers if I watch the feed and it's not from the official channel. Like, that's how I feel. I know that I've probably broken that rule. I've probably watched some like 1960s British sci-fi on a channel that wasn't the official YouTube distribution, and I probably rationalized it like, well, they don't have an official YouTube distribution, so what choice do I have? But it's probably still wrong, but, I guess I have to stop doing that too. But at least for sports, I know that there always is an official channel, so I make sure I find that. But it's really tough. It's easy to do that when you know that there is an official channel. When there isn't an official channel and it doesn't exist, and it probably never will exist because it's some 50-year-old, as I said, British sci-fi show, or maybe it's even like some movie from Turkey or something like that. Then it's much tougher to enforce that official rule. All right, I guess we have to keep building because I said it's a regular episode today. So even though, frankly, I'm ready to hit the sack, let's do a little bit more. And my gift to you, I will waste the next 18 minutes of my life building this puzzle. All right, so we need, what is that, 4 H16s? Yeah. And then H15 and H39. All right, so it's all going to come from the H board. It's going to be pretty easy. Let's find those pieces. So that's 6 pieces. That brings us up to 180 pieces. Anyone still thinking this is going to be done at 199 pieces? You're very wrong if you think that. All right, where are those little steps? H16s. And what are the others? H15 and H39. Of course, it's tough to read this H board because it's a dark color. But I think all of those pieces are in this one little area here. Yeah, there they are. There's the H15. There's the H39. And the H16's 1, 2, 3, 4. So all those pieces are right there. All right, 1. Fancy side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe if I sanded the pieces, actually, I'm not sure. If I sand the pieces, they'll be smoother and they won't stretch out the other pieces, the pieces they're attaching to. But if I sand them too much, then they'll slip out. The pieces won't grip. Well, I definitely could sand like these edges like this. But these connector pieces, it's a little dangerous. If you sand it too much, it's not going to connect. It's going to slip out. Wow, these look like they should be steps, but they're so like tiny. I don't know. We'll see where this gets connected. I can't visualize it right now. And also, am I skipping a what are the two? No, I'm putting it in those two pieces. Okay. I can't see what's going on here. And if I can't see, you surely can't see. All right, let's both look at the monitor. Because I definitely can't see this with my eyes. It's too tiny. So those people who reproduced famous paintings on grains of rice, I mean, I understand they probably employ like magnifying glasses and stuff, but they probably also have amazing vision. Like, I don't think I could do that. I was talking to my dad this weekend, and I hope I'm wrong about this, but he's only 83 years old, but he either needs some type of new eyeglasses or I don't want to suggest eye surgery. I could be wrong, but I almost feel like he needs eyeglasses that are like computers, not just regular lenses. Otherwise, he probably is not going to be driving. I mean, I don't want to say that like on a live stream and then someone takes his license away, but based on some of the comments he was making, it seemed like he wasn't seeing enough reflective light. I mean, I'm sure he could still drive, but myself, like, when I drive in the night, I prefer to wear lenses rather than glasses because it's something about the light coming through. Like, if it hits your eye directly, it's like you get more of it than if it refracts through a lens. And if it's like refracts through, or I don't know why I'm saying refract, even if it just passes through multiple lenses, it's like less and less light gets through, or not even gets through like purely, like everything looks accurate. Basically, I have driven upstate not too long ago, less than a year ago, on like a driving rain at 4 a.m. in the morning, wearing glasses, and I felt like I couldn't see very far ahead. I felt like it was not safe. Like I could only go 45 miles per hour. I didn't feel safe driving faster than that. And since then, so like what I'm describing, that I had the Kia Borrego that back then. So now I have the Toyota 4Runner, which I feel like I can see better. And it also has automatic brights feature, which means you can set it so that the brights are like on, but they're not actually on. It's like they're set so that the computer, based on input from sensors, will turn the brights off and on. So then you can turn the brights on without feeling guilty because they'll automatically turn off anytime there's a car in front or in the opposite direction. So that really makes me feel confident to use the brights. And then if I wear lenses, and then if the car is just, I don't know, something about it's just like easier to drive a 2024 Toyota 4Runner than a 2009 Kia Borrego. So basically, I made all those changes. The lenses, the Borrego to the 4Runner, and the learning how to use the automatic brights, all just so I can drive my son to college at 4 in the morning. Because if I can't do that, well, then I got to drive him on Sunday. And if I don't want to drive Sunday in the dark, then I'm like leaving at noon. And not only am I like trapped in traffic, My son gets less of a day. I might end up driving home in the dark anyway. So to drive at 4 a.m., it's good because then I get him to campus at 7 a.m. I get back home to the home base at 10 a.m. I'm not even late for work as long as I'm remote that day. So I've done that several times since I got the 4Runner. I did it a couple times in the Borrego, and it was scary as heck. So in the 4Runner, it's super easy. In the Borrego, I didn't know if I was like safe. I didn't feel safe. I'm not knocking on the Borrego. It's a great car, but I couldn't see in the dark. And my dad, he's 83. So whatever problems I had, I'm sure his are worse. And then it's late. So I crushed one of these. Like, as you saw, I was struggling to get those 4 steps in. And when it finally went in, one of them got bent and broken. I don't know why it wouldn't just go in, but anyway. Like the ROKR Army field car, this thing is bent. This thing has problems. All right, so where does this attach? Right underneath the piece that we previously put on. That's good. That's a good spot. I think it's just going to secure up everything else that's already there. Looks like it's going to slide onto those pins. And each piece we add, I mean, okay, you just saw that fall off the side, but each piece we add, there become less pieces that can, like, even if the pieces break, there's nowhere for them to go because they're wedged between other pieces. Even if the pieces come loose, if they fall out, there's nowhere for them to go because there's pieces above and below. What's failing right now is to even get this on. And remember I was talking about using the lenses to see? I'm going to do it right now. Take my glasses off. So right now I'm like 2 feet away with glasses on. I can't see anything. But if I take my glasses off and pick this up, I should be able to see what I'm doing. All right, let's see. Well, I can see what I'm doing, but only on one side. How am I going to line up the other side? All right, I'll line up the other side first. That looks like it doesn't even fit. I probably need to push the pieces like in or something. Yeah, the distance they're at now, they're not even reaching. I got to push the pieces in. Did that go on? I think it did, yeah. Yeah, it did. So that's it. Did I even put that in the right spot? Because I thought it was going to go in further. While I have this picked up, I see some other errors. But again, I didn't want to pick it up because then those bottom pieces fall out. Oh, the front has to hook on as well. Okay. Oh, the front just slides in from the bottom. Good. That's how it should be. No, the front actually hooks on. So I got to redo this. Which means those 4 steps that I was so happy that we got connected, we're going to have to do those again. Because we got to get this on the front here. And then we can connect the steps. Wow. Nothing is going on here. I feel like, why are we even like struggling here? Like, let's take this whole thing out. Like, why are we struggling? I just put the whole thing on at once. Like, why are we struggling? Why they told us to put the ramp on first and then put these attachments on second? Like, let's just put it all together first. And then slide it all on. Is that going to be tougher somehow? Maybe it will be tougher. But that's what I feel like trying. I know there's some 95-year-olds that drive, so it's obviously possible. But it might also be, I don't know. Different people have different vision. Different people have different skills. I don't know. All right, so these little hooks here have to go in those front holes. Yeah, I know. Front holes. Okay. Yeah, the fancy side. Let's see if this camera will help us at all. Well, all that talk about my dad's vision, and I feel like I'm having my own vision problems here. Maybe I need to start doing this show with contact lenses on. You know, that actually is not a bad idea because lately I don't wear my lenses much. But if I start like wearing them for the show, that's good. I'll just like put them in and take them back out when the show ends. It's just some way to wear them. Yeah, I can't get this on. I'm going to do it off camera. So, even with this detached, we're still having trouble getting those front pins in. Now, how are we possibly supposed to do that while it was in place? Yeah, these pins just don't even fit in. And then it's like, I'm going to force them. This pin just doesn't fit in. Like, here's the tab, there's the hole. I got it lined right up. It doesn't go in. It just flat out doesn't fit in. And then if I force it in, then it's going to become loose because I forced it in. But I don't see what choice I have. It doesn't fit otherwise. Yeah, I don't know what to do. It doesn't fit. The pin doesn't fit in the hole. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, it flat out does not fit in. All right, one side's in. Okay. You ever seen the movies when they act like drug dealers make a ton of money? Is that a lie? Like, have you ever heard of anyone spending money on drugs? Like, how is it that drug dealers make a lot of money? I feel like it's some kind of scam. Like, I know that I'm coming out of nowhere with this statement, and it's not researched, and it's just my opinion, but I feel like the most money that seems to disappear unaccounted for is when people pay taxes and their money disappears like unaccounted for. And then these politicians, they all seem to get rich without doing any work. I feel like that's the connection. Like, I watched this movie Ozarks on Netflix, which is all about like money laundering. And supposedly they were money laundering like cartel drug money. But like, does anyone know anyone who's ever bought drugs from a cartel? Like, it sounds to me like there's no money in drugs, and there's money in stealing tax dollars, and maybe like it's just I feel like before you even do the money laundering, even just the fact that you think it's drug money, like that's the first phase of the laundering. Like, the second phase of the laundering is getting it from the drug cartels to the investors, let's call them, which is probably the people on the political take. This is all just wild speculation of my opinion. It's not like truth or anything. It's just my own fantasy land. But like, I feel like the first phase. So the second phase of the money laundering is getting it from the cartels to the quote unquote legitimate businesses. But I think the first phase is of the money laundering is the cartels pretending that they got the money from selling drugs. I mean, how are they getting money from selling a product that nobody buys? Like, I just feel like the most money that's like exists and we know is missing and is unaccounted for is tax dollars. And then the most money that seems to show up from a product that nobody has ever heard of anyone actually using is drug money. So, I don't know. I just feel like you put two and two together and you know, especially when there's a show about drug money laundering called Ozark, and I feel like, oh, okay, the first phase of the money laundering is pretending that the tax dollars somehow ended up in the hands of the drug dealers. I feel like I might be saying something dangerous right now because that show Ozark, it's definitely like it never works out well for people who figure out what's going on, unless you happen to be in that family that the show is based on. But I think they're protected by what they call plot armor, which is like the writer's just going to keep them safe. It's always like going to be somebody else who pays the price, not the main characters of the show. They're protected by plot armor. So I'm looking right now. Yeah, here it is. I-20. So 181 pieces now. Oh, there were two I-20s. I somehow popped them both out. I don't know if we need them both. No, I think we just need one of them. So, but what is that second piece? Oh, you have to swivel it. Okay. So we have to take the I-20. So there it is. We're going to loop it around that driving mechanism, steering wheel, whatever, horse, and then we're going to attach it to that pin. And probably that's going to have something to do with the drivetrain, but I'm not really sure at this point. I just see it's like a 3-step. So find the piece, put it on, slide it back, flip it down. So that's like a 4-piece operation. Anyway, I think we can do it. It doesn't look like that complicated. I'll tell you though, these side steps are going to fall off again. That's just going to happen. Just accept that. Did you hear that sound? I don't know what caused that sound. Alright, I think you can put it on either direction, but I'm going to put it on the same direction they did. And we're going to attach it here if we can. It's not an easy connection to make. Wow. Oh my goodness, pieces are falling off all over. Yeah, this is exactly how ROKR Army Field Car worked. It's like you would connect the pieces and then they would fall off and you would put them back and they would fall off. And each time they would fall off, the connections would get weaker and weaker. And at some point, there was just like nothing holding it together. And I feel like that's the point we're reaching here. And we're far from finished with this puzzle, but everything is already falling apart. Like this side, we know is garbage. But the other side is theoretically supposed to stay in because it has the pins at the top. But it's not staying in there either. Okay, so we just reattach this side. This side, we know it's not going to work. But I'm going to attach it, and I'm going to immediately put it down so that at least it has nowhere to fall to. But it still will. Like, I guarantee you when tomorrow's episode starts, that piece is going to be on the ground. It just does not stay. I can't believe that this piece won't go in. It just will not. I don't know if it won't go in or if it won't stay in. Yeah, I don't know. Let me try putting this piece in this side. Ah, okay, I see the problem. It's not... The problem is not the piece that we see. The problem is what's underneath. So I'm going to keep wiggling this thing until it goes in correctly. Incorrectly? Until it goes in the correct way. Yeah, there's the frick. The music box is right behind this where I'm trying to force this piece in. And that's like a metal music box, so that's not going to go anywhere. So I think we're just going to settle for sliding it in there and then putting it down. And it's just going to sit like that, ready to fall out. Because until we can secure it from the top in some way, see there's pins at the top. Until we can secure it from the top, it's going to keep falling out. So why are we even bothering? We probably shouldn't. Let me just get it in there and then put it down. This is really the best we can do at this point until we have something to secure the top to. All right. So where did we stop yesterday? Oh, that's such an easy piece. That I-5. Did I really not do that yesterday? Yeah, I didn't do it. And why is this thing flipped up? Is that like how it's supposed to be? That's ridiculous. Yeah, that is how it's supposed to be. As ridiculous as it may look. Oh, you don't see what I'm looking at. Okay, look at this piece. I don't know why it's so like curved up like that. But that's apparently the correct way for this piece to look. And the I-5 piece is going to go like right here. It's barely going to fit with this slope. Oh, is this like a footrest for the driver? It might be. That might be what that is. I don't know. Well, we're going to find out. Let's get that I-5 piece in there. I feel like I should do more than just the I-5 piece. Imagine that. We just put the one piece in and we're like, that's the show for tonight, folks. I-5. I guess they go up to I, right? G. E. C. B. Alright, I see I. It's here. No, it's I-5 here. There it is. For a second, I thought maybe it's going to be one of those pieces that's like already gone. But there it is. Alright, so how does this go in here? I don't know. Have to thread those 3 existing pieces, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think there's more to it. I see there's like pins at the top and through it. But at least for now, I mean, there it is. There's the piece. It's in there. I don't know, it could be better or whatever, but it is definitely in there. Alright. What's next? Oh, let's count that piece. So we're up to 182. I-7. Another single piece. And indeed, it is going to go in the holes of this piece that we just added. So it's going to go like kind of over this little bridge here, if that's even visible, and then into those pins. And the piece is I-7. There it is, I-7. There's actually 2 of them, at least 2 of them. Well, I It's tiny. I can't fit my fingers in there. But you see, I'm like breaking everything else trying to get this in. It's one of the reasons this puzzles that fall apart by the end, because you're trying to support one piece while you put the other piece in, and as a result you're pulling things loose. At least that's happening to me. All right, 183. Next up, F2. F2, yeah, we're dropping that right in. Well, I'll tell you, these are easy pieces they're giving us tonight. If nothing else, we're getting easy pieces. Have we seen the F board yet? F2, yeah. I guess it's over here somewhere. Wow. It's always the last one we check. Yeah. Crazy. Why? What is it about this puzzle that we're always looking for the piece that's on last? F2. Looks like a backrest to something. It's got a little bit of an accordion piece there. That's kind of relevant. Alright, so 184. And this is going to connect to these front pins here. Alright. I see that this thing got shook loose. Alright, I put it back in. Now there's a tab on like the top of this piece and 2 tabs on the bottom. The instructions show where the tabs on the bottom go. I don't know where that top is going to go yet, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, these pieces are all just way too flimsy. I can't work with them. It's probably we've already broken this beyond repair. I mean, especially this accordion piece. It just wants to break. Alright, one side's in. Alright, both sides are in. We managed to get it in without breaking it. Amazing. Alright, another accordion piece. The actual backrest of the chair. So, I don't know. Oh, this is going to fold down and be the seat of the chair, I guess. Okay, so now we're really going to do the backrest. Piece 185, which is H26, is the actual backrest. It's going to have like accordion style pieces on both sides. Don't tell me that H is going to be the last board we find. It can't be. I think it's the next one, which, you know, only makes it second to last. Yeah, second to last. It wasn't the last board, but it was the second to last board. This looks like the piece we need. Yeah, H26, that is the piece we need. So it was just a little wraparound backrest. As long as we can get it out of the board without breaking and into the Stagecoach without breaking, then we're done. There's already like side rails, and this is probably where the seat part of the chair is going to hook in. Should we do one side at a time? I think yes. No, we're going to have to do both sides at once, because otherwise the wood at the back gets in the way. Can't really get these, can't see what I'm doing to get them lined up. Alright, one of them fell in the good way. It fell into where it was supposed to go. It wasn't even the one I was working on. I was like working here with my index finger of my right hand, and I was just resting the thumb of my left, and somehow it magically slid the piece in. Meanwhile, I'm putting all my effort on the right side and I cannot get it in. Maybe I should rest my thumb on it and forget about it. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see if the next thing we have to do is connect the bottom. And if so, that's what we're going to do next. How is that not the next thing? Is it like implied or something? Yeah, there it is. So that says basically fold the seat part of the chair down and hook it into the backrest part. You can see that, right? That like dashed line. Alright, so I guess we gotta do that. Instructions said so, right? Oh, that went so easy. That was incredibly easy. But this right side is still not stuck in. Should we care? I mean, we only can... There we go, we got it. I was going to say we only can try so hard, and then we have to give up. Anyway, that chair is looking nice. I think that's where the driver's going to sit. I'm happy with that. Now, you basically have to agree. In order to get a good volume of work these days, you have to agree to, like, uncomfortable amounts of responsibility. In the 90s, you just had to agree to show up, and there was work. So it's a little different now. It's definitely some things about it are better nowadays. Yeah, it's better, but they expect more from you, which is kind of a reasonable position. They're going to treat you better, but they're also going to expect more from you. I think it's kind of how it goes. I don't think I'm saying anything too crazy. All right. I didn't have the instructions up, and frankly, I don't remember where we left off. All right, let's just take a look. We definitely did that piece. All right. We definitely did that piece. We definitely did that piece. We definitely did that piece. I bet you that's where we stopped. Yeah, this doesn't look familiar. Looks interesting. Are we putting a roof on this thing, or something doesn't look right? They're showing a roof going on, but they're showing 4 pins, and I think we only have 2 pins. Wait a minute. Look at theirs. They have a front and a back wall. We only have a back wall. When did this front wall show up? Although it wouldn't be the first time that the instructions went ahead of us. No, I mean, they're clearly showing 2 walls. When did that happen? What did we miss? Yeah, this has apparently been going on for a while. Look at this picture here. There's clearly 2 walls. Why do we only have 1? Were we supposed to build 2 walls and put 1 on each side? When did this happen? That explains why that front piece keeps falling out. Okay, here we go. At this point, there's no walls. Okay. At this point, there's 2 walls. So they're consecutive panels. So we went from no walls to 2 walls on consecutive panels. So was there a ×2 somewhere where we're supposed to build front and back? I need to go and rebuild an entire wall? Here it is. Here's where we're building a wall. Right, okay, that's 1 wall. When does the other wall get built? I don't see that it does. Oh, is this it? Is it no, that's the same wall. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what? Let's just look for the pieces. I'm not even going to follow the instructions today. Let's just look for pieces that look like walls and install them. So this piece looks like a wall. Let's install it. But how are we going to get the floorboards? Okay, so this floorboard. All right, let's find one of those. And this is like the top, probably, right? We're basically just not using instructions right now. We're just going to try to figure this out. We're just going to like stick pieces in and hope that they fit. That's the plan. That's the current plan. Has that plan ever worked? Well, it's going to work for us. That's because that's what we're doing. We don't have any other better ideas. This is the idea we're going with. That's what we got. That's what we're doing. That's the plan. We're just sticking pieces together, putting them in place. You know, if we have to like drill holes in pieces, we'll do it. If we have to like seal pieces up with glue, we'll do it. Basically, we're not waiting for the instructions. I can't find the instructions. We're just somehow going to put this together. All right, we need some floorboards. All right, where can we get? Oh, what about this piece? That looks interesting. But I don't know what it is. This looks good. That looks like, right? How does that look? That's looking good, like we did something right. So look at this piece. I saw that piece somewhere. Oh, here it is. This is the piece. How do we make it stay on there? Some little piece there goes in the middle. And some other piece goes on the bottom. All right, I think we can do this. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. All right, so what are those pieces? I guess they're going to be the same ones from here. So, like, that's the piece. I-25, is that what we're looking for? Okay, that's on. Yeah, what's the bottom piece look like? I'm sorry, there's nothing in the instructions that are going to add up to what I'm doing. We're just like making shit up right now. And that's our plan. We don't have anything other plan. This is our plan. We're just going to grab pieces, we're going to stick them together, and we don't even care if it works or not. I mean, we can't be stopped by whether or not we're just doing some meaningless garbage. I mean, you know how many people, you know what? I shouldn't do that because some people could be listening to this while sleeping. In fact, I know that right now there's people sleeping. So I take back my words. We're going to do a good job. We're going to do a great job. We're going to build the best stagecoach that's ever been built. But we don't have instructions. So we are still, yes, kind of making stuff up as we go along. All right, so this piece right here looks a lot like this piece right here. So let's work with that. So what else do we need? These H20, H19. Yeah, I mean, those are the pieces we need. Let's find them. Are they over here? That looks like a piece we're going to need at some point. Actually, it looks like a piece we already put on. Maybe it's going to like go... It's going to like go behind it or something. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. Where's that H board? What were those pieces? H19 and 20. They might be different pieces this time. Or maybe they'll be the same. They're these two pieces, right? This time they say 21 and 22. But that's them. I just knows it. Alright. Now what? one goes on one side, one goes on the other. And they need to catch. What do they need to catch? Well, they're going to catch something. I don't know what yet. All right. H17. H17. So 2 H17s. All right. Do we have H17s? Are these them? Well, they are now. So, all right. Now we got to think in reverse because it's like we're doing the other side now. So imagine it's like this. And then where do these go? On the top or on the bottom? I'm not sure. Think. Okay, they go on the bottom. No, how did they go? They go like this. Probably. And then the other one goes the other way. Well, once you put one way, then the other one definitely has to go the other way. And honestly, I don't even think whether these are right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. They're on opposite sides of each other. The pins are lined up. As far as we know, that's correct. Right? I mean, look at that. It looks perfect. All right, so we need 2 H10s now. I'm still concerned. Are we like building it backwards? Is that even possible? We got to think where it's going to attach. You know, it's going to be great when it attaches because this piece will stop falling off. Because it'll be like, it's going to attach to this piece. Somehow. Not yet, but somehow. It's actually not because it's wider. So it's actually not going to attach to that piece. But it's going to attach to some piece. We don't know which one yet. Let's just get back to the H10s. We have some good ideas for those H10s. All right. Don't worry, I've done great work in exactly this situation in my past. When it's like, there's no instructions, you don't know what to do, you don't have the pieces, and that's the situation where I want to say, I don't want to say, you're not allowed to make jokes about one particular character in the Bible. There's like a rule about that. But you can compliment that person by saying they guided you. And that's how I'm feeling. But I don't want to say it because I don't want to, because it's a lighthearted show and I don't want to say anything that's going to like be too heavy, I guess. Anyway, I don't see any more H10s here. So I think what I next need to find is stuff that looks like H10s, whether it is H10s or not. Now, the next question is, what do H10s look like? They're like little bumpy little pieces. Are there any in this pile? Nope. I think they're these pieces. Do these actually say H10? What do they say here? H25? H27? Alright, which one do you think it is? The H25s or the H27s? I don't think it's either. I think we need those H10s. that we already used. All right, let's take one more look at the instructions. H10s. And we don't have them. All right. It's a little bumpy piece. It's a little, got two hunches. No, I don't see any pieces that look like that. What about like that piece? Well, H9. Yeah, H10. So this is kind of where they came from. Like here's where the H10s came from. And it looks like 4 of them were popped out. So where are the 2 that we didn't use? They got to be in the scrap pile, right? Unless I just threw them out. I don't think I would have thrown them out. But I also don't see them. But they clearly were popped out at one point. Didn't it seem like I had more pieces when I was making this pile at the beginning of the episode? Where do those H10s go? You can see here there clearly were 4 of them that were used. Like popped out. So the other 2 have to be somewhere. Maybe we used them at the top. Maybe I broke them and threw them out. Maybe there's another piece that could do the same job. All right, let's look. This board is like barely used. Maybe these are extras or something. Geez. We haven't used these G pieces. We haven't used these G pieces at all. But none of them look like the H10 piece that we're looking for. And we don't even know that we're looking for it. Maybe there is another piece that goes there. There's 2 of these H18s, but that doesn't mean they go here. All right, let's study where they're going to go. There's going to be 1 pin. Going to loop over this, and then have 1 pin. All right. Do we have anything matching that description? Not really. These H25s and H27s are close. These H43s are close. Got a lot of almost pieces. There's no way I threw out those H10s. I don't know what to do. It was going so well for a little while there. Let's just move on without them. Maybe they're not that important. Looks like they're extremely important for the next step. H40, H41. Yeah. These aren't even the right pieces. These ones I got out because, look, they have hooks on them. So maybe these hooks replace those pieces that we didn't find. I think that's exactly what they do. So this side is different than the other side. They're not lining up though. That's the thing. Maybe this one goes on the other side. Still doesn't line up. Maybe these pieces go on the other sides. That wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, I like put on some pieces without being told to do it, and then I'm like wondering why they don't match the other pieces. I'm currently stumped. Now I'm checking the G board, see if there's something there. I was really thinking we're going to stick with this until we figure out how to get this wall. But it doesn't seem to be happening. I think I'm going to check the instructions when we're offline. And I'm just going to say goodnight for now. Sorry we didn't get further. Would have been nice, right? I got a lot of kind of pieces with some ideas, but I'll keep them together. There's obviously more pieces that are needed. Anyway, yesterday we discovered that we were supposed to have two sides to this truck. Well, actually, yesterday I didn't even stream, which is, again, insane, but it's how it's been going lately. Anyway, we discovered that this wagon was supposed to have two sides, but for some reason it only had one. So we started building the other side, and actually that went pretty well, I think. I don't know if it would fit necessarily onto the rest of the wagon. I guess we could try, you know, I mean, maybe it will. I think maybe it needs some more pieces, but I don't know. Let's give it a shot here. Like, where does this part go? Is it maybe supposed to be on the other side? Let's see. If we look here, it goes kind of underneath. Is it on the front? It is on the front. Okay. So we were guessing at a couple of pieces, and looks like we guessed wrong. So we're going to swap these two pieces. Because the instructions only explained like one side. I think I showed that yesterday. Oh, the instructions aren't even on the screen, but basically the instructions showed like how to do one side, and then they just didn't show how to do the other side. They just showed it already installed. So that's why we've been kind of guessing at the instructions, and one of those guesses was wrong. So these two pieces on top here, 1, 2, I'm going to swap those from one side to another, hopefully without breaking the rest of what's going on here. So we're supposed to be back to normal at this point. I drove my oldest son to the airport yesterday. But then I wasn't able to stream at night just because, as usual, my work was busy. And then my youngest son had a track meet that we had to get up at 6 in the morning to drive to. And normally I would stream, but this whole last 2 weeks have been so sleep deprived, just with, as I mentioned, all these events beyond my control, like holidays, middle son coming home from college, youngest son wanting to go visit the eclipse, oldest son's daughter-in-law, our daughter-in-law or his wife joining the army. All these things had timing that I couldn't control and led to me not getting sleep. which is really shouldn't be your concern. Like, I actually hate when you're like listening to someone and they say like, I didn't do this because of whatever. And it's like, ultimately the bottom line is you didn't do it because you didn't think it was important, which is horrible. But at the same time, I don't have like a magical ability to freeze time. It would be maybe potentially nice, but it's like sometimes things happen. So like I had to choose, like, am I going to get my work done? Am I going to host my son's visit? Am I going to get my sleep? Or am I going to give up, some of those to make this stream happen? And basically what I chose was I did 2 weeks of like horrible streams. They were like 10 and 20 minutes long. And tonight I'm sure will be, again, a horrible stream. So I've been losing like subscribers. But I don't know. I'm just a person. I'm not like, when I was making more comic books, I had the same comment. Like, I'm just a person, I'm not Marvel or DC. So I don't have ability to absorb, I can just work at the pace I can work at. Like, and when I'm streaming, I'm just a person. If I need sleep because of my work or family commitments, I have little choice but to sleep. What I can do and should have done is have a few episodes like in the can so that I can just launch those when I need them. Now, this situation that I just went through, I probably would have needed like 15 episodes in the can. So that's what I need to do. That's what I like. That's like the next thing I need to do is have 15 episodes ready to go. So the next time this happens, by the way, I broke both these pieces getting them out. So whatever I do here, it's going to be terrible and probably going to break it. So basically I put these pieces on the wrong sides. I'm trying to correct it now by putting them on the right sides, but it's like, I guess I'm doing it in the wrong order and I'm shattering the pieces. So I'm making things worse instead of better, basically. Yeah, it's been that type of episode. I hate to say that, especially when I'm advertising this as a show you can sleep to. I have to speak all positive. I'll get back to speaking positive tomorrow. I promise. I promise tomorrow the show will be back to normal. But, my family is my family and my job pays the mortgage and there's just nothing I can do. There are things I can do. I didn't properly prepare. I didn't have episodes in the can. I'm going to try to do better going forward. All right, right now we're going to make a second attempt to attach this step board. Wow. Doesn't it look like that second piece also needs to go to the other side? Like, how is that possible? So now I have to go too deep. Because if I go this way, it's not going to work, right? Let me inspect the other side. Yeah, that's not going to work. Well, I'm going to just clip this off because I don't think I can flip both pieces. So I'm just going to break this piece. And that's just going to be the best we could do. Unless we're going to take this all apart. Which, if you're following along, you should do. I'm not doing it, though. I've already written this puzzle off as a failure. I'm not going to now go from 17 days to 20 days. I should, though. Kevin Costner in that movie Tin Cup would have. He would have kept going till he got it right. Well, I guess that's why Kevin Costner's like a super billionaire and I'm just like, I'm not going to put it in a dollar figure, but, I don't have any Academy Awards. I didn't produce any movies. I didn't do Really anything, you know. Sorry. Is this a depressing stream tonight? Anyway. There's the floor on. It's not attached. It won't be attached until we put this stuff on. So let's start doing that. Maybe that'll help. Alright, which one goes first? I don't see where it even goes. Like here? Then where does the other piece go? Obviously it needs to go this direction. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to work out good. And then we need some pins to go on the bottom there. I think we can figure out what those pins are supposed to be. Like right here, right? I-45s. Alright, let's find some I-45s. So 2 I-45s plus whatever this piece is. So we're up to 188 pieces. I didn't find the 2 I-45s yet, but we'll find them soon enough. They're just going to be little nothing pieces. Yeah, there they are. 2 I-45s. We're going to put those in. We're going to make the walls attach. And then hopefully we can attach everything to the stagecoach. What about the second layer of those walls? Like, how are we going to do that? I know it's they're probably going to attach at the top. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, first I-45 is in. Sorry that we can't look at the instructions. For some reason, they don't have instructions for... They only have instructions for one side of the stagecoach, not the other. Or maybe I missed it, but I couldn't find it. I was like looking. I didn't see any instructions, so we're just making them up. Alright, so that's that piece. Well, we're sort of yeah, remember that piece we broke off? It definitely was supposed to be on the other side. I probably should have been able to figure that out, but whatever. Alright, doors. I don't think this side has the doors. We got a little tab, like right there. Where's that go? That does not look secure at all. Alright, what goes in here? They like add those pieces, right? What are those pieces? Oh, look at this. They got these little like tabs sticking off here, and then you've got that. I bet you that's supposed to line up. Yeah, the tabs line up with the holes. Good. Very good. All right. Starting to look like something. Now we've got these like lines here. Will they line up with these like sort of wings here? If they do, then this stagecoach is about to get a secondary wall. Yeah, that's right. Why is it not... where did that go? Okay, underneath the floorboard. So right in there? That's crazy. Alright, let's try that. No. On the back it goes. Okay. Yeah, much better. That's where it goes. Oh my goodness, this thing is on backwards. The long piece is supposed to be at the front. I gotta fix this one too. I don't know how I did everything backwards. I think because they only gave directions for one side. So when I tried to go and do this side, I basically, instead of doing the mirror image, I did like the same thing, which obviously made everything wrong. All right. All right, is it finally going to fit on? I mean, as bad as this has been and as long as it has taken, if we get this on, we're going to be in good shape. All we need is like a roof, a little bit of trim, and some wheels, and this thing is done. We got to test that the motor and the music box are still working. That'll be easier to test once we get the wheels on. It's not going through, by the way. I was like ready to celebrate that we're going to complete this, and now this seemingly simple connection, I can't get it to happen. You got to be careful where you put support. Where you try to support it, you don't want to push apart the existing connections, which is apparently what's happening right now. Everything is falling apart on both sides. Yep, that's not good. All right, it's on. Okay, so it's not on perfectly, but it is on. Wow, this is slipping out. It's like we got this while we were getting this on, like everything else fell apart. Well, so we got to put it back together. All right, now what holds this on the other side? Nothing. Wow, I mean, I'm sure there will be something that holds it on, but so far nothing. Should we stick something in there because we know that it needs something? I feel like we should. This bottom came out. Fix that. Fix this side. All right. We somehow got two sides on. There's still a lot to do, though, here. Like, for example, this has to go here. And then something has to, like, pin it in there. Oh, the other side fell off. Unbelievable. Well, we'll fix it. Like, how did that come off? Like this? Yeah, I think that's good. Like, unbelievable. This side that was good somehow fell out. Oh, so at the track meet, my son, at the Staten Island Champs last year, he was part of a sweep of the discus. 1, 2, 3 sweep. He actually got the gold medal. And the today's track meet, there was like 100 competitors in the discus. It was a different meet. It was in the Bronx. It wasn't Island Champs, but the same 3 guys did a sweep. Although he wasn't the gold, my son wasn't the gold medalist this time, but him and 2 of his teammates, and the other 2 are seniors. He's a junior. Anyway, the same 3 guys swept the discus, but it was a little more advanced this time. First of all, they all threw further. And then the 4th place guy was also from the 4th place and 6th place guys were also from my son's school. So of like 100 competitors, they took 5 of the top 6 positions. So they really did good. That was nice. So, it was a rough week in general, but I don't know, at least it ended with getting to cheer these guys on. Alright, looks like H25 and H27 are like the next pieces to do here. So let's do that. Let's find the H board. Forget what that looks like. We also have a ton of pieces that are like just sitting here. Could be the pieces we're looking for. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're still trying to correct the fact that we only had one side of this wagon on. And look at this board. We've barely used this board. This is the F board. Barely used it at all. I mean, we're up to 188 pieces of 199 pieces, and we have boards that are untouched. Look at this board. I don't think a single piece is taken out of this board yet. What even board is this? G, the G board. We haven't used a single piece from the G board. So obviously it's going to go past 199 pieces. And we're still looking for the H board. That's D. This is A. So of course H must be this last board here. Why is it always the last board? Yeah, H25, H27. I don't know if there's any difference between the two, but I'll take one of each. Dropped one. Alright, how do we know which one is which? Do they look, in what way are they different? They look exactly the same to me. I'm not going to worry about it. Although I did throw a piece in here. Maybe that one looked different. Let's try that one. Nope, they're all the same. So I'm not even going to worry about it. This doesn't look like this either doesn't look like the right piece, or maybe the other piece goes on the bottom. Is that possible? No, I don't think it looks right either way. Should I put this piece on even though I know it's the wrong piece? Let's look on the other side. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't know what else to do with this piece, so this is where it's going. As I said, we're off the instructions at this point, so gives us a little more freedom. I mean, they've obviously given us a ton of extra pieces, so I'm not too worried. Plus, this was going to be a failure, and at least now it might still technically be a failure, but maybe it'll run. Maybe it'll look like a Stagecoach, and maybe it'll run, and we'll just be happy with that amount of success. All right, now this, I think we need a bunch of pins to connect this. Yeah. I'm just going to use two I-25s. That brings us up to 190 pieces. Because as I recall, that system with the metal pins and the plastic washers, it falls right out after you put it together. So I'm not even going to waste time on it this time. I did it on the other side and it fell apart. So on this side, I'm not even going to do it. All right, the pieces, I-25, those pieces we'll use, which they look like this piece. Yeah, I-25, that's I-25. All right, so the short end goes into this, and the long end goes into the Stagecoach. Try to get it in the correct spot. Now, this is showing on the instructions as square holes. They look to me like round holes. Am I like seeing these incorrectly? Are these square or round? Those are definitely round. So I don't know why the instructions show them as square. They're like clearly showing them as square, but they're round. Alright, so this is going to attach on. And then I think we could do the roof. I don't know if the roof is up next, but we could make it up next. Did I put these on upside down? For some reason they don't fit. Okay, the whole thing fell off. Alright. Will that make it easier or tougher? It's not fitting in. Well, that could be because this is the incorrect board. But I think once this fits on, it won't matter. There we go. Okay. Let's try again. Well, the whole thing came off. Unbelievable. Oh, we gotta do the whole thing again. It all came off. It doesn't help that we're just not following any instructions. That's definitely not helping. Wow. When I try to get this thing on, it just shakes everything apart. It's like this one doesn't want to go on. This half. This side of the Stagecoach does not want to go on. Wow. Alright. If we can get a roof on right now, that'll hold this together. So let's just navigate the instructions here until we find the roof being added. Does it even have a roof? Maybe it doesn't. I'll tell you, we need one. A roof will keep this from falling apart. Here we go. Looks like A5 is the piece that we need. It's going to keep this all together. Alright, where's A5? We need A5. Or we're going to have garbage. Well, I mean, it's going to be garbage no matter what, but A5 will make it like tame garbage. Okay, A5 is piece 191. Alright, let's see if we can get that on there. So the two dots go towards this section, not the driver, the caboose. The side with the two dots goes towards the caboose. Huh. All right. Trying to get this roof on without breaking this piece. because if we break the piece, then who cares if the roof is on? It's not going to be stable because the piece is not going to have any structure if it breaks. Breaking the piece ruins the structural integrity. I think that's obvious, but there you have it. I said the words. All right, one more pin. It's on. It's on. The roof is on, but it obviously needs to slide back to lock in, and that doesn't appear to be part of this direction, so maybe the next piece. All right, F1. Yes, you see that arrow? That's the sliding in. All right, so we need F1, and then this is going to stay together. You know what? Maybe we should always do it like this, like without reading the instructions. Just looking for, like, what's the next thing that needs to happen. Oh, that's G. Where's that F board? F. Okay. It's like half the F board is this F1 piece. All right. That's the formula for getting this, excuse me, this thing to stay together. We're going to put this F1 piece on, and then we're going to slide it back, and that's going to keep everything together, we hope. All we can do is hope. All right, it's on. Now I need to slide it back. It's not sliding. Probably should have waxed it first. The instructions don't say to wax it, but it would move if I wax it. If I can't get this thing to move, I'm going to take it off, wax it, and put it back on. Wow, there's a lot of pieces that are supposed to stay still that are moving, and then this piece is supposed to move, and it will not move at all. It's supposed to move at least far enough to, like, slide back, but it's not. All right, I got a little bit going there. All right, the roof is on. We stopped following the instructions a couple of nights ago, and when you stop following the instructions, there's some freedom that comes with that. Does this seat come with its own shock absorbers? Do you see this? Oh, you don't see it. So there's probably something that's supposed to clip this seat backwards, but the way it is now, only weight will do it. So it's kind of like it has its own shocks. Anyway, that's probably just part of, this thing not having. Basically, we stopped following the instructions. So we can declare this done whenever we want, but there's no wheels on it. So I think we got to get wheels on it. And I think maybe I'm going to finish the roof, I guess you'd call it. By the way, there's like tons of pieces here that will probably never be used. But let's just look at the instructions again because, okay, so this is what we did yesterday. We put the roof on. And then I think there's these 4 D18s, which are supposed to sort of lock the roof in place. So, like, when we were putting the roof on, we had to, like, slide it. So, because we slid the roof onto these clips. If you can just go back here and see that, they're like little hooks. And the roof, we slid it backward. So now if we put those little pins in, the roof will kind of stay in place. So that brings us up to piece 196 to add 4 D18s. So I think that's worth doing. And then let's move on to the wheels because, I don't know. I'm done with this puzzle, basically. But if we put the wheels on, then someone who doesn't watch however many hours of it and just scrolls to the end will see it being tested and be like, oh, yeah, it's pretty good there. And, if they don't pay close attention. So But it's not just that. We're not just trying to fool the people who aren't paying close attention. I just feel like, even from my own like memories, like I can't stop building this until at least we put some wheels on it. So we're probably going to do that. All right. So the way these go in, these little D18s, they're basically going to go in just a little bit. They're going to like horizontal, if you want to call it that. Anyway, let's try one of these. So like there's a roof piece, there's a little clip, and we're going to put this in, and it's going to add not only some balance, but it's going to secure the roof in place, I think. As I said, we're just jumping all over the place lately, so who knows if what we're doing even makes sense. I'll tell you what, I can't grip this piece enough to put it in. I gotta go for the needle nose pliers. Sometimes when these pieces are too small, I just can't properly hold them. So let's try it again with the pliers, especially if the spot they're going into is also too small for me to fit my fingers in. All right. So it's in there, but it's not really staying. Do you see that? It's like it doesn't want to stay in there. What's that about? Anyway, let's try another one. Let's needle nose it again. That seemed to work. Try that again. I watched Glass today. That's the sequel to Unbreakable. It was pretty cool. And a lot of, I almost could like see where a lot of that stuff he was coming from was like I felt like he didn't, M. Night Shyamalan, the director, probably didn't want to be too on the nose, as they say. For example, there's this like schizophrenic character, but right before they confront that character, and he becomes like obviously a bad guy, he's like killing people, and he even calls himself the Beast when he's in that killer mode. They talk about the movie The Exorcist. And then you kind of, when they do that, you kind of can see where he originally conceived that character, probably after watching The Exorcist, and probably was like, what if it was a multi-possession, not a schizophrenia? And then he probably came up with the idea, well, I can make it not so on the nose, and I could put it in this Glass movie, which I'm going to now spoil. So in this Glass movie, they pick up Glass, Sam Jackson, Bruce Willis, the two characters from the first movie, and this new character, this like schizophrenic character. Wow, I can't get this piece in. Anyway, there's this psychiatrist who's trying to convince them that they don't have superpowers, which was the way I felt when I was watching it. But then they actually build that into the story at the end. Here's the spoiler is, yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. She's trying to convince them that they don't have superpowers. But then I think there's a hint at something else that's not explicitly in the movie, but I think it's kind of hinted if you look at the way Sam Jackson is analyzing the comic book nature of this story, and the fact that this psychiatrist lady is working with this like cult or whatever you want to call it to stop these, immortals or whatever you want to call them. And the reason I'm using that word immortals is what I thought was being hinted at the end of the movie, but definitely wasn't explicitly said, is that she wasn't just containing these superheroes. She wasn't just containing these immortals. She was eliminating them. So if you ever seen that movie Highlander, there can be only one. I think that's what she was doing. I think she was eliminating the competition. Like, there can be only one. All right, that's what I thought. That was my take on the movie Glass. All right, let's see if there's any other stuff here we want to do. Oh, that looks good. Add some roof rails, E4 and E7. We could do that. And then what is this? Just more of the roof. Yeah, we can do this stuff. I think this piece will help hold that chair that keeps bobbing up and down in. And this piece will kind of give a backrest to the other chair. No, not a backrest. Really what it's going to do is continue the roof rail system. So let's do these two boxes. We're going to continue the roof rails and we're going to pin in that seat. And then hopefully we're going to go on to the tires, because even if that's not the next thing, okay, good. That is the next thing. Yeah, we're going on. Anything we skipped, anything we missed, it's not happening. We're going onward and upward from here. All right. So 198, we need E4 and E7, and this is one of them. Oh, you don't see. I'm pulling them out of the box here. They were like over here in the box, but I pulled them. I didn't have the camera on when I pulled them out, but anyway, these are the rails. I don't know how you tell which one is which. I think they're pretty much the same. Yeah, these are the same. Maybe there's ink on the outside of one and not the other. It does look like there's a tiny bit of ink there. What is that? Some little accent. And then there's the number. I don't think it matters. But I think not only does it not matter, but you can't even do the ink side out because they both have the ink on the same side. So, in final conclusion, we don't care which one is E4 and which one is E7. We're just putting them on. We don't see any difference. There's some more ink. But again, it's all on the same side. Unless they gave us two of each of these, but at this point, I'm not going to try to even determine that. We're just going to stick this in there, and that's all she wrote. Just trying to find an angle where my hands don't cover it. But I don't think there is one. I think whatever I show you, you're just going to be looking at my hands. I need to probably start wearing like goggles and like that have a camera between the bridge of the nose, and that'll be like the POV cam. This is supposed to be the POV cam, but it's pretty much just a forearm cam. I don't know why I can't get it to like show you the model. All right, those two pieces are done. The next two pieces, E2 and E5. So we're up to 200 pieces of this 199 piece puzzle. Now, are any of these pieces already in this junk pile? That we don't know, right? And there sure are a lot of pieces here. I don't know. Maybe some of them are tire pieces. I don't think I see what we need here. So we're going to look for the E board. We need E2 and E5. I'll be happy just to find the E board. These boards are very well hidden. These are the F board. Look at this. We're done, and we didn't use this G board at all. There's no pieces taken out of this G board. What's that all about? There's some lanterns here. When are we supposed to add lanterns to this? What do they go in the interior? Or they go like on the corners or something? All right, maybe we're not gonna stop until we use something from the G board. I'll put that there as a reminder. All right, now we need. This is the I board. We need two pieces from E. Where the hell is the E board? Is this it? This is H. What is this? This is E. Finally. Alright, so there's E2 and there's E5. Very anticlimactic when we actually found the pieces. All right, so this hopefully, this E2 is hopefully going to keep the driver's chair in place. And this is just part of the roof rails. No, this is part of the roof rails. This is going to keep the driver's chair in place. All right, let's see if it actually does that. Again, the pieces on this puzzle are so small that first I can't grab them properly, and then second, I tend to smash and break them. All right, the chair is now secured. And this is also kind of going to secure the roof rails. Although, frankly, I think the driver's not very protected. So if any, like, luggage is on the roof, these rails are going to keep it from sliding off. That's the idea anyway. E2, E5. What's next? That's it. We're done with this. Now we're going to start on the wheels. Going to be way more than 199 pieces. There's a ×2. So whatever we're doing here, we got to do it twice. And there's a ×3, so that's really like a ×6. There's a ×3 and a ×2. Oh, maron. Okay, so we need pieces H8, A1, A2, and 3 A9s. So that's 6 pieces, but it's a ×2, so that's 12. So we're up to 212 pieces. Man, what? All right. So the A board, the H board, and the I board. So again, we need 3 boards to like do this very simple thing here. All right. Let's just do it one at a time. We're going to start with the I's. So we need 6 I19s. Gonna need the A's in a minute. And what else do we need? The H. Alright, I happen to have the H board, so let's grab the 2 H8s. That looks like an H6. It's kind of hard to read. Yeah, that's an H6. And there's H8. So the other H8, I think, fell out, maybe. Like, this is probably it. Yeah, this is probably the other H8. What is going on here? Obviously needs some sandpaper. I don't want to get a splinter. I don't want to waste time on the stream sanding things, but I less want to get a splinter, so. All right, there's the 2 H pieces. Now we need 2 A1s and 2 A2s. There's the H's. Here's 2 A1s. 2 A2s. Now we just need I19 times 6. All right, here's the I's. I19. There's 6 of them. Without having to go, well, this row only has 5. This has 4. This has 2. So I'm going to grab the 4 and the 2. Seems like a good idea to me. They're tiny, so I might again need the needle nose pliers, or maybe not, because it's very accessible pieces that we're putting them into. I guess we're going to find out, you know. There's 3. There's 3. It's the A1 that we put them into. So A1. I'm not sure the angle that they're supposed to go in. I'm also not sure if it matters. Anyway, we're going to do them all. We're going to put them in there. Yeah, so that unbreakable, the crew's job was to convinced people that they were, the psychiatrist was part of some cult that was trying to convince people that they weren't superheroes. And I think, I'm not sure what percentage of people can relate to this. Definitely Philip K. Dick could. Definitely the Wachowski brothers could. You know, anyone who's written that sort of story, I'm sure, has had those thoughts as well. I don't know how common it is. Like, maybe it's really common. I'll tell you, a family member, when that movie Unbreakable came out, a family member brought it up to me. And I played a lot of sports, and the only injuries I had were muscle pulls, and then that healed quickly, by the way. And then I forget what it was called. It's not plyometric. It might have been called isometric or something-ometric. It's basically when you push against yourself, like you use one arm for the resistance. Like, basically I never got injured playing sports, but I injured myself doing like isokinetics or whatever, because basically you like push your own like two hands together, and I felt the pain just right that second when I did it. So like, you could lift weights and you're not going to hurt yourself, but you try to provide your own resistance and you hurt yourself. And I think that's very much in line with the characters of that movie. So what does that mean? I don't know. I think it's not superheroes. I think it's more like Matrix. I think there's, or Philip K. Dick. There's like less. You ever hear the expression, it's a small world after all? I think that's kind of what it is. Like, I don't think it's the Matrix. Well, I mean, of course I have other theories, but inside of those other theories, the nature of reality, because, other theories are like, well, the reality is there, but it's your job to render it. And I think that that's a common theory, that the common sort of philosophy that a lot of people understand. By the way, you can see the angle by the shape of A2, and you can see that I put some of these in sideways, so I'm going to fix those up real quick. Basically, I was guessing at what direction, and when you see how they have to feed into A2, it makes you change the guess. Oh man, I just broke this piece. So, I hate to say NPC because, non-playable character. It's kind of like an insult to those people. But they might be necessary if it's a small world after all. Which is meaning that, like, when you play some multiplayer video game, you run into other players, but you run into a lot more NPCs. Like, that kind of thing happens when you play video games. And I think that thing happens in reality, but you're not allowed to think that way because, you're not allowed to think that someone else is an NPC. First of all, you could be wrong. But second of all, it's sort of against the rules. Like you have to respect everybody, even if it will turn out one day when the stage lights are turned on that you sort of see that there weren't nearly as many people as you thought there were. You still have to pretend like there were. Do you see what's going on here? The wagon wheels aren't lined up. Is it supposed to look like that? I don't think so. So why does it look like that? I'll tell you what's weird about it is the ink side out Both of these pieces have the inside out. So why don't they line up? I'm just going to try doing it, like rotating it some degrees. But I'm kind of surprised that that's even possible. That I even have to do that. Like, where'd the pins go? Oh, the pins are now... The pins got stuck in here. How about that? Well, the next set, I'm going to start them there. I mean, if that's where they're most likely to stay. So that, how do I do this so that it actually stays together? Is that going to work? No. That is absolutely not. Well, is that going to work? Maybe that is. They're equidistant. Let's take a look at the picture. How many spokes? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I'm counting 9. 3, 6, 8. Yeah, I'm counting 9, but when I counted the picture, I probably was off by 1. Basically, that looks pretty good. That's the way we're going to put it together. All right, there's a wagon wheel. Let's do another one. So we got to get this so that they're spaced out. Does that look good? I don't know why you can do this wrong, but apparently you can. Apparently, if you put it in not the right pins, not the right holes and the right pins, it's they line up without the proper spacing. So I don't know if there's like you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right or a 2 in 3 chance. We can sort of test that theory right now without making the connection. All right, so like this, how's that look? That looks bad. That's bad. Look how close they are. All right, how about like this? That looks good. All right, now let's try the third position. Third position also bad. So there's only one position where it looks good, and that's where they're like equidistant to each other. So that's the way we want to do it. And you end up with 9 spokes. Do you? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or is it 10? Let me try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 10. You end up with 10 spokes. 10 like equidistant spokes. And then I think you can't mess up on this last piece, but I don't know, maybe you can. I'm sure if you really want to mess up, you can. If you're determined to do so. All right, there's one set of wheels. So what's the instructions on the other set of wheels? There's another ×2. So H6, and 6 more, A7, A8, H6, and 6 more I-19s. I think that's pretty much the same as what we already did, so it's going to go to 224. And then we're done with the tires. But we need to make them stay on. There's probably like a pin or a cap or something. All right, I-19, there's 5 of them. We probably only need... I'm going to grab 6 of them. I don't know. They're like falling everywhere. I think I got more than I needed. How many did we need? 6? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's probably this fell out. There's probably a 6th one like hanging off the back of this. Yeah, there is. As well as a 7th one, which I'm not going to worry about. All right, so H6. We need 2 H6s. Are they like bigger wheels in the back or something? Why would that be? Is that like a normal thing? The back wheels are bigger? That's not the case in real life, is it? Like, Cars don't do that, do they? I think all the tires are the same size. But I guess wagons had the back tire bigger. Alright, so H6 and then A7 and A8. Wow, we're moving right along. I would say the best decision that we made in this construction was to stop following the instructions. Like, we've been flying through this puzzle since we stopped following the instructions. And I know you might think, like, well, but what if you mess up? I don't know what to tell you. We messed up a lot more when we were following the instructions. So far, so good. All right. A7. There's probably some life lesson in there. I think there is. I think I recall Bruce Lee explaining it as you practice very thoughtfully, but then in the time of action, you respond, what's the word? Intuitively. Basically, you go with the flow when it's the actual action, but you could be very thoughtful when you're practicing. But then when it's time to take action, you just do it. I know that could be scary. I mean, obviously, you don't want to do anything incorrect, but that's why you're very thoughtful in practice. Like a shortstop in baseball, he's thinking what he needs to do before the pitcher throws the ball. He's not waiting until the ball is hit to them. That's never going to work. That's not how it works. He's got to think in advance, to be ready to make the play in time. And I think that's the case with a lot of things. I don't think that's the case with these puzzles. I think normally you do want to follow directions. I just think it's like part of this whole like month that I've been having where all this situations, seemingly beyond my control, and that would be the same with a puzzle until I decided that, no, I'm just going to make my own rules. And I feel like the month I just went through responding to other people's timetables and rules, like it would have went a lot smoother if I'd just done my own thing. All right, these wagon wheels, it looks like they only want 5 visible at the end. No, it's not true. If you look at these instructions, it looks like they only want 5 visible. But if you look at when it's built here, which is the back wheel? I don't know which one's the back wheel. All right, anyway, none of them have 5. They each have 10. So whichever one's the front wheel, whichever one's the back wheel, we want these. There's 2 things to go for here. You want the plus sign in the middle. The front wheel was a little less complex because it had a circle. So you want to have the front, you have the plus sign threadable, but you also want these wheels, these spokes, to be equidistant. And so far we haven't found where that works. This is it. This is where that works. Spokes equidistant, plus sign in the middle, lined up across both sections. It's not in yet, but this is theoretically how it's supposed to work. All right, now we put the, what was it, H6 or 8 on the front. There we go. So 10 spokes. Some crap there. Off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. Crap. Alright, how does this go? Gonna be the third one again. How did it manage to be the third one that we attempted on both sides? Like, why was it not better than that? Do you ever have dreams that are continuations of dreams that you had like years ago? Anyone ever experienced that? I had one of those last night. It's so weird. It's like I have a normal day-to-day reality. Like, why would my dream reference another dream from like a decade ago? That's like a stupid thing to do, but dreams do that sometimes. All right. So the caps are I-29 in the front, and in the back. No, actually in the back, they're I-29. In the front, they're very complex. You can see that there. It's like it's got a lever or something. Maybe that's even only on one side. Anyway, let's do the back because that's easy. I-29, 2 I-29s, and we're done. No, that's not true. We also need C3 and C11. So the I-29s go behind the wheel, and then the H11 and C3 go in front. So I think it's going to take 6 pieces to put the back wheels on. So let's call it 230. So 2 I-29s, 2 H11s, 2 C3s. There's the 29s. And these are going to be the back wheels. Or are they the front wheels? I don't remember. They're the back wheels. They're whichever wheels are bigger. C3 looks like an interesting piece. What is that other one? H11? It's just a little like pin, right? A little nut washer, whatever you want to call it. And then C3. Where's the C board? That's something we use often. I don't remember grabbing a lot of C's. Is this them? Those are F's. Is it the G board that we haven't used anything from yet? We haven't used anything from the G board. G board is completely unaltered. All the pieces are still there. There's lanterns. What's with the lanterns? Anyway, C3. This is triangle pieces. Triangle with the plus on the inside. I guess they're little locks for the wheels. Alright, so let's do this. So, which is it? It's the wheel with the musical crank. So this one, the back wheel. Okay. Alright. Feel like I need some jack to put this thing on. But anyway. Alright. Put that on. Yeah. Good. Now comes the triangle. And the last piece is the washer. Trying to get this on without breaking everything else. And for some reason, it's not happening. It's like something stuck in the middle there. Yeah, it's not in deep enough for me to get that washer on. But I'll try. Oh, okay, the washer only goes on that little end piece. So, as long as it fits, it should go on there. I can't really see it to tell if I'm putting it on correctly or not. Alright, I got, even with camera, the close-up camera, I can't tell. I just popped the wheel off in an attempt to get this on. I just popped everything else off. push it back on. All right, I don't know. Let's do the other side. I just pulled the bottom off. Yeah, there's like nothing to hold this by. Everything you try to hold it by pops off. It's like nothing is secure. So anyway, that dream was like, basically you would call it like an Airbnb. But there were some creepy elements to it. It was just a dream. But it was a dream about a property that I had also dreamed about many years ago. And it's actually kind of like those scary, conspiracy theories where they have like the hidden structure in the basement. And that's exactly what this had. But it was like vacated compared to how it was in the dream like 10 years ago. It was like basically it just wasn't in use anymore, or it was like in a different use. It was like now just like a tourism rather than a functioning underworld. I don't know, that sounded creepier than I meant for it to sound. Basically, it was like abandoned. It's just so weird to have that like reference to like a 10-year-old dream. Anyway, C1 is like is that a steering mechanism? Is that what that is? I have to look into how wagons worked. I think it's a steering mechanism because it's on the side that does steer, like this axle can move. So the fact that we're going to be attaching this like stick to it, I would say that that's the steering mechanism, especially when you consider above that stick is going to be the driver's seat. Now, of course, I have to spin this cart around because just to match how the instructions are. It probably doesn't matter which side you put the steering mechanism on. Like putting it on this side, it's like right-handed steering. But I'm sure there were wagons made with left-handed steering. Anyway, the pieces we need at this time are C1, A11, and D16. Why do we need 3 different boards, A, C, and D? And why has the G board still not been used for anything? Like, we haven't used the G board at all. By the way, is this 9? It is 9. Well, we're not really following the instructions, so I don't know why that was important. All right. And then at some point, we're going to be at 10. If we continue. we might declare this done before we get to that. Anyway. Why are we putting on these 3 pieces before the tire goes on? Anyway, C1, D16, A11. Alright, so there's C1. So there's only one of those. A11, D16. Oh, where's the D board? This is the A board. So where's A11? Oh, there we go. Bigger piece than I was expecting. All right, D16. That's F. H. These boards are very well hidden in plain sight. All right. That's D16. Those are not going to fit. Those are not going to fit inside of this wagon. So that's why they're just going to go behind it, I guess. All right, so the first thing that goes on is the steering mechanism. Yeah, that's definitely the steering mechanism. So it's going to go right up to where the driver sits. So obviously that has to do with steering. It's not going on. There's the right sort of wiggle to line up. There we go. And then which one goes on first? The 16 or the 11? Looks like the 16 first and the A11 second. And then there's obviously supposed to be some cap that goes on the end. Well, we need the wheel as well. And then the cap is going to be C4 and H7. So let's get the wheel on there. It's not going on. You can't get to the... This is no good. It needs to go in further. Yeah, there's supposed to be more sticking out the front. Yeah, this is no good. Alright, what's the problem here? Why is this not going in as far as it needs to go in? Well, I'm just going to take one of those pieces off. Because otherwise it's not going to work. I'm going to take them all off and take another look at this. Can it be done differently? No, I don't think so. I think this is the only way it goes on. So, yeah. If we put on the A11, there's not going to be room for the cap. In fact, I think it's already not room. We may have to take off another piece. Or is this the wrong wheel? Like, was I supposed to put this wheel in the back? Or is it on backwards? Does that make a difference? I don't think that makes a difference. At least not much of a difference. Though it was on backwards. Alright, C4 and H7, so that's two more pieces. You know, it just occurred to me I never did a sound check when this episode started. Thankfully, there doesn't appear to be a problem, but that could have been bad. All right, I'll pop out two C4s here because obviously we're going to need two at some point. We still don't have, haven't used that G board for anything. Anything whatsoever. You know, amazing. All right, and the cap is from the H board, the sort of locking nut, if you will, is H7, which should be just a little nubbin piece. Yeah, there it is. Let's pop out two H7s. Alright. Alright, so we'll get the C4 on, and then the H7. Alright. Yeah, there's not enough here to attach the H7, so we're going to take off this D16 as well. It just doesn't fit on there. I don't know. I'm looking at this piece and there's just no way that it goes. There's no way that you can put on those pieces and complete this. So I took those pieces off. I think I did the right thing. All right. Is that on wrong? Trying to line that up. I need the steering column on. There's still not much sticking out here, but I can't not have the steering mechanism. I would like to have the washers too. I think the wheel's going to be a little wobbly without it, but you know, what choice do I have? You know, I'm thinking that maybe those go on the other side. Like they were showing it on one side, but maybe it goes on the other side. And in fact, it could even be, no, they were definitely showing it outside of the steering column. I'm just thinking it could be like I read it wrong or something. But I think we already found that they've printed mistakes on this. Specifically, they didn't tell us to do one side of the interior, one wall of the interior. So we know this has mistakes. So since we know that, we have every right to interpret the instructions. We're now in charge. And again, life lesson there. And just because someone tells you something doesn't mean that it's right. You know, you gotta look into it for yourself. Life doesn't come with a ironclad instruction book. I feel bad saying that because I think some people have referred to the Bible as the instruction book, but I would say that it only takes you so far. There's this concept of a conscience, and everyone's expected to act based on their conscience, not just based on some word for word in a book. You know, it's not going to be that easy. It can't be that easy. There's going to be more thinking required. I can't get this triangle piece on, and if I can't get it on, then I can't get to the next piece, which is making me think that that's not the right piece. But there's no other option. All right. I'm going to try the 2 remaining triangles. This one we know is wrong, but maybe it'll work. Even though we know it's wrong, yeah, it works. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I just used the triangle that doesn't go here, and it worked. Whereas the one that does go here didn't work. What's the life lesson in that? I have no idea. That one's beyond me. At least at this amount of time I've put into it. Alright, now here's a bunch of crap that we're supposed to build using the G's and their lanterns. And you're probably not going to see an episode where I dive into the G board and build a bunch of lanterns. What you're about to see right now is me crank up the music box and see if it both plays the music and drives the wagon. Because if it does that, we're not doing this any other nights. This will be the last time you ever see this Stagecoach. So let's crank it up, see what happens. Maybe it'll actually drive. Let's see. The wheels are turning. If you heard a weird sound, my shoulder hit the microphone. I was like cleaning up a bunch of stuff and I somehow did that. Alright. This thing keeps falling in and I can't crank it. I need it to not fall in so I can crank it. I probably should pass like a key through it or something. Piece fell out. I'm trying to put it back in, but I tried to put it back in backwards. That's not good. think I was trying to move too quick because I wanted to get back to that crank, but let's put it in. Now I'm putting it in the right way now. But it's a little angle is not the angle, the slots were a little off. Okay, they're on now. Alright, let's try to get this crank out there one more time. Oh man, it like flips too far. I can't let go to it or it folds in again. Yeah, it folded in again. Needs more battery. Needs more wound up tension. Every time I let go of this thing, it folds in. So annoying. Look at it go. Look at that Stagecoach go. Those like dots that you saw from the other camera aren't really there. They're just there's something that guides cameras 1 and 2, the POV and overhead camera, but they're not really there. So that's it. That was our interpretation of the ROKR Stagecoach. In many ways it was a fail, but it was our fail. Alright, I'm John Rapp. This is Just Rest Your Eyes. Good night, and see you tomorrow.